After divorce, the green tea actor brought his baby to ask for reconciliation. Secret marriage, her white moonlight is back. Jiang Yanshu ruthlessly divorces her to give her freedom, but finds out that white moonlight has ulterior motives. Jiang Yanshu regrets it so much that he has to get her back even if he has to kneel down to get her back. Chapter 1, Who Told You I Want a Divorce? MS CEO's Office. Shicheng, are you getting a divorce? Jiyu Shicheng felt a bit of a headache when she received her mother-in-law's call. Mom, who told you I'm getting a divorce? Yangshu did. Mrs. Cheng's voice carried a tone of concern. Shicheng, did he make you angry again? Jiyu Shicheng pinched the bridge of her nose and stood up, feeling a bit annoyed. She couldn't understand why a grown man would resort to tattling like this. But this business marriage was beneficial for her, so she took a deep breath. Mom, that's not true. I'll have Ju Hui pick him up. Where is he? Mrs. Cheng awkwardly laughed. No. But I'll ask him right away. Always causing trouble, running off with Ran Ran. She's only 2 years old. Please, don't divorce him. You won't find a husband this obedient anywhere else. Jiyu Shicheng looked out at the view of Jiang City. Forget it, I'll call him myself. Mrs. Cheng eagerly agreed, okay, and quickly hung up. Jiyu Shicheng chuckled as she listened to the busy signal. Her mother-in-law always acted like her 2 sons would never get married. She dialed Jiang Yanshu's number, and it connected instantly. Before she could say anything, an unmistakable sour tone came through. Ms. Jiyu, finished with your busy work? Finally remembered us, the father and son? Did your white moonlight leave, so now you're calling? Jiyu Shicheng heard the child in the background and spoke calmly, I haven't finished yet. I've always remembered you too. There's no white moonlight, I'm talking business with Yu Jinan. Oh. The other side responded dryly, but the mood seemed to lighten. Jiyu Shicheng still didn't understand what he was upset about, so she softened her tone, where are you and the child? I'll have Ju Hui pick you up. Ying and Ju. Jiang Yangshu's voice lacked confidence, and he quickly added, I haven't been drinking, and Ran Ran has tea either. Jiyu Shicheng almost scolded him but held back, all right. Jiang Yanshu cautiously asked, can you come pick us up? Jiyu Shicheng didn't expect her usually obedient husband to ask this. She paused for a moment. I'll be there in half an hour. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yanshu proudly kissed Jiang Ran, your mom is coming to pick us up. Jiang Ran, with her chubby little hands, pushed his face away. Jiang Yanshu's manager, Lin Ren, mocked him without mercy. What are you so proud of? Usually, it's the wife running away with the kids, but you're the first man I've seen do it. Jiang Yanshu didn't mind, what does it matter? She still cares about me, didn't she immediately clarify with Yu Jinan and agree to pick me up? Lin Ren shoved his phone in front of him. Here, look at this, this is the perfect example of the rich CEO's wife running away with the kids. In the end, she had the CEO under her thumb. My dear actor Jiang, please learn from this. Your trick today, you're not even as good as someone's sweet talk. Jiang Yanshu immediately put down the ball in his arms and threw himself into the sea of knowledge. Both Lin Ren and Jiang Ran exchanged disdainful glances at him. Half an hour later, Lin Ren sighed, don't bail on him now. Actor Jiang, you're good at everything except loving Jiyu Shicheng so obsessively. If she bails on you today, then... Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking made Jiang Yanshu jump up from the couch and hurriedly open the door. You're here. Lin Ren rolled his eyes, great, he was worrying for nothing. As expected, Jiyu Shicheng just nodded indifferently and glanced at the child in Lin Ren's arms. Let us go. Okay, I'll grab your bag. Jiang Yanshu cheerfully followed her. Shicheng, you're leaving just like this? One tea you have a drink. Coincidentally, Yu Jinan arrived. Jiang Yanshu, even with a mask on, couldn't hide the sourness in his tone, no, we're going home. Lin Ren's mind screamed a warning, no. Jiyu Shicheng hates it when people make decisions for her. Jiang Yanshu felt uneasy inside, but Yu Jinan, as if he hadn't heard Jiang Yanshu, kept smiling and waiting for Jiyu Shicheng's response. Jiyu Shicheng smiled slightly. Jiang Yanshu's actions really made him seem like the little wife in Nya's words. She was angry, just patted Yu Jinan on the shoulder. No, I'm here to pick up my family. Jiang Yanshu proudly moved half a step closer to Ji Yusheng, while Yu Jinan gracefully stepped aside. Yu Jinan looked at Ji Yusheng's back, a strange emotion flashing in his eyes. 5 years had passed. Had that been enough to change someone? Watching the Maybach drive away, Lin Ren sighed in relief. I really don't understand why actor Jiang loves such a cold person. Inside the car, Jiang Yanshu was recalling plot points from a novel. When they got out, he planned to open the car door for his wife, but since she was driving, it was impossible to fulfill that wish. If he made her wait for him to open the door, he'd probably get scolded. At home, he thought about making dinner for her, but she didn't seem to like his cooking. As for a wall slam, she'd probably find it boring. Normally, when they went home together, Jiang Yanshu would be the one talking non-stop, but now he was silent. Ji Yusheng felt a bit awkward and finally asked, "Who told you Yu Jinan is my white moonlight?" Jiang Yanshu's mood slowly sank. Isn't he? You two were childhood sweethearts, always together. When he came back, you went to pick him up. That kind of white moonlight. I have many. Ji Yusheng glanced at him and felt a bit better. Do you want to be jealous of each one? They are just networking resources, not white moonlights. By the way, haven't you been filming lately? Upon hearing her explanation, Jiang Yanshu immediately felt motivated. I have, but the script isn't good. I need to review it again. Ji Yusheng fell silent again, and Jiang Yanshu asked softly, "Can I join a variety show?" Do whatever you like. No need to ask me, and I don't need you to gain face for me. Ji Yusheng thought this sounded pretty smooth, but Jiang Yanshu just said, "Okay," and started looking at his phone. Jiang Yanshu glanced at the novel where the female protagonist's cooking was thrown away by the male lead. Tears welled up in his eyes. As expected, if someone doesn't like you, they won't care about your feelings. When Ji Yusheng parked the car, she turned to look and saw Jiang Yanshu with tears in his eyes. She was confused. Why are you crying? Jiang Yanshu wiped his tears and shook his head, getting out of the car. He carried the sleeping child into their house, sneaking a glance at Ji Yusheng. When he saw her look of pity, he smiled smugly, thinking that chasing his wife's heart was working. Ji Yusheng was baffled and shook her head as she followed him inside. At dinner, Ji Yusheng kept staring at his face. Jiang Yanshu tried to calm his racing heart, putting on an innocent look. What's wrong, darling? Ji Yusheng put down her chopsticks. Nothing, just feel like you're a little different. Jiang Yanshu was overjoyed inwardly but kept his face calm. Nothing. Ji Yusheng's next words extinguished the spark of joy in his heart. Should we go to the hospital to get checked out? Jiang Yanshu froze. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. In the novels, this was where the woman would say, "Did you catch my attention?" Ji Yusheng had even asked Aunt Zhang to bring a thermometer. Jiang Yanshu hesitantly spoke, "Shouldn't we call the family doctor?" His words were ridiculous. Ji Yusheng held back her laughter and rolled her eyes at him. You're not delirious. The family doctor has suffered enough. Do you think medication can cure this? Jiang Yanshu stood frozen in place. This wasn't the same. This wasn't what idol dramas were like. 36.7c, no fever, maybe just a bad mood, a little dizzy. Go to bed. Let Lin Ren handle the variety show tomorrow. Ji Yusheng sat down and started eating. Jiang Yanshu silently held his bowl. Suddenly, Ji Yusheng's phone lit up. Jiang Yanshu saw Yu Jinan on the screen and felt like smashing the bowl. Ji Yusheng frowned slightly. Jinan, what's up, it's so late. Jiang Yanshu cursed fox spirit 100 times in his heart. Ji Yusheng stood up, put on her coat, and comforted Yu Jinan over the phone. I'll be there soon, don't worry. I'll inform NYA. Okay, I'll have Ju Hui come. After hanging up, Jiang Yanshu didn't hear a single explanation. Ji Yusheng left, and the warm yellow light outside now seemed blinding. Aunt Zhang happened to come downstairs. Sir, where's madam? Jiang Yanshu put down his bowl and leaned back in his chair. She left. One phone call, and she's gone. Aunt Zhang smiled. President Jiu is busy. Just like when you're filming, you're gone for months, and President Jiu comes by herself. Jiang Yanshu gave a self-deprecating smile. I wish I could see her every day, but she doesn't necessarily feel the same. Aunt Zhang didn't understand young love and added another jab. Just make do with it. Jiang Yanshu pushed his chair back, grabbed his mask and hat, and left. Aunt Zhang shook her head, sighing. Young people these days ruined by TV shows. At Ying'anju, Yu Jinan was treating his wounds, sitting opposite his father, Yu Songyan. Ji Shicheng calmly spoke to him. Jinan isn't fooling around with women, and he is not involved with any men either. He didn't take that project because I did. Seeing Yu Songyan's expression soften slightly, she added, we grew up next door to each other, it's normal for us to help each other out. Besides, Jinan just came back. It's natural for him to be unfamiliar with some things, so I'm just helping him get settled. Yu Songyan's gaze shifted between the two of them. After a long while, he coldly snorted, he hides things from me, but if he had said it earlier, could I have beaten him? Ji Shicheng laughed lightly. Yes, yes. Once his injury heals, he'll definitely kneel and apologize to you. Yu Songyan sighed. I had already discussed with your grandfather to betroth you to my family, but he insisted on free love. Now you're with that movie star. I can't bear to watch. Ji Shicheng poured tea, subtly defending Jiang Yanshu. Yanshu? He's the current best actor, what's wrong with him? As for Jinan, he needs to settle down quickly. No need, I have my own ideas. Yu Jinan interrupted coldly. Yu Songyan was so angry he nearly spilled his tea. Unfilial son. Ji Shicheng shot him a glance. Yu Jinan smiled, his eyes narrowing. Yu Songyan set down the teacup. I can't be bothered with you. Your mother will be here in a few days. You can tell her yourself. Ji Shicheng smiled and smoothed things over. All right, Uncle Yu. Jinan knows what he's doing, don't get angry. Yu Songyan sighed in frustration, stood up, and slammed the door behind him. Ji Shicheng leaned against the armrest. Jinan, it's time to look forward. She looked at Yu Jinan, understanding everything but not revealing it, out of the old favors. Yu Jinan looked up, shocked. What did you say? Ji Shicheng smiled calmly. I said, there's nothing so unforgettable between us. It's time to let go and look forward. Yu Jinan's voice trembled. Why? Ji Shicheng stood up and patted his shoulder. Jinan, the youthful foolishness should stay in the past. It's no longer suitable for us now. I have a family now. Yu Jinan grabbed her hand. Shicheng. I only ran into him today. I didn't tell him about the past. Chapter 2, I got a divorce. Ji Shicheng withdrew her hand, I know. I just realized how much time has passed. He was with me through the hardest times, and now I should give him what he deserves. I'll bring him to the next dinner. Yu Jinan lowered his head, soft sobs spreading through the room. Has he become that important? Ji Shicheng didn't want to give him unnecessary thoughts. Yes, he's the partner I chose. Yu Jinan stood up, his eyes still moist. Let's hug, as a way to end our past. Ji Shicheng extended her hand, giving him a brief hug, then gently patted his back, signaling him to let go. Yu Jinan whispered, fate plays tricks on us. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have had a chance. Ji Shicheng's face cooled slightly. Jinan, that's not right. She opened the door and saw Jiang Yanshu turning the corner. Her brows furrowed as she quickly caught up with him. Jiang Yanshu was shaking so much that he couldn't hold his cigarette steady. As expected, today's scheme wasn't aimed at Ji Shicheng, but at him, Jiang Yanshu. Their childhood bond had been cruelly manipulated by fate, and in the end, he was the one who ended up benefiting. A slender, fair hand took the cigarette away. Let's go home. This time, Jiang Yanshu didn't listen to her. Wife, I just want one more. His eyes were tinged with red, his whole demeanor fragile like a delicate glass lamp that could shatter at the slightest touch. Ji Shicheng pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling guilty. She opened the car door. Let us go. I'll take you to the mountains. Jiang Yanshu obediently got in the car, just as Zhu Huai drove into the garage. Ji Shicheng rolled down the window. Yu Jinan is up there. Just drag him back. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Yanshu lowered his head, fiddling with his lighter. This was the depth of their youthful love, always the first choice no matter the circumstances. Zhu Huai glanced at the person in the passenger seat, who was completely covered up, nodded, and drove away. As the scenery passed by outside the window, Jiang Yanshu felt disgusted with himself. He couldn't help but yearn for the tenderness Ji Yusheng had once given him. But what could he do? At the mountain top, where the city view was clear, Ji Yusheng tossed the cigarette to him. How much did you hear? Jiang Yanshu turned his head to look at her. I heard everything I needed to hear. Ji Yusheng's hands rested on the steering wheel. What happened today won't repeat itself. Wife, let us divorce. Jiang Yanshu gritted his teeth, pleading for her to agree immediately. He was afraid that if she hesitated, he might beg her to stay. Ji Yusheng was stunned and turned to look at him. I admit, I neglected you these past years. The last 2 days, I've made you feel insecure, but we're not at the point of divorce, are we? Also, this is a business marriage. Don't be unreasonable. Jiang Yanshu shook his hand as he lit a cigarette. His hand trembled uncontrollably, trying to appear calm. He stuffed the cigarette into his pocket. I've had enough of these years. From now on I won't bother you. Ji Yusheng's brows nearly knitted together. Jiang Yanshu, when did I ever look back? You didn't even ask about my thoughts. Jiang Yanshu closed his eyes, his eyelashes trembling slightly. Just think of me as crazy. Ji Yusheng stared at him coldly. Have you made your decision? Jiang Yanshu bit his lip, tasting the iron-like bitterness of blood. Yes. Ji Yusheng was silent for a moment. Fine, I'll split MSS assets. I'll give you half, the house is yours. If there's a play you like, just let me know, it's all yours. Jiang Yanshu silently nodded, staring at his phone. He had just reached a heartbreaking chapter where the male lead kicked the female lead out for his white moonlight. Jiang Yanshu thought, this way of leaving was better than being kicked out. After a while, Jiang Yanshu quietly said, Ranran will stay with me, okay? You'll have more children in the future, but I only have Ranran. Ji Yusheng didn't argue. She probably didn't care for Jiang Ran as much as she did for Jiang Yanshu. But Ji Yusheng couldn't understand. Why? He had heard everything. She had rejected Yu Jinan, so why still divorce? Jiang Yanshu didn't know how he ended up at the Civil Affairs Bureau, didn't know how he got the divorce certificate, and didn't know how he returned home. Ji Yusheng quickly packed a few clothes she frequently wore and asked her assistant Zhu Huai to take them to the new house. Madam, what's going on? Aunt Zhang peeked from the kitchen. Ji Yusheng quietly instructed her, we're divorced. Don't tell Ranran. Let Jiang Yanshu handle it himself. Aunt Zhang nodded blankly, watching Ji Yusheng leave in the car. After an unknown amount of time, the lights inside the house turned on again. Where's Mom? Jiang Ran's voice brought Jiang Yanshu back to his senses. He wiped his face carelessly. Mom went to work. She'll come see you this weekend. The child's emotions are sensitive, and the moods of adults affect them directly. Jiang Ran suddenly started crying, Mom, Mom. Jiang Ran loved her more than Ji Yusheng had expected, and wanted her even more. Aunt Zhang hurried over to comfort him. Don't cry, it's okay, don't cry. After Aunt Zhang calmed Jiang Ran down, she came downstairs and looked at Jiang Yanshu. She couldn't help but want to say something. Sir, why did you get divorced? This. Jiang Yanshu knew she had been with the Jiyu family for many years, treating Ji Yusheng like her own child. He didn't blame her but gently rubbed the ring on his finger. Aunt Zhang, tell me about her and Yu Jinan. Aunt Zhang sighed, Sir, that was years ago. Jiang Yanshu took off the ring. Tell me. I want to know. Aunt Zhang shook her head. Sir, they just grew up together. What else could there be? Did you hear something? Jiang Yanshu pulled out his phone. Childhood friends, family friends. Why did they break up? Aunt Zhang was even more confused. Break up? Mr. Yu's parents divorced. He left for anger's sake. What else is there? Sir, listen to me. Say some good things and bring Madam back. Jiang Yanshu didn't respond. Aunt Zhang sighed and went back to the kitchen. Jiang Yanshu eventually opened Weibo and posted a photo of his ring and the faint white mark on his ring finger. The caption read, "The youth in books isn't worth talking about. In the blink of an eye, it's youth when you open your eyes, it's the future. At an age when you're powerless, you meet the one you want to give everything to. But after having it all, it seems like they no longer need you." After posting, Jiang Yanshu locked his phone, no longer caring about the storm his message might cause. He needed some peace. The variety show he was supposed to attend now didn't matter. He had originally wanted to call her during the show, but now, it seemed unnecessary. Yu Jinan, idly scrolling through his phone, hadn't touched the design drafts at all, when suddenly Jiang Yanshu's Weibo popped up. His pupils trembled. The ring was Jiang Yanshu's most treasured possession. Now that it was removed, it meant they were divorced. Yu Jinan opened Ji Yushichen's WeChat, wanting to say something, but couldn't bring himself to send the message. He knew Ji Yushicheng, and she didn't need anyone to speak for her at this moment. Some things couldn't be rushed. In the MSEOS office, Ji Yushicheng's phone rang incessantly. When she saw it was Mrs. Cheng calling, she shook her head in confusion. "Mrs. Cheng." Mrs. Cheng was frantic. "Shicheng, what happened? Why did you get divorced? He just sent me a message and then I couldn't reach him." Ji Yushicheng gently comforted her, "Don't worry. We didn't fight. It's my fault for not making him. Don't make excuses for him. I'm coming back right now." Mrs. Cheng immediately hung up and started booking a flight. Just as Ji Yushicheng was about to hang up, Lin Ren called again. "Ms. Ji Yu, is Mr. Jiang, is he at home?" Ji Yushicheng stood up in a bit of a panic. "Isn't he at home?" Lin Ren sounded frantic from a noisy place. "Ms. Ji Yu, Mr. Jiang posted something on Weibo, and now I can't reach him. I'm scared to go to Frost Sequence Garden. There are reporters everywhere." Frost Sequence Garden was the house Ji Yushicheng had left for Jiang Yanshu. Ji Yushicheng sighed. "Okay, I'll have Ju Hui check on him." Lin Ren quickly stopped her. No. Ms. Ji Yu, just go see him yourself. Considering the 5 years you've spent together, go check on him. He probably doesn't want anyone else to see him now, you know he cares about his image." Without hesitation, Ji Yushicheng responded instinctively, "Okay." Anya, holding a cup of coffee, stood at the door, ready to knock. "Ms. Ji Yu." Ji Yushicheng grabbed the car keys from the coffee table and rushed downstairs, starting the car without delay. Weibo was already exploding. Even if Jiang Yanshu's company threw all its manpower into it, it would be useless. Deleting the posts didn't help. The screenshots were already taken. Lin Ren looked at the swarm of reporters and couldn't help but feel anxious. Woo, turns out even the best actor has someone he can't have. Turns out I have something in common with him. Right? I always thought Mr. Jiang was unattainable, but it looks like he is no longer on a pedestal. Who doesn't have a crush on someone? Did anyone notice? Mr. Jiang is married. Look at the ring. Yeah, why are we all looking at the caption? Har. Ring. Didn't Mr. Jiang say it was just decorative? Was he fooling himself? Har. Love really turns people into chess pieces in this world, even Emperor Jiang isn't immune. Ladies, calm down. Why are we talking literature now? Every actress who had worked with Jiang Yanshu was compared to Ji Yushicheng. The media swarmed around the Star Tower, and marketing accounts jumped in to stir things up, digging into every detail. Lin Ren gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear Jiang Yanshu to pieces for being so love-stricken. "Assistant Lin, Mr. Jiang's marriage news just hit the trending list." Lin Ren rolled his eyes, but seeing it was a girl, he refrained from snapping at her. "I know. I have eyes." "Assistant Lin, someone is digging into the coffee table." Lin Ren was confused. "Coffee table? What coffee table? How much does it cost?" "Forget it, it's probably worth at least $1 million. The young woman shoved her tablet in front of him. "It's the coffee table that Beiyin gave him." Beiyin? Beiyin was the lead actress of the upcoming movie My Youth. They had been rumored to be together when the movie wrapped up, and now this, just adding fuel to the fire. Lin Ren had never felt this disheartened. The PR team gathered to discuss, but the speed at which the trending topics were being created was faster than anything. Lin Ren received a call from Beiyin's manager. thank you, thank you. Sorry for the trouble. Lin Ren knocked on the PR manager's desk. Don't worry about Bei Yin. Let us clear it up. Think of a way to fix this. Ji Yusheng quickly input her old password, still dazed as the door card was read. The faint scent of alcohol lingered in the air, as if a bottle of brandy had been opened in the basement. When she saw Jiang Yanshu sitting on the stairs on the second floor, an unexplainable anger surged up. Jiang Yanshu. Jiang Yanshu's eyes were moist, like a big puppy. Wife. Ji Yusheng ignored his address. Where's Ran? Sleeping. Jiang Yanshu seemed abandoned, clutching Ji Yusheng's suit sleeve. Wife, I really like you. Ji Yusheng sighed, grinding her teeth. If you love me, why get a divorce? Your white moonlight has returned. You still have many substitutes. I don't want to be kicked out. The stepfather one tea treat ran well. Jiang Yanshu looked at her. Ji Yusheng stared at him in shock, unable to process his words for a long time. You white moonlight. Substitute. Stepfather? What the hell? What's wrong with you lately? Chapter 3, I can't live without you. Perhaps it was because Jiang Yanshu's gaze was too pitiful, but Ji Yusheng sat down. Give me your phone. Jiang Yanshu honestly handed over his phone. No little temptress, no green tea, just you. Ji Yusheng was even more confused. What are you talking about? The password. Jiang Yanshu moved over a little. Your birthday. You never take what I say seriously. Ji Yusheng casually responded, I'm busy. Jiang Yanshu buried his head in his hands. Again with that phrase. The lock screen and wallpaper were all of Ji Yusheng, probably because he was afraid someone might find them accidentally. All the photos were side profiles, and the numerous missed calls were even more eye-catching. Ji Yusheng opened the phone and replied to one from Lin Ren. Jiang Yanshu. Get your ass out here and record an apology video. Lin Ren was probably furious, his voice filled with rage. Jiang Yanshu grabbed Ji Yusheng's hand. Can you not be so harsh? Why are you scolding my wife? Lin Ren hesitated for a moment, then cleared his throat. Ji Yuzong. Ji Yusheng lazily rubbed the back of Jiang Yanshu's neck. It's me. Why does he need to record an apology video? Lin Ren struggled to keep his anger in check. Since Jiang Yanshu had become like a brother to him, it wasn't a big deal to say a few things, but Ji Yuzong was a different story. Ji Yuzong, the thing is, the artist has used public resources, and since you two are divorced, we can't expose your identity. So, we can just say he got drunk and mimicked a scene from a TV show. Ji Yusheng withdrew her hand and thought for a moment. What about his future reputation? Lin Ren nearly bit his tongue. Ji Yuzong, a reputation can be rebuilt, but the current issue is big. If you look at his Weibo, you'll see what I mean. Ji Yusheng, who was usually busy with work, didn't have time to check Weibo. But when she opened it, she was shocked by the number of red dots. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw Jiang Yanshu's Weibo, but the black and white photos from her distant memories quickly suppressed it. Lin Ren, still feeling his racing heart, added boldly, I think, since you've already refused public disclosure before, now, there is no need for it, right? Ji Yusheng lightly hummed. Lin Ren's heart settled. The same Ji Yusheng, who wouldn't change her stance no matter what Jiang Yanshu did. Jiang Yanshu's faint alcohol scent lingered on her sleeve. Ji Yusheng fell silent for a moment. Is there any other way? Lin Ren gritted his teeth. No, not really. As you know, artists can't have scandals. Sweating nervously, Lin Ren hoped Ji Yusheng wouldn't dig deeper. Ji Yusheng wasn't deeply involved in the entertainment industry, so the company's influence shouldn't be that broad. Ji Yusheng took out her phone. Let me ask the PR team. Lin Ren almost panicked. No, it's fine. But Ji Yusheng hung up on him. Lin Ren's hesitation seemed calculated, but she didn't want to get involved. As far as Jiang Yanshu's company was concerned, it was like living off someone else's success. Jiang Yanshu glanced at her as she dialed Zhu Huai. He immediately shrank back. Zhu Huai, contact the PR department, help resolve this matter with Jiang Yanshu. Ji Yusheng returned his phone to his hands. Zhu Huai nearly spilled his coffee. Jiang Yanshu. Ji Yusheng replied indifferently, "What's the problem?" Zhu Huai put down his coffee and walked back to his office. "Our actor, Fu Ku, is in the same category as him, and..." Ji Yusheng made a quick decision. "Have him post too." Zhu Huai, who knew Ji Yusheng was married but didn't he know her spouse was Jiang Yanshu, was confused. He pinched himself. "Ji Yuzong, wait, why do we need to post? I need to discuss this with them." Ji Yusheng glanced at the drunk Jiang Yanshu and casually said, "Jiang Yanshu is my spouse." Jiang Yanshu widened his eyes at her. Zhu Huai's eyes grew wide like saucers. Okay. He hung up, still in shock. Ji Yuzong and Jiang Yanshu. Jiang Yanshu seemed so cold, and Ji Yuzong wasn't he one to talk much. How did this happen? Before he could figure it out, he told Fu Ku's manager, "Post something similar to Jiang Yanshu's Weibo. Don't ask why. Ji Yuzong will give you better resources." Fu Ku's manager urged him. "Bro, post it." Zhu Huai rushed to the PR department. "Release a statement in 30 minutes, saying Fu Ku and Jiang Yanshu lost in a truth or dare game." The PR manager gave an "okay" gesture, and Zhu Huai quickly called Ji Yusheng to report. After hearing that the matter was handled, Ji Yusheng stood up to leave. Jiang Yanshu grabbed her. "Wife, where are you going?" Ji Yusheng, glancing at his messy hair, almost wanted to rub it but held back. "Back to the company." Jiang Yanshu pulled her close, wrapped his arm around her waist, and slowly retreated to the stairs, gently kissing her. Afterward, he nuzzled her ear. "Wife, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have caused trouble. I can't live without you." Ji Yusheng scoffed. She didn't want to talk to a drunk person, so she pushed him away. "We'll talk when you're sober. I need to go back to the company." Jiang Yanshu sat back down. Oh. It wasn't like the novel. She didn't have butterflies in her stomach or feel uncontrollable emotions. It was just his one-sided performance. Ji Yusheng had been busy recently, with a development project colliding with her useless father, and she still needed to find time to drink with clients. Her companies were involved in real estate, entertainment, and jewelry design, leaving her as busy as a spinning top. As for love, no one taught her, and expecting her to figure it out on her own was like waiting for the sun to set in the east. Just as she returned to the company, a girl rushed out of a corner, scaring the security guards. The young woman lifted her cap. "Sis." Ji Yusheng frowned and waved for the security to disperse. "Stop calling me that." "What's the matter?" When Jinshu hesitated before trying to grab her hand, but she was afraid. "Sis, I don't have anywhere to go." Ji Yusheng wasn't moved. "Where are your parents?" "Don't call me sis." When Jinshu lowered her head. I don't want to go back." "Sis, please take me in." Ji Yusheng coldly rejected her. When Jinshu, "I haven't spoken harshly to you because of what happened with your parents. That's my self-restraint. I won't take you in, so don't come to me in the future." When Jinshu muttered, "I don't want my mother to be a homewrecker, and I don't want my father to be." Ji Yusheng didn't respond and walked straight into the building. The story of Dongwu the doctor had happened countless times. Ji Yusheng wasn't a bodhisattva, and she wasn't about to save anyone that was for doctors to do. The Wen family. Wen Sang was happily talking on the phone. Yes, as long as you like it, I promise." Good, don't worry. She's my daughter, she'll definitely listen." After hanging up, Xu Qing eagerly asked, How is it? Wen Sang put down the phone, grinning smugly. "Of course it's going well. That girl thinks that starting a company means something, but in the end, I'm still her father." Just then, when Jinshu returned and heard this conversation, feeling disgusted. "Dad, why are you treating her like this if you're her father?" Xu Qing's face turned white, and she scolded, "Shut up. Children should not interfere in adult matters." When Jinshu's tears fell. "Mom, I want to stay at school." Wen Sang's face darkened. Xu Qing immediately pulled Wen Jinshu upstairs, locking the door. "What's wrong with you? Why are you making trouble?" When Jinshu wiped her tears away. Mom, I don't want to live here anymore. It's suffocating. Shu Qing slapped her across the face and growled, "Are you crazy? You'd rather leave a rich family to live in that run-down school." When Jinshu covered her face. "At least it's better than here." She turned to pack her things, but Shu Qing grabbed her arm and shoved her back into the chair. When Jinshu, let me tell you, without me, do you think you'd have such a good life? Don't be so ungrateful. When Jinshu screamed, "Do I need this kind of life?" She stood up, her eyes red as she confronted Shu Qing. You ruined other people's relationships, so now someone else is doing it to you. You're no longer Mrs. Wen, just a homewrecker. Slap. Shu Qing angrily interrupted her. When Jinshu didn't tee back down, glaring at her. Shu Qing was so furious she nearly had a heart attack, turned around, and locked the door. You better reflect on yourself. Don't go out. We'll arrange a marriage for you in a few days. When Jinshu curled up, crying softly. She was just a pawn, and no one had ever cared for her truly. Later that night, she managed to pull herself together. She reached for her phone, unsure how to contact Ji Yusheng, but she figured Wen Sang and her mother had set up a trap for her. No number, no WeChat, nothing to reach out. Her gaze stopped on the name, Chu Kai. She remembered that Chu Kai had once had dinner with Ji Yusheng. She fiddled with her phone case, then decided to take a chance. There was no time left. Hello, I'm Wen Jinshu. I need a favor. Could you pass a message to Ji Yusheng for me? Thank you. The white ceiling spun into a vortex, pulling Wen Jinshu down. Shu S-bar. Ji Yusheng swirled her wine glass gently. Mr. Chen, business isn't done like this. Chen Fei tugged at his tie. Ji Yuzong, you're young and capable. I don't know what methods you usually use to close deals. Ji Yusheng smiled, already imagining 100 ways to get rid of the matchmaker. Mr. Chen, what do you think? Chen Fei loosened his tie and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons. Let's make it a memorable night. Ji Yusheng's smile grew, and she glanced at Zhu Huai. Let's go. Zhu Huai excitedly nodded. This was great. Ji Yuzong was finally making a move. Chen Fei's assistant wisely left the room. Ji Yusheng took out her phone and sent a message to Ms. Cheng. I might be late. You guys go ahead. Chen Fei watched her button up the top button, and his Adam's apple moved. Ji Yusheng was the epitome of restraint. When she put her phone down, Chen Fei stood up and removed his jacket. Ji Yusheng watched with interest as he stripped down. Chen Fei leaned in. Why isn't Ji Yuzong taking off her clothes? Ji Yusheng poured wine on his shoulder. Not in a hurry. Before Chen Fei could smile lecherously, Ji Yusheng smashed the wine glass over his head, then grabbed the handle and flipped him to the ground. She stepped on his pride with her long stiletto heel. Mr. Chen, this deal is mine. The Chen family 1 T miss 1 CEO. Chen Fei winced, his face turning purple. Help. Ji Yusheng grabbed his hair and forced him to look up. Need me to call the police? Chen Fei snapped to attention, quickly shaking his head. If the police were called, he wouldn't have the upper hand. Ji Yusheng's face remained cold as she pressed his face onto the coffee table. I think we should call them. What does Mr. Chen say? She applied more pressure with her foot, and Chen Fei's face contorted in pain as he gasped. Yes. Ji Yusheng released him and walked out, Zhu Huai blocking Chen Fei's assistant in the hallway. Seeing her come out, he let go. Ji Yusheng raised her chin. Call the police. Zhu Huai immediately took out his phone and followed Ji Yusheng to report. Inside, Chen Fei lay in a pool of blood, his skin and the carpet stuck together. His assistant, sweating profusely, nervously asked, Mr. Chen, should we go to the hospital? Chapter 4, Her White Moonlight is Back. Chen Fei nodded, looked down again, and immediately fainted. Ji Yusheng took off his shoes and said, These shoes are for the police officer. I'll drive the car. You can take a taxi. I'll reimburse you for the fare. Zhu Huai leaned over and opened the car door for her. Don't worry, I will cooperate. If you want to sue me, I will notify Qin Lu. Frost in the garden. Ms. Cheng looked at Jiang Yanshu with a cold expression. Why divorce? Jiang Yanshu looked gloomy, her white moonlight is back. Ms. Cheng. Ms. Cheng was confused for a moment, what is that? Ex-boyfriend. She can't forget him. Jiang Yanshu added in a self-deprecating manner. Bullshit. Ms. Cheng was so angry that her eyebrows were raised. Where did Shicheng's ex-boyfriend come from? Jiang Yanshu was a little irritated. He actually went to ask for peace after getting drunk last time. He was not stable at all. How would Ji Shicheng see him now? He treated marriage as a joke. Ji Shicheng hated people who went back on their words and had a lot of trouble. Ms. Cheng was too lazy to pay attention to him. I'm such a good daughter-in-law, you divorce me, why don't you divorce yourself? I'm so mad at you. Jiang's father, who was reading a newspaper nearby, interrupted at the right time, I don't even know how you got a wife. The more Ms. Cheng thought about it, the angrier she got. Go cook. Don't come to the table if there's no man-han banquet today. Jiang Yanshu held the child and fed him water, Mrs. Zhang. Shicheng will be back today. Ms. Cheng interrupted him bluntly. Jiang Yanshu immediately put the child in Ms. Cheng's arms and said, I'll go right away. The sound of a car shutting down came from outside, and Ms. Cheng immediately carried Jiang ran out, but it turned out to be an uninvited guest, Mr. Yu. How come you have time to come here today? Yu Jinan asked, Aunt Cheng, is Shicheng here? Ms. Cheng immediately said, not here. Yu Songnian got out of the car and asked, you gave birth again? Ms. Cheng immediately stepped forward and taunted him, my grandson, Jinan doesn't have a girlfriend yet, right? You should hurry up, you're already 25. Hey, our Yangshu and Shicheng are really a match made in heaven. Look, this child, isn't she beautiful? Yu Jinan glanced at the child in her arms who looked like Ji Shicheng, Aunt Cheng, they are divorced, don't you know? Ms. Cheng's expression remained unchanged. As a couple, it's good for their relationship to be together and apart. Look, our whole family is gathered today. Mr. Yu, would you like to come in and have a seat? Yu Jinan turned his head to look at him. Yu Songnian seemed to understand his son's thoughts clearly. He sighed and nodded with a shameless face, okay, I just happen to have a few points to discuss with Shicheng. Yu Jinan walked to the kitchen, Aunt Cheng, I remember Shicheng likes corn soup, I'll make some for her. Ms. Cheng seemed not to have heard and kept sharing the secret of raising grandchildren with Yu Songnian. Yu Songnian could only nod continuously. Father Jiang held up a newspaper to cover his face, which was trying not to smile. Bar. Ji Yu Shicheng put down the key, changed into slippers and walked into the living room, then he was stunned for a moment, Uncle Yu, Mom and Dad. Ji Yu Shicheng had no intention of announcing her divorce to the world, just like when she got married, but she didn't know that the Yu family came just for her. Ms. Cheng spoke before Yu Songnian could, Shicheng, go check on Yangshu. I told him not to go to the kitchen, but he wouldn't listen. He insisted on making your favorite dishes and even refused to put a band-aid on his bleeding. Ji Yu Shicheng didn't suspect anything and was stunned when she walked in. Two men wearing cute rabbit aprons in the kitchen were looking at her. Ji Yu Shicheng looked down at Jiang Yanshu's hand holding the spatula without any wounds, and sighed in his heart. Ms. Cheng's meaning was too obvious. Yu Jinan smiled and said, Shicheng, I remember you like corn soup. You can take a rest for a while and you can eat it later. Ji Yu Shicheng nodded politely, thank you, but I don't eat much now. Ji Yu Shicheng ignored the slight displeasure on Yu Jinan's face, went in and pulled Jiang Yanshu upstairs, go upstairs. Yu Jinan's hand, which had just been raised, fell again, and he watched Ji Yu Shicheng take Jiang Yanshu away. I'm not hurt. Jiang Yanshu leaned against the door. With outsiders around, he wouldn't allow himself to be weak at this time. Ji Yu Shicheng took off his suit and changed into a coat. I know. I asked Ms. Cheng to arrange this dinner today. Jiang Yanshu's eyes lit up. Ji Yu Shicheng sat beside the bed and said, now can you tell me why you want a divorce? Jiang Yanshu sighed, Yu Jinan is back, don't you want to go find him? Ji Yu Shicheng would rather talk about business than discuss feelings. Yu Jinan does treat me a little differently because he comforted me when I was young, but I don't understand why we have to divorce when he comes back. Ji Yu Shicheng did not mention the deeper reasons. How could people who had been separated for so many years still miss each other so much? The reason why Ji Yu Shicheng could treat Yu Jinan so cruelly was because of his eyes. Compared with Jiang Yanshu's eyes full of love, Yu Jinan's eyes were calm. Jiang Yanshu shook his head stubbornly. In the past 5 years, Ji Yusheng had never looked at him straight in the eye. He was not tired and was not afraid to follow her, but he was afraid that his sincerity would be trampled upon by others. Ji Yusheng said to him with all his patience, "I have neglected you in the past 5 years, but the reason is definitely not Yu Jinan. When we were young, we were friends. I am an adult and I can't even distinguish between a friend and a husband." Jiang Yanshu looked at her. "Why are you telling me this today?" Ji Yusheng was relieved. He listened to her. "I saw your company and your feelings, but I was really busy, especially when we were married. I didn't stay home on purpose. It wasn't because I had a husband I didn't love. I was just really busy. Also, she doesn't believe in love. It is illusory, but enough to drive people crazy. Gu's mother is the best example." Jiang Yanshu raised his head slightly. It was true that Ji Yusheng was busy, and it was also true that he didn't care about him. Since she took over the Ji family, she has basically not had a good night's sleep. It's really busy. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Ji Yusheng stood up and said, "Others go from love to family affection. If you want, we can go from family affection to love." If Ji Yusheng had said this before, Jiang Yanshu would definitely be very excited, but he now clearly realized that Ji Yusheng did not love him, but was grateful to him, which was exactly what he did not want the most. Jiang Yanshu reached out and held her in his arms. "Ji Yusheng, I love you, so I won't allow you to be grateful to me. I've thought about it over the past few days, and I think you need a strong partner who will stand shoulder to shoulder with you." Ji Yusheng did not object. Jiang Yanshu kissed her earlobe and said, "Maybe he can act like a spoiled child at home, but outside, he must be able to hold up the sky." Jiang Yanshu lowered his head and looked at her seriously. "Ji Yusheng, I'll pursue you again, okay? You're not as busy as before, right?" Ji Yusheng shook his head. "It was rising before, but now it has gradually stabilized and we are starting to settle old accounts." Jiang Yanshu touched her head and said, "It's not appropriate for me to continue calling you my wife. I'll give you a nickname, Zhao Zhao. Is that okay?" Ji Yusheng has received too much favor from the Jiang family, and she is willing to do her best to make the Jiang family's treasure shine forever. She nodded gently and led him out. Jiang Yanshu looked at her contentedly, with tenderness in his eyes, silently reciting, "The moon is bright in the clouds, my feelings are bright." Ji Yusheng suddenly turned around and hugged him gently. "Thank you for accompanying me here, we will be together in the future." Jiang Yanshu's eyes suddenly felt sore. To Ji Yusheng, the Jiang family was not a family, but a benefactor. In her eyes, 5 years of companionship was nothing more than this. The situation downstairs was like a Shura field. Ms. Cheng temporarily called back her eldest son Jiang Zhinshan. Jiang Zhinshan and Yu Songnian both had a fake smile when they met. As the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment of the Municipal Bureau, Jiang Zhinshan had investigated many cases related to the Yu family. Although the Yu family was fine in the end, Jiang Zhinshan never gave up the investigation. "Captain Jiang, why are you back? Did the Municipal Bureau fire you? Are you finally willing to come back and inherit the family business?" Jiang Yanshu teased him while leaning on the escalator. Ji Yusheng called out, "Big brother," and sat down next to Ms. Cheng. Yu Jinan sat opposite her and nodded slightly. Jiang Zhinshan glanced at his sister-in-law who was gentle at home but overbearing outside, and smiled slightly. Zhu Huai came to report the case today, accusing him of sexual harassment. Lao Lin said that he had never seen such a cooperative suspect, who answered whatever he was asked. But after this incident with her, Chen Fei was still useless. His gaze was too direct, and Jiang Zhinshan knew that he didn't mean that. He felt uncomfortable and walked over to pat his shoulder in dissatisfaction. "I'm asking you a question." Jiang Zhinshan slapped his hand away. "Mom asked me to come back for dinner, or I came back to see you. You are so ugly. Where is Ran Ran?" Ji Yusheng raised his eyebrows slightly. Jiang Yanshu was blessed with unique conditions. When his upturned phoenix eyes looked at people, they were always gentle and affectionate, not at all like what was described in the books as being intimidating. Jiang Yanshu sat next to Ji Yusheng and said, "Ran Ran thinks you are ugly and doesn't want to see you." Ms. Cheng pretended to have a headache and complained to Yu Songnian, "Hey, you see, these 2 children are my own, and they won't give in when they quarrel. Yu Songnian's eyes suddenly sank, and Yu Jinan sneered softly. The matter of the Yu family's illegitimate child was kept well hidden on the surface, but in the end, it became known to everyone. Father Jian coughed lightly and said, "Mr. Yu, let me toast you a glass." "Dad, I'll do it." "Don't drink." Jiang Yanshu pressed his hand down, and the rim of his cup was just lower than Yu Songnian's cup. "Uncle, when investigating a case, it's official business, so it's inevitable that there will be some inconsiderateness. Please forgive me. Don't treat me like a junior. You are a big money earner." He said both good and bad things, and Yu Songnian had no intention of breaking up with him. His intention was to protect Ji Shicheng. "Shicheng, let's talk about the cooperation of the resort in detail tomorrow. I am very interested in this project." Ji Shicheng also toasted him and casually said, "Okay, I've been looking at this project for a long time. I wonder how Chen Fei will extort money from us." Jiang Jinshan listened to her lies quietly, turned his head to glance at his silly brother, shook his head and sighed gently. His sister-in-law was so strong that he was completely controlled by her. What should he do in the future? But on second thought, if Ji Shicheng was willing to take care of him, Jiang Yanshu would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. Yu Songnian didn't know about Chen Fei yet, so he smiled contemptuously and said, "Don't worry about a scoundrel like Chen Fei, let Jinan handle it." Ji Shicheng looked at his expression, which seemed like he really didn't know what happened today, so he slowly smiled. "Jinan just came back and is not familiar with these things, so let me do it." Even if Chen Fei is a bit muddlehead, he knows that this is a society ruled by law, right, brother? Jiang Jinshan nodded, "Yes, the law is strict and there is no loophole. We must be cautious when doing business." Jiang Yanshu peeled a plate of shrimps, dipped them in seasoning and placed them next to Ji Shicheng. He wiped his hands and glanced at Yu Jinan, then looked at Ji Shicheng. "Zhao Zhao, try it." Now everyone at the table looked at the two of them, not because of the shrimp, but because of his name. Yu Songnian acted like an elder and mocked him without hesitation. "Who is Zhao Zhao? Is this the little celebrity you're working with? You should know your limits when playing around. What's the point of bringing this up at home?" Just as Ji Shicheng was about to speak, Jiang Yanshu pressed her hand and gently twisted her perfectly round fingertips to play with it. "Boss Yu, in my life, I only have one wife, Zhao Zhao. I will never play around with her, let alone humiliate her." Chapter 5, so hot that she wanted to back off. Zhao Zhao is Shicheng's nickname, you know that, don't you? Jiang Yanshu met his gaze without any fear. Although he had not learned anything else during these years of filming, he had learned this intimidating look very well. Ji Shicheng couldn't help laughing when listening to his words. How could others know the name you just gave it? Seeing Yu Songnian suffer a setback, Jiang Yanshu managed to get back on his feet. Ji Shicheng spoke up to save the situation. After all, she still had business dealings with the Yu family and couldn't do this. "It's just our private conversation. You're teasing Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu, don't mind. I'll toast you a glass." Jiang Jinshan looked a little uneasy. It was fine if Ji Shicheng was trying to please everyone, but why did he have to make his brother suffer? Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Yanshu kicked him under the table and signaled to him with his eyes not to spoil his plans. Jiang Jinshan snorted coldly. Jiang Yanshu was just trying to please a cold butt and was asking for trouble. Yu Jinan picked up some corn with chopsticks for Ji Shicheng without any hesitation. "Shicheng, try it and see if the taste has changed." Ji Shicheng took the bowl with a smile, but did not pick up her chopsticks. This was the Jiang family, and she knew what was more important. She could not forget the Jiang family's kindness in helping her in her time of need. Jiang Jinshan looked at his brother's satisfied expression and poured another glass of wine in anger. "Boss Yu, why didn't you tell me you were back? Come on, let's have a drink." Yu Jinan smiled and refused. "Thank you, Captain Jiang, but I don't drink, and Shicheng doesn't like the smell of alcohol." As soon as these words came out, the whole room fell silent again. Jiang Yanshu felt like he was hit on the head with a stick, and his fingertips couldn't help but tremble. Last time, he was drunk and hugged Ji Shicheng. Ji Shicheng held his hand back and said, "You're joking. That was all due to my youthful recklessness. Whenever I discussed business these years, I always got drunk. It was Yanshu who helped me with the wine and tea." Jiang Yanshu tilted his head and looked at her. She knew. She knew. Wouldn't he that be a little different? Ji Yushacheng must like him a little. Novels are all written like this. There's a little bit of heartthrob, followed by overwhelming and unstoppable love. Yu Songnian gave her a deep look, and put down his chopsticks with a warning, I have something else tonight, Shicheng, I'll talk to you about the contract on the way. Jiang Yanshu let go of her hand, and Ji Yushacheng stood up with a smile, okay, I'm young, and I need Uncle Yu to teach me more. Walking to the front of the car, Yu Songnian unbuttoned his cuffs and said, Shicheng, I have watched you grow up. You are like my own daughter. I hope you will have a good home. Jiang Yanshu is really useless, and I don't want you to be dragged down by him. Yu Jinan turned his back and looked at the moonlight spreading over the winding mountain road, like a silver stream. Ji Yushacheng replied calmly, I know your good intentions, and I remember your kindness in helping me over the years, but Yangshu is my husband. Facing Yu Songnian's unhappy gaze, Ji Yushacheng added calmly, he has won 2 Best Actor awards and has his own company, so he can be considered a talented person. Yu Songnian touched the buttons of his shirt and sneered, he is of no help to you after all. How can he have a say in the Jiang family? When Jiang Jinshan inherits the family property, not even a bone will be left of him. Ji Yushacheng didn't hesitate anymore and took a step back. Uncle Yu, don't worry about that. I can still support him. Yu Songnian's face turned cold, and she turned around and got into the car. Yu Jinan looked back at her, and Ji Yushacheng still had her signature smile on her face, goodbye. Ji Yushacheng pinched the bridge of his nose. This time he had offended the Yu family. He turned around and saw Jiang Jinshan standing against a tree, with the moonlight falling on his face. You are divorced, and you are unhappy with the Yu family. Will your business be affected in the future? Ji Yushacheng put his hands in his coat pockets. The Yu family couldn't suppress me before, and it's even more impossible now. Jiang Jinshan bit the cigarette butt into a flat piece, and his eyes moved between the moon and her several times before he finally spoke, Mr. Ji Yu, you are a realistic person, but Yangshu is a romantic person. You have not been moved for 5 years, and now you are divorced, you. Ji Yushacheng looked at the embarrassment and confusion on his face. He was afraid that he might say something wrong and hurt her, and that this hurt would come to his brother. He had to choose his words carefully, and he had to be tactful and appropriate. Ji Yushacheng answered sympathetically, when I was in college, my teacher once said that life is hard enough, so why should we choose more difficult paths? You hope that he can be happy and get what he wants, and I hope so too. Jiang Jinshan couldn't help but sneer as he listened to her words, since you want him to be happy, why can't you try to like him? Ji Yushacheng's eyes suddenly became sharp, it's true that I have received favors from the Jiang family, but I think I have paid enough back over the years. Jiang Jinshan realized that he had said the wrong thing, and subconsciously stood up straight and wanted to explain, but Ji Yushacheng did not give him a chance to explain. Ji Yushacheng looked at the warm light in the courtyard and said, I didn't say bad things to him because of his insistence, nor did I feel resentful because he forced his way into my life. On the contrary, I gave him enough respect as my husband. I did not belittle his feelings, nor did I trample on his sincerity. I treat my parents with respect and filial piety, and I treat you as my elder brother as my younger sister-in-law. I think I have done what I should do in this business marriage, and you should not ask me to do anything more. Jiang Jinshan lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, I just saw that he was suffering too much. Ji Yushacheng shook his head. He has lived in this world for 25 years. Everything has been safe and smooth, without any disasters or troubles. He has both parents, brothers who are in harmony, confidants, a job, and children. He really has not suffered. Jiang Jinshan was speechless. Ji Yushacheng said softly, his only setback was meeting me. He had a hard time. He could have chosen to give up at any time, but he didn't. I didn't look down on him because of his relentless pursuit. I understand and respect him. Isn't that enough? After saying this, Ji Yushacheng walked forward, feeling bitterness in his heart. Do I have to be like my mother? As soon as he opened the door, he saw Jiang Ran picking up the snacks on the coffee table. Ji Yushacheng walked over and picked him up. It's evening, you can't eat anymore. Jiang Ran opened his big, ignorant eyes and patted Ji Yushacheng's face, Mom Tilder. Ji Yushacheng was suddenly at a loss and looked to Jiang Yanshu for help, but Jiang Yanshu was stunned. Ji Yushacheng would have such an expression, which was completely different from her usual cold expression. Jiang Yanshu looked at Jiang Ran, who was waving her hands. It seemed that he had to let her have more contact with children in the future. He was worried before that she would not like it and that the children would disturb her. Now it seems, he was worrying too much. Jiang Yanshu. Ji Yushacheng held Jiang Ran's small hand, not daring to use force. The fleshy touch always seemed unreal. Jiang Yanshu had been taking care of the child all these years, and she had forgotten that she had a child. Jiang Yanshu secretly sat closer and covered her hand. If you wrap his hand like this and play with him, he will be very happy and won't think about snacks anymore. The hot air he exhaled fell on Ji Yushacheng's ears, making them a little itchy. Ji Yushacheng tilted her head and her ears met his eyes, so hot that she wanted to step back. Just then her cell phone rang. Will she, who is standing on the top of the mountains in the northern part of the Great Wall, with pure white snow, yearn for the flowers in the south of the Yangtze River? Will the migratory birds, carrying sand in their mouths, circle under the eaves to the sound of the harp? Ji Yushacheng pulled his hand away. Jiang Yanshu took Jiang Ran away, sat beside her and coaxed her softly. Ji Yushacheng watched them interacting, picked up the phone but forgot who was calling, so he put it down again. Chu Kai, what's the matter? After hearing the news and knowing that Wen Sang was the instigator of Chen Fei's incident, Ji Yushacheng's eyes turned cold. She crossed her legs and tapped the armrests slowly with her fingertips. Thank you very much. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Oh, Wen Jinshu, okay, thank you. After hanging up, she held the phone upside down in her palm. Chen Fei was not a fool, so how could he believe whatever Wen Sang said? But this time, he owed Wen Jinshu and Chu Kai a favor, and he had to find a chance to repay them. Now has come, as my grandfather said, the time to settle old scores. The Wen family must be resolved. My mother's death was a murder disguised as an accident. The murderer was too cunning and cleared up the clues too thoroughly. No matter how hard the police tried, they could not identify the murderer. Mom. Jiang Ran climbed on top of her, bringing her back to her senses. Ji Yushacheng hugged him and patted his back gently. Jiang Yanshu grabbed her hand and said, Zhao Zhao, this is not how you coax someone to sleep. The TV dramas that Anya usually watches are played like this. Ji Yushacheng looked at him in a panic. Will Ran get sick? Father Jiang and Ms. Cheng peeking from the stairs. Jiang Jinshan, who was standing at the door, didn't he know whether to go in or not? Jiang Yanshu smiled and said, no. Jiang Yanshu knelt on the sofa, hugged her from behind, and gently held her hand. He has only slept for 2 hours. He probably can't fall asleep now. You are tired after a busy day. I will give him to my brother. Why give it to big brother? He doesn't want to sleep. Ji Yushacheng imitated and patted his back slowly. Jiang Jinshan was merciless when he criticized his brother. He is alone, so let Ran take care of him. Jiang Jinshan. This remark brought back Ms. Cheng's sad memories. Her eldest son, who was 30 years old, didn't even have a girlfriend. He glared at Jiang Jinshan and went back to his room in a lack of interest. Jiang's father didn't understand why and also glared at him. Jiang Jinshan was speechless for a moment. Who had he offended? Seeing that it was Ji Yushacheng who was about to be embraced by Jiang Yanshu, Jiang Jinshan deliberately walked out. Hey, why are you here? Ji Yushacheng did not dodge as he expected. She blushed and looked at him frankly. Jiang Ran missed you. Jiang Jinshan glanced at Jiang Ran, who was laughing heartily in her arms, and couldn't tell how the little guy missed him. When Jiang Yanshu heard this, he immediately picked up the child and gave it to Jiang Jinshan. Brother, come here, Ran misses you. After giving the child, the two left. Thanks to them, Jiang Jinshan dreamed of Jiang Ran pulling his stubble that night. After returning to the room, Jiang Yanshu remembered that they were divorced. Now, they shouldn't sleep together. Ji Yushacheng changed her clothes, and the black leather jacket made her look even colder. Jiang Yanshu suppressed the crazy screaming villain in his heart and asked calmly, where are you going so late? Ji Yushacheng pulled the zipper up to his chin and said, it's urgent. I'll sleep in the study tonight. You should go to bed early. Jiang Yanshu thought of what happened on the phone and grabbed her. I'll help you do it, okay. Ji Yushacheng raised his eyebrows. What? Jiang Yanshu walked up to her and bowed his head. Zhao Zhao, I heard it. Wen Sang is your father after all. If you go, it will be bad for your reputation. I am different. I am in love. Ji Yusheng patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry. I've come this far all these years. Can't I protect myself now? Besides, I'm going to talk to them, not to kill or burn anyone. I'll go with you, okay?" She had been indulging him more recently, and this was the first time Jiang Yanshu made a request. There was a hint of suspicion in Ji Yusheng's eyes. "No, I can do it myself." She didn't need anyone to disrupt her plans. Everything was going towards the set goal and no one could shake her. Jiang Yanshu listened to her cold words and realized that he had said something wrong, so he immediately made way. Chapter 6. Do you want it? Ji Yusheng's expression softened slightly. "Yanshu, you don't have to get involved in these matters, just be a good young master of Jinxiu." After a pause, she added, "If you don't want to, it's okay. I will support all your decisions, and I hope you will too." Jiang Yanshu suddenly had an idea and raised his eyes softly. "I'm sorry, Zhao Zhao, I didn't mean it, I was just too worried about you. If you feel annoyed, I will." "No." The words blurted out made both of them stunned for a moment, and Ji Yusheng added to cover up, "Well, you don't have to do this." The villain in Jiang Yanshu's heart jumped up suddenly. It worked. Jiang Yanshu walked closer, and the two of them were almost touching. Jiang Yanshu's low and hoarse voice flowed into her ears. Ji Yusheng felt as if she was hit by a small electric current, and her scalp was numb. "Zhao Zhao, I want to go with you." Ji Yusheng was actually distracted at this moment. Looking at Jiang Yanshu, he felt that he was really pitiful, like a dog waiting for his owner to come home. Jiang Yanshu put his arm around her waist and rested his head on her shoulder. "Zhao Zhao, please, I'm afraid every time you go out, afraid that something might happen to you. You go out in the middle of the night, I'm even more afraid." Jiang Yanshu's heart was beating fast after he finished speaking. He spit on himself for smelling like tea and softened his voice even more. This soft tone fell on Ji Yusheng's heart. She blinked, raised her hand and hugged him. "Okay, you wait for me downstairs." Jiang Yanshu's eyes lit up and he almost laughed, but he held it back. He looked at the person in his arms and praised himself. "I am such a charming concubine. If this happened in ancient times, I would at least be at the level of an imperial concubine." Jiang Yanshu drove into the night. When he passed the intersection at the foot of the mountain, dozens of Maybachs were lined up in an orderly manner and followed behind them. Jiang Yanshu finally found an opportunity to open the car door for his Zhao Zhao, and his smiling face gave Zhu Huai goosebumps. The lights at the Wen family's house were so white that they were piercing. A group of bodyguards in suits got out of the car. Jiang Yanshu couldn't help but be amazed. These people were only fit for a fashion show, let alone a fight. This was indeed Ji Yusheng's style, the pursuit of ultimate beauty. The door of the Wen family was open. Wen San was flirting with his secretary, drinking one cup after another. Xu Qing's face turned pale as he watched. Thump, thump, thump. Their high heels break through the night, and the uniform leather shoes are awe-inspiring. Wen Sang looked at Ji Yusheng with horror. The bright light shone on her black leather jacket, making her look like a dagger drawn from its sheath, with its edge fully exposed. Xu Qing swallowed and stood up with a scared expression as if he wanted to run away. "Mr. Ji Yu. Mr. Ji Yu, what's the matter?" Ji Yusheng raised his hand. Xu Qing fell silent, but the bodyguards behind him shouted in unison. "Good evening, President Wen." The secretary's hand holding their wine glass was shaking violently. Wen San kept backing away, and Xu Qing wanted to shout but no sound came out. Ji Yusheng kicked the wine glass at his feet away and said, "Boss Wen, I have a business deal here. Do you want to do it?" Wen Sang held his breath and said, "What business?" Ji Yusheng sat on the single sofa and crossed his legs casually. "Chen Fei invited me to drink today and said he would sell me a piece of land. If I agreed, he would give me a toy." Wen Sang knew that the matter had been exposed. If she had not brought anyone with her, then there would be nothing to say. But if she had brought someone with her, then her intention would be very obvious. Seeing that he didn't respond, Xu Qing was so angry that he hurriedly took 2 steps forward to support him. "What the hell?" Ji Yusheng looked at her approvingly. "Ms. Xu is really sensible and knows how to please others. The toy is not rare, and I don't want it either, so I thought of giving it to you." Xu Qing was increasingly confused about her purpose, but when Sang had already come to his senses. "Ji Yusheng, you broke into a private residence. It's illegal. Do you know that? Ji Shicheng looked up in surprise. Xiaoshu, this is how dishonest you are. Why did you invite me here but didn't inform Mr. Wen? The cup in the secretary's hand finally fell to the ground. She climbed over the broken pieces and stretched out her bloody hands, crying, Mr. Ji, you said you wouldn't. Zhu Huai showed no mercy to her at all. He grabbed her shoulders and dragged her aside. Ji Shicheng propped up his chin to appreciate the changing expressions on their faces and said lightly, when my mother passed away, she missed you very much, President Wen. These words did not sound so pleasant to Wen Sang's ears. He stepped back almost in fear and fell back onto the sofa, lying on his back with his arms and legs waving wildly. He grabbed the edge of the sofa and sat up. Xu Qing's face turned pale. Mr. Ji this is a society ruled by law. Ji Shicheng's eyes were cold and frightening. How come you can't even be a good bird? Why are you chirping? What have I done to threaten your personal safety? Xu Qing's lips were trembling and he was sweating profusely. Ji Shicheng stood up and walked to Wen Sang, slowly leaned over, and gently uttered the words he feared the most. Boss Wen, are you afraid that one day you will go to see my mother? In the same way as she did. Wen Sang's dark eyes seemed to be cracking, and he reached out to push her, but Zhu Huai quickly held him down, and the bodyguard came up and grabbed him and threw him to the ground covered with glass shards. RR. With screams filling his ears, Ji Shicheng had no more desire to stay. He straightened his sleeves and went out. After walking out of the Wen family's gate, Ji Shicheng turned around and said, the bait has been laid. Keep an eye on him. Whoever he goes after is the accomplice from back then. I want to know what he eats, drinks, defecates and urinates recently. Zhu Huai nodded, don't worry. Ji Shicheng took 2 steps and then stopped. As usual, today's work is considered overtime, double the pay. Go report to the finance department. Zhu Huai raised his eyebrows. MS's overtime pay was 1,000 per hour. This trip would be enough to cover his living expenses for 2 months in college. This guy is generous and low-key, and has deceived many old foxes. He did not follow the wrong person. Jiang Yanshu was waiting for her by the front of the car. When he saw her coming, he ran over excitedly and held her slightly cold hand. Are you hurt? Did he bully you again? Ji Shicheng's heart softened. Jiang Yanshu had hugged her more recently than in the past 5 years combined, but she didn't notice it. Instead, she relaxed a little. No. Let's go home. Jiang Yanshu's heartbeat quickened when he heard the word, go home. Go home. She said go home. Okay, let's go home. The Yu family was not as peaceful and tranquil as usual tonight. The expensive tea sets on the ground were broken one after another, and Yu Songnian was so angry that his nose was up in the air. Yu Jinan was kneeling below, his back straight, his face covered in bruises, with thin streams of blood flowing from his temples. Why do you insist on me marrying her? I know she's excellent and capable, and there are many ways for you to work with her, so why did you choose this one? I don't want to marry her. Upon hearing this, Yu Songnian's chest heaved with anger. He stood up and kicked him. You bastard. You said you don't want to marry me? I'm telling you, I didn't come here to play last time. If you don't agree, your mother will appear in front of you tomorrow. Yu Jinan's eyes were red with anger. Why? She is your wife. She made you what you are today. Yu Songnian crunched the Buddhist beads in his hand until they creaked. Isn't that enough? It's been 7 years. You and her have made no contribution in these 7 years. I fed you for 7 years. Is that not enough? What else do you want? Oh, tell me. Yu Jinan lowered his head and laughed, and finally compromised, I don't want to be a mistress. They have divorced. This news is absolutely accurate. Yu Songnian sat back and returned to his fatherly face. Yu Jinan raised his head. I have always treated her as my own sister. You want me to do something to her now? Yu Songnian said coldly, then choose one, your mother or her. Yu Jinan's shoulders slumped. I'll do it. Where's my mom? She will get better medical conditions. The better you do, the better she will live. And vice versa. Yu Songnian's words were too cruel, tearing apart the only remaining father-son relationship between him and Yu Jinan. Yu Jinan agreed hoarsely, okay. Yu Songnian nodded with satisfaction. You have to remember your purpose. Marrying her is not the ultimate goal. Letting her give up her career and return to the family is the ultimate goal. Isn't it just about annexing the Gu family? Why do you have to make it sound so disgusting? Yu Jinan said sarcastically. Yu Songnian squinted at him and said, "You have to remember that it is an honor for you to do this. His status is not up to par, otherwise I would have let him go." Gift. Yu Jinan felt that this was a great irony. Did the illegitimate child really want these? The matter had been settled, and Yu Songnian put on his kind face again. "Okay, it's late, go back to sleep, and don't go see her until your face gets better." Yu Jinan climbed up on the ground covered with broken glass. Yu Songnian turned his head and looked at the dense and intertwined branches outside the window. "After all, I am your father. I will not let you become a mistress. Their divorce will be known to everyone tomorrow." Yu Jinan felt deeply afraid. The sister he had protected since childhood could not be destroyed like this. He tried his best to persuade her from his own perspective. "No, I don't want her to appear in the public eye, otherwise she might see more business opportunities, which would make it more difficult for me." Yu Songnian stared at his face for a while, then waved his hand and told him to go away. Yu Sui, the illegitimate child that Yu Songnian mentioned was not presentable, was standing outside the door. Yu Jinan smiled slowly. "Do you want it? The Yu family will give it to you, do you want it?" With Yu Songnian behind him, he couldn't say it so obviously. Seeing that he was covered in blood, Yu Sui's eyelids twitched violently. He took off his suit jacket to bandage his hand and said, "Let's go." Yu Jinan dodged his hand, raised his hand and pushed his shoulder as he walked upstairs. Yu Sui was afraid that he would be more seriously injured, so he kept backing away, and his white shirt was inevitably stained with blood. After closing the door, Yu Jinan asked again, "Do you want it?" Yu Sui lowered his head. "Brother, what are you talking about?" Yu Jinan sneered. "He said you are not presentable, so you don't hate him." Yu Sui knelt on one knee in front of him. "Brother, I can't hate him. He saved my mother." Yu Jinan covered his face and laughed. "Save? Save? Yu Sui, you worked so hard for him, how much money do you get? If you don't want it, get out." Yu Sui stubbornly brought the medicine box over. "Brother, I'll apply medicine to you, otherwise Dad will blame you if you don't feel well. Get out." Yu Jinan suddenly yelled at him. Yu Sui was stunned for a moment, then quickly got up and went out. The moment he closed the door, the flattering look on his face disappeared, replaced by an overwhelming indifference. Yu Sui raised his hand to loosen his tie, tilted his head slightly and ordered, "Spread the news about Jiang Yanshu. I love the drama of father and son turning against each other the most." The butler stood in the darkness, nodded, and then disappeared downstairs. Yu Sui stood on the stairs, as if he was standing at the balance point of the Yu family, and the light divided his face into black and white. There was a faint atmosphere of ambiguity in the Jiang family. Although the bed was divided into two parts, Jiang Yanshu tried to move in the middle, just like in the novels. His voice was filled with sobs, like he was talking in his sleep. "Wife. I was wrong. I shouldn't have lost my temper, I was just too insecure." Ji Yusheng, who was originally planning to push his hand away, took the initiative to hug him sideways after hearing this. The more she got to know Jiang Yanshu, the more she felt that he was unrealistically beautiful. Jiang Yanshu, whose plan had succeeded, forced himself to shed 2 tears. "Wife. Zhao Zhao." Chapter 7. Is it too late to pretend to be innocent now? Jiang Yanshu slept very soundly that night while being held by Ji Yusheng. When he opened his eyes, he saw her rosy face and his heart was moved. He tilted his head slightly and wanted to kiss her, but Ji Yusheng opened her eyes. Jiang Yanshu blinked, his heart trembling with panic. Is it too late to pretend to be innocent now? Ji Yusheng looked at his lively eyes and actually moved a little closer. Why is it different from what is said on the internet? How can they see majesty in his cute and well-behaved eyes? Jiang Yanshu raised his head consciously, "Because they can't see me like this." The breath brushed across Ji Yusheng's lower lip. Ji Yusheng's eyes flashed, and he pushed him away and stood up. Jiang Yanshu immediately stood up and hugged her from behind. "Zhao Zhao, my hands are numb. Who told you to sleep in my arms?" Ji Yusheng said this but still didn't break free from him. Jiang Yanshu's heart was full of villains, and it really worked. The novel really didn't lie to me. I'm going to give the author a reward today. Knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door interrupted the charming atmosphere. Wake up, what time is it now? Jiang Yanshu's voice is really good at destroying romance. Jiang Yanshu fell down on the bed and watched Ji Yusheng disappear into the bathroom. His back teeth were grinding and he opened the door with a swoosh. His resentment was tangible. Jiang Yanshu, you'd better be in big trouble. Jiang Yanshu held the child in his arms and said with disdain, did you go to steal the cow in the middle of the night? You have more resentment than a ghost. If you were my real brother, I would have punched you. Jiang Yanshu had a sullen face and slammed the door. Jiang Ran waved his little hand, Mom. Jiang Yanshu pinched his fingers and looked at the closed door and complained, with your mother here, your father can't see you. Let's go downstairs and wait, okay? Jiang Ran held his face and rubbed it, bye-bye. Jiang Yanshu corrected him tirelessly, it's uncle. Bye-bye. Jiang Ran tilted his head to look at him, then leaned over and kissed his face. Jiang Yanshu was overjoyed, yes, Ran is so good. Ms. Cheng looked at him with disdain, of course Ran is obedient. Maybe Ran already has a wife, and you are still single. Jiang Yanshu pretended not to hear and held Jiang Ran in his arms and fed him porridge. Jiang Yanshu came downstairs with his shirt sleeves rolled up. As soon as Ms. Cheng saw him, she started to attack him indiscriminately, sleep, sleep, sleep. All you do is sleep all day long. You can't even coax your wife. Jiang Yanshu looked back at Ji Yusheng and coaxed her softly, Mom, today. Shicheng is here, come down quickly. I asked Sister Zhang to make something delicious, your favorite century egg and lean meat porridge. Ms. Cheng's expression changed as soon as she saw Ji Yusheng coming down, and she seemed to be in a good mood. Jiang Yanshu, Jiang Yanshu, other people have conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, but you have a conflict between mother and son. Mom, Dad, and Big Brother, good morning. Ji Yusheng sat next to Ms. Cheng and listened to her complaining about her two sons. Other families were fighting over a little money, but she didn't want these two for free. Ji Yusheng wiped his mouth and smiled to comfort her, this is a good thing. The brothers are friendly and respectful, and the family is harmonious. This family business is just icing on the cake. It would be better for them to pursue their own ideals. Ms. Cheng took her hand and advised her, Shicheng, I still say the same thing, you come to manage the company, and your family will be at ease. Ji Yusheng shook his head. Mom, how can I interfere with things that I couldn't do before, now that Yangshu and I are divorced? You and Dad are the elders I respect the most. How can I be in charge of the foundation you worked so hard to build? This is not okay. Ji Yusheng is well aware of the fact that human greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. She does not touch these industries because she is afraid that one day she will really swallow up the Jiang family, which would be really repaying kindness with enmity. Ms. Cheng sighed, the elder one wants to serve the country and the people, the younger one wants to devote himself to art, and the older one has no energy left. The glory of the Jiang family is only on this layer of skin. You should think about it again. This was the first time that Jiang's father joined in on this topic. Shicheng, we have seen your behavior over the years. We are relieved that the Jiang family will give it to you, but we will only give it to Ran in the future. Just think of it as doing it for Ran. Ji Yusheng frowned slightly. Jiang Yanshu was taking care of Jiang Ran carelessly. Jiang Yanshu looked at her embarrassment and finally said, Mom and Dad, let me do it. I'll learn. Zhao Zhao has her concerns. We all understand that we can't force others to do things against their will. Jiang Yanshu looked back disapprovingly but still said nothing. Will she, who is pure white with flying snow on the mountaintops of the northern frontier, be attached to the flowers in the south of the Yangtze River? Will the migratory birds, carrying sand in their mouths, circle under the eaves to the sound of the zither? Ji Yusheng quickly picked up the phone, where are you? The other party said something. Ji Yusheng put down the spoon in his hand, his face a little serious, I'll be there right away, don't worry. Jiang Yanshu handed her the coat and asked, is Zhu Huai here? Ji Yusheng uttered a short, said goodbye to the Jiang family in a panic, and hurried out. Before Jiang Yanshu had time to think about who called her, Lin Ren called her, brother. Something happened. The internet is full of news about your divorce. Now all the actresses who have had contact with you are being exposed. Come to the company quickly, this matter is really serious, we can't let it be like last time. Quick! Jiang Yanshu raised his chin towards his family, grabbed the keys and walked out. Tell me more details. The previous heat has died down, why is it exposing it now? Which entertainment media? Lin Ren kept typing on the keyboard. Liuju sent a video of you and Mr. Gu taking care of the children this morning. What? She was photographed. We must first find a way to reduce her popularity. Jiang Yanshu paused as he pulled the car door and held the handle tightly. Lin Ren was irritated and angry. The other party must be afraid of Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu's face was not shown in the video, but your face is so clear that it's like an 8x telescope. You bastard. Jiang Yanshu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Bullshit. Weibo is paralyzed now. Short videos and various forums are full of news about you. Lin Ren grabbed the wolfberries and poured them into his cup. The girl next to him exclaimed, Assistant Lin, this is coffee. It's okay, I'll calm down. Lin Ren stuffed a handful into his mouth. Jiang Yanshu's thoughts were clear now. Let's notify everyone now. We'll hold a press conference to announce that I have a child. Lin Ren was so shocked that he forgot to chew and almost choked when he opened his mouth. Jiang Yanshu, you want to announce it? What did you say? Who is the mother of the child? I'm an amateur, so I can't reveal it. I don't want her to be disturbed. I believe that the person who posted this video doesn't want to disturb this innocent girl. Jiang Yanshu tapped the steering wheel slowly with his fingertips. Lin Ren stood up straight, looked around, and walked out, holding back his words. Jiang Yanshu, if you announce it, you will lose a large number of fans. Jiang Yanshu smiled indifferently. There is no need for them to be fans of a person who doesn't take responsibility. Lin Ren's mind suddenly became clear, and the road of life seemed to be wider. Okay, if you don't make it public, then this matter will be difficult to handle, but if you are willing to take responsibility, then this matter will be very simple. Just take the responsibility for the online explosion. Don't appear in the public eye during this period. Delete all the Weibo posts. I will take care of it for you. Jiang Yanshu picked out Ji Yushichen's favorite music and played it. No, I can't delete it now. I'm about to take over the Jiang family's company. We will slowly withdraw from the public eye. Lin Ren, you are my brother, do you understand what I mean? Lin Ren was confused at first, but then he was extremely surprised and nodded repeatedly. I understand. This is about moving towards a higher level. Get ready. I'm going to shoot a video with my child now and send it out half an hour after the press conference. Jiang Yanshu adjusted the cuffs of his suit. The public relations department of Xinguang building was still busy. Lin Ren pushed open the door and announced calmly, Brothers, our CEO Jiang is responsible. He is going to hold a press conference to announce that he already has a child. Everyone's eyes widened. The girl who gave Lin Ren wolfberries said slowly, if this happens, many fans will turn against us. Lin Ren waved his hand. Nowadays, everyone is used to seeing public figures evading questions. Now that President Jiang has made the announcement, the worst result will be the loss of some extreme fans. I don't think the situation will be that bad. However, Ji Yushichen's car drove towards the suburbs, an empty and deserted area. Zhu Huai laughed dryly twice. Boss Ji Yu, this place is a bit creepy. Ji Yushicheng looked at his watch and said, Go forward, turn right at the fork in the road, there is a house. The road became more and more desolate, and when Zhu Huai stopped, he felt a chill in his heart. He looked at the dilapidated single-family villa in front of him, and got goosebumps all over his body. Boss Ji Yu, this. Ji Yushicheng ignored his words, got out of the car and pushed open the creaking door. Wait for me downstairs. Don't come up unless I tell you to. I'll go directly to the room on the right on the third floor. Zhu Huai was startled, realizing that the matter was not simple, but it was too late to find anyone to help. This place was 30 kilometers away from the city center, and it would take 20 to 30 minutes to drive all the way here, and he would be chased by the traffic police. After much hesitation, he called Anya and asked her to prepare some manpower. Anya, it's me, Zhu Huai. I'm at, right. Don't alert the enemy. Make sure to control all the intersections to facilitate support. Okay, thank you. The wall paint in the villa had already peeled off, and the sound of Ji Yushichen's high heels echoed in the empty corridor, making her feel uneasy. The man under the window has a handsome face, but his eyes droop down and he looks a bit vicious. At first glance, he looks a bit like Yu Songnian and Yu Jinan. Ji Yusheng stood at the door and said, "Tell me what you know." Yu Sui put two fingers together and rubbed the dust on his fingertips. "If I say too much, you won't believe it. I will just say a little bit. If you believe it and think it is useful, then we can cooperate. Okay, Mr. Ji Yusheng adjusted the position of his watch and said, "Tell me about it." Yu Sui raised his finger and blew gently. "Your mother didn't fall down the stairs and get hit to death. This was premeditated." Ji Yusheng walked closer and said, "Go on." Ji Yusheng had been investigating for many years and had a general understanding of these things, but she had no way of collecting all the evidence from that year. At that time, she knew that this was definitely not something Wen Sang and Xu Qing could do. Now that someone was sent to her, she naturally had to make the best use of him to deceive him. Yu Sui smiled slyly. "Boss Ji Yu, you know that the jackals around you are all in sheep's clothing that is gentle and harmless. He even helped you when you were in trouble." The spearhead was directed at the Jiang and Yu families. Ji Yusheng deliberately turned cold and said, "Yu Sui, you'd better have a cooperative attitude. Yu Songnian, he is the wolf." The expression on Yu Sui's face suddenly became ferocious. Ji Yusheng glanced at his watch. "Where's the evidence? Just because you accuse me with all your strength, I have to believe it." Yu Sui sneered, "No. The old fox is very cautious. I didn't find any evidence. But I have their conversation." Yu Suizong took out a recorder from his suit pocket. Yu Songnian's voice rang out, "You have to remember your purpose. Marrying her is not the ultimate goal. Letting her give up her career and return to her family is the ultimate goal. Isn't it just about annexing the Jiyu family? Why do you have to make it sound so disgusting?" After Yu Jinan's sarcastic words fell, Ji Yusheng's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes inevitably darkened. Yu Sui put the pen on the table and pushed it to her. "Is this enough? Mr. Ji Yu can take it and test it casually, it can't be fake." Ji Yusheng took the recorder and said, "Wait for my notification, and then we can discuss the detailed plan." "Okay." Yu Sui licked his lips as he looked at her back. She remained calm in the face of adversity. It was really interesting. Chapter 8. Jiang Yanshu is not good enough. Mr. Ji Yu. Zhu Huai was guarding the door, every cell in his body on alert. Ji Yusheng nodded coldly. "Let's go to the Municipal Bureau's criminal police team first." Zhu Huai nodded as he called Anya. The dust raised by the Maybach choked people, but Yu Sui seemed to like the smell. He closed his eyes and sniffed it with great enjoyment. Raising a tiger is a disaster. When the wolf cub grows up, it will bite back. Ding. The piercing sound of WeChat brought Ji Yusheng back to his senses briefly. A stranger named Wo Jianchen Tu sent a video. In the video, she and Jiang Yanshu were playing with their children in the suburbs. Wo Jianchen Tu, this video has gone viral on the internet. I didn't put you on it. Mr. Ji Yu, do you want to buy it? Ji Yusheng clicked on the Weibo that she hadn't used for 100 years, and the three big words Jiang Yanshu on the search bar gave her a headache. I could only call Jiang Yanshu, who answered the phone almost immediately. "You know." Ji Yusheng said softly, how are you going to deal with this?" Jiang Yanshu was also unsure. He was afraid that Ji Yusheng would reject the proposal. She didn't like to leave hidden dangers. "Publicizing my situation will not implicate you. I have found the publisher of the video and I am negotiating the price. I will buy it." "Don't buy it, I received it too." Ji Yusheng interrupted him. "I'm at the municipal bureau and I'm going to call the police." Jiang Yanshu was shocked. Call the police." Ji Yusheng said calmly. "What else? Bring people to beat them up." Jiang Yanshu didn't know what to say when he thought about her taking people to the Wen family. However, his silence made Ji Yusheng laugh quietly. Ji Yusheng seemed to know what he was thinking. "Jiang Yanshu, I went to visit them last time. What are you thinking about?" Jiang Yanshu replied against his will. "I know, I was just thinking, you are different from the domineering CEO in the novel." Ji Yusheng. The domineering bosses in novels don't need the police. Jiang Yanshu added in a low voice. Ji Yusheng, no need for the police. Ji Yusheng was surprised at his strange idea. Maybe it's a novel. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Of course I'll call the police if I see a bad guy. Jiang Yanshu thought Ji Yusheng was joking, but her tone was so sincere that he was confused for a moment and could only say dryly, "Oh." After hanging up the phone, Ji Yusheng lowered her brows, smiled slightly, and shook her head. Her husband had a kind of naive beauty. His fingertips suddenly touched the recorder in his pocket. The smile on Ji Yusheng's face slowly faded. He raised his head and ran straight to office for 25. "Deputy Lin, I got a recorder. Can you help me identify it?" Deputy Lin was sitting behind his desk. Hearing this, he pushed up his reading glasses and said, "How did you get it?" Nan, I know you are anxious, but some things cannot be used as evidence." Ji Yusheng placed the recorder on his desk and lowered his eyes slightly. "Deputy Lin, I know the problem now is that I don't even have the opportunity to collect evidence. I have no direction. Those people cleaned up the matter too cleanly." Deputy Lin met her gaze and saw a look of scrutiny in her eyes. He took off his heavy black square glasses and said, "I know that the 707 case is not only a thorn in your side, but also ours. I am very grateful to you for always trusting the police for so many years." Ji Yusheng smiled, weakened his momentum, and brought the topic back. "Deputy Lin, I can't do this appraisal." "I'll do it." Deputy Lin put on his glasses. Ji Yusheng nodded, "Thank you for your help, Vice Lin." Deputy Lin looked at her back and put on his glasses again, then casually pressed the play button on the recorder. After listening, he sighed and leaned back in his chair. Jiang Yanshu was carrying the file upstairs when they met her. Before Jiang Yanshu could put on a fake smile, Ji Yusheng pulled out the video on his mobile phone and held it in front of Jiang Yanshu. Jiang Yanshu was confused after reading it. "What are you doing?" Ji Yusheng stepped aside to make way, with a faint smile in his tone. "This video was posted online. Yanshu is in a state of panic now, but the person who posted the video cut off my face. However, he sent the video to us to extort money." Jiang Yanshu immediately stopped the police officer who was going upstairs and said, "Send the report to Deputy Lin." "Mr. Jiu, this way please. I'll take you to the Economic Investigation Bureau." "Thank you." Ji Yusheng casually sent Jiang Yanshu a relieved emoticon. There were more media outlets under the Starlight building than when Jiang Yanshu received the award. Jiang Yanshu curled his lips and was in a pretty good mood. Ji Yusheng did not stop him from making it public and even sent an emoticon. Although he had sent that emoticon package to Ji Yusheng before, when he was happy, nothing could stop him. The car door was blocked. Jiang Yanshu looked at the crowd of entertainment media with an expressionless face, but he got out of the car and rushed in, trying to make a way for himself. "Mr. Jiang, there are rumors online that you are married and have children. Why don't you explain this to your fans?" "Mr. Jiang, there are rumors that you and Ms. Pei Yin are together. Is this true? Please answer." "Mr. Jiang, there are rumors online that you and Mr. Foucault are homosexuals and have a son. Please explain." This question made Jiang Yanshu stop in his tracks. He sneered and took off his sunglasses. "Comrade reporter, Mr. Foucault and I are both men. How can we give birth?" "You give birth for me." The male reporter didn't expect him to answer. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Yanshu took the microphone from him and said, "We will hold a press conference at 3:30 p.m. You can ask questions then." After saying that, he muttered, "You're asking such a stupid question. You're always picking on others for fun." As he was talking, Lin Ren had already brought security to evacuate the people. Lin Ren's voice was so hoarse that it was smoking. "Don't block it. Make way. We won't answer any questions now." 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Press conference, meeting. His voice broke in the middle of his speech and Lin Ren could only squeeze forward while coughing. He found Jiang Yanshu who was surrounded and dragged him inside by his arm. Jiang Yanshu thoughtfully poured him a glass of water and said, "Thank you for your hard work. How are you now?" Lin Ren smiled bitterly, "It's really not optimistic. Your comment section and private messages have been flooded with countless haters, passers-by, and your fans are also furious." Jiang Yanshu nodded calmly, "I guessed it. Let's prepare. This press conference is very important. It's not just about my reputation, but also about the future direction of our company." Lin Ren crushed the paper cup and said, "Don't worry, I'm ready. As long as we start, we'll be safe." Jiang Yanshu had another thing on his mind. If I don't reveal my significant other, they will definitely keep searching for other female stars. I have to solve this problem as well. Lin Ren was a little puzzled. Yanshu, no, this is not necessary. Many of them are rushing to take advantage of your popularity. Why are you explaining? Jiang Yanshu said in a deep voice, they can take advantage of me, but I can't not express my feelings. I won't allow the person I like to get hurt. The internet is too advanced. That back view is enough for them to dox me. Lin Ren disagreed, Boss Jiu is not a pushover. You are in love and you only think she is lovable, but those of us who have done business with her don't think so. I'll answer the phone. Jiang Yanshu raised his hand to stop him from talking, picked up the phone and walked to the cubicle. Brother, what's wrong? Jiang Yanshu leaned on the table and watched the criminal investigation team locate the specific location of "I see dust." He cursed, you kid, have you grown wings? You actually thought of sending money to a scammer when you encountered him. You don't even know how to call the police. Jiang Yanshu was stunned. This? Aren't you a criminal police officer? Why are you still involved in this? Jiang Yanshu snorted coldly, what don't I care about? I also take care of the children. Brother, what's the situation now? Jiang Yanshu rationally avoided the question. Jiang Yanshu looked at the location and surveillance, it's useless. That person asked someone to help him post it. Other information cannot be disclosed. When Jiang Yanshu heard Lin Ren calling him, he hung up the phone. Boss Jiang, let's go. It's time for us to enter. Lin Ren handed him a bottle of water. I'm worried that something even more outrageous will happen. In front of the municipal bureau, Jiang Yanshu called out to Jiu Shicheng, don't you want to tell him about this? Jiu Shicheng turned around and said, Captain Jiang, you asked for leave before you woke up. People like a sober Captain Jiang. He and I have already divorced, so there is no such thing as making it public. It will not do him any good if it is made public. Jiang Yanshu raised his eyebrows and nodded. Merchants value profit, but his brother only cares about whether it will benefit this cold-hearted merchant. As soon as Jiu Shicheng got in the car, Jiang Yanshu's press conference began. Zhu Huai handed her his mobile phone considerately. Mr. Jiu, Mr. Jiang's press conference has begun. Jiu Shicheng originally wanted to say, what does this have to do with me? But the white shirt that Jiang Yanshu wore when he appeared caught her attention at once. He looked clean and tidy, just like when they first met. Jiang Yanshu like this is a little different from the pair of misty eyes in the morning. He is more attractive like this. Jiang Yanshu was a little annoyed by the glaring lights at the press conference. I won't say any polite words, let's get straight to the point. I'm married and have a child. My wife is not from the entertainment industry, so please don't disturb her. Lin Ren looked at the reporters' eager expressions and couldn't help feeling annoyed. These reporters and paparazzi were like flies. If you got involved with them, you would lose a layer of skin. The screen behind Jiang Yanshu suddenly showed a police station. I have called the police today to report all those who spread rumors, insulted me, and violated my rights as a citizen. I will use the law to protect my rights. The expressions on the reporters' faces froze. Then he reacted and cursed under his breath, fuck. Aren't you occupying too many public resources by doing this? A reporter immediately asked sharply. Jiang Yanshu rested his hands on the podium. My journalist friend, if what I did is considered as occupying public resources, then are you causing trouble to my life by following the news? What about taking photos without permission and illegally stalking me? The reporter was speechless and sat down angrily. Jiang Yanshu unbuttoned his sleeves and rolled them up slowly. Since everyone is here, I can't bear to leave you without any manuscripts to write. After all, making a living is not easy. The reporters' eyes were glinting, and there were only 2 words on their faces, speak up. Jiang Yanshu raised his left hand, and the silver light of the ring on his hand instantly aroused the reporter's curiosity. Jiang Yanshu adjusted the microphone and lowered his head slightly. It's not art that I love, it's her. I entered this circle for her, not art. Everyone at the scene held their breath. This was the first time Jiang Yanshu publicly revealed his feelings and original intentions. Everyone wanted to grasp the most information from his limited words. I'm not pure enough in art, but I think I'm sincere enough in love. Jiang Yanshu said, looking at the countless machines below. He knew Ji Yusheng would not hear this, but he really wanted to say it. Are you in love with each other very much? The reporter's question directly broke the atmosphere on the scene. Jiang Yanshu shook his head. No, I'm not good enough, she doesn't like me. Lin Ren, who was standing next to him, could already imagine the hot-selling entries on Weibo. Shocking news. Jiang Yanshu is not good enough. His wife divorced him after giving birth to a child. Jiang Yanshu continued, so another important thing I want to announce is that I will retire from the entertainment industry. Chapter 9. She was actually distressed. Now no reporter could sit still. They swarmed over and almost stuffed the microphone into the security guard's mouth. Boss Jiang, why did you quit the entertainment industry? Mr. Jiang, does your wife want you to be a househusband and return to the family? Boss Jiang, who usually takes care of your children? Mr. Jiang. Jiang Yanshu raised his hand. Please be patient. I will answer them one by one. Jiang Yanshu pushed up his decorative gold-rimmed half-frame glasses and said, I'm quitting the entertainment industry because I want to start taking over the company. It's not my wife's idea. None of us want to return to the family because our value is not in the family. After a pause, Jiang Yanshu continued, after returning to our family, we will not be able to find our own direction. We will not let each other choose between career and family. Jiang Yanshu stood up and said, I love her and I want her to love me, but I hope she can always be herself. Bar. Ji Yusheng turned off the screen quickly, and Jiang Yanshu's voice disappeared from her ears, but her earlobes were still bright red. Zhu Huai's heart was beating fast as he listened to those sweet words. He really deserved to be the movie emperor. Saying sweet words was really, very exciting and heart-stirring. It was no surprise that Mr. Jiu was taken down. Zhu Huai recalled the TV series he had watched recently and silently gave them a name in his mind: the domineering president and her little husband. The back seat was quiet, except for a slightly unstable atmosphere. Zhu Huai glanced at the rearview mirror and saw Ji Yusheng's eyes were a little red. Zhu Huai once again sighed from the bottom of his heart that Mr. Jiang's confession was truly unprecedented. Being loved passionately and loyally is something everyone desires. Ji Yusheng was very lucky, she met her, but she didn't dare to accept it. Gu's mother's miserable condition was like a mental tug, pulling her nerves, like a slideshow playing in front of her eyes in a loop. Limbs crushed into pulp and eyeballs rolling on the road, sticky blood and the sickening smell of dust flooded her mind. Zhu Huai watched the blush on her face fade away and turn abnormally pale. He hurriedly pulled over and said, Boss Jiu, what's wrong with you? Let's go to the city hospital now. No need. Ji Yusheng's voice sounded like it had been drowned. Zhu Huai glanced at her uncertainly. Mr. Jiu, you don't look well now. How about I tell Anya to ask her to ask the doctor to wait in your office? Ji Yusheng did not refute. He was silent for a while. When he heard Nya's voice, he slowly said, look for Xie Zhao. Zhu Huai hung up the phone, looked at her worriedly, unscrewed the water and handed it to her. Mr. Jiu, take a sip first. Ji Yusheng took it in silence and stared at the water in his hand. The water seemed to have changed color and became a frightening red. Zhu Huai felt that the way she looked at the water was a little creepy, and that something was wrong with her. He quickly took the water from her hand, started the car and prepared to leave, but was stopped by the traffic police. Illegal parking, fine of 200. Zhu Huai lowered the car window and took out his wallet. Police comrade, I'll pay the fine now, but my boss is sick, something is wrong, I need to take her to the hospital immediately. The traffic policeman turned his head and saw that his face was as pale as gold paper. He quickly gave him a ticket and let him go. 10 minutes later. In MS's president's office, Xie Zhao was playing with the goldfish. When he saw her sit down, he didn't say anything, but poured her a glass of water. After sitting for a while, Ji Yusheng said softly, I saw her again. Xie Zhao nodded. People trapped in the abyss will see the darkness of the abyss when they open their eyes. Ji Yusheng continued, I feel a little strange. I feel, I don't seem to be. I can't tell. Xie Zhao's eyes were bright. Don't you think you shouldn't live like this? It seems like there's nothing else in life except revenge, right? Ji Yusheng closed his eyes and leaned back on the sofa. But this is not right. Grandpa said that my goal is to avenge her. Xie Zhao avoided the topic. I want to know why you feel this way today. Ji Yushichen's eyes were empty. Jiang Yanshu. For a moment, I envied him so much. He had parents who loved him, brothers who protected him, and brothers who were sincere to him. I didn't want to look at him before, because he. The following words seemed difficult to say. Ji Yushicheng covered his forehead with the back of his hand. He is too good to be true. Every time I think of those dirty things, I want to destroy him. For 5 years, I restrained myself, and now. Xie Zhao, he probably wishes you would destroy him and fall with you. Xie Zhao looked at her and covered her eyes with his hands. You have me and Xie Ting. We are your backers. Ji Yushichen's eyelashes brushed against his palm. Xie Zhao thought about her frightening words. For a moment, he felt that God was unfair and always trapped people in alleys. But in the time when he couldn't reach her, she still slowly came out. Jiang Yanshu. He had to meet this person. You can't just have revenge. We agreed that fairness, justice, and truth should all be granted by the law. We can't interfere. Anya was waiting anxiously outside the door, and as soon as she saw Xie Zhao coming out, she immediately surrounded him. Xie Zhao looked back at the office. It was very sudden, but also very fortunate. She chose the light in the confrontation with herself, but this road is difficult. By the way, she mentioned Jiang Yanshu just now. It's no use. Anya shook her head sadly. It's been 5 years, and she hasn't been moved at all. Xie Zhao rubbed his fingers together. Not entirely. I think she seems to be a little different towards him. Anya spun the paper cup. It's definitely different. That's because of my identity. Xie Zhao saw it differently. Jiang Yanshu might not have meant much to her at first, but after a long time of getting along, he occupied a small corner of her. This was the difference. The clean paper cup turned over between his fingers. Xie Zhao wanted to give it a try, and tried his best to help her. Give me Jiang Yanshu's contact information. Anya shook her head. I didn't. Xie Zhao raised an eyebrow. No. Anya pulled up Lin Ren's WeChat and asked, is his agent's WeChat okay? Xie Zhao shook his head. Forget it. On the other side, the press conference was almost out of control. When the fans who were watching the live broadcast outside heard the news that Jiang Yanshu was going to quit the circle, they all lost their minds and rushed to the door and shouted at the top of their lungs. How about not leaving? Jiang Yanshu raised his eyes and looked at them. My dear friends, thank you for your company along the way. In the following time, I will accompany you in another way. The fans' eyes were red, and someone shouted, don't go, we will teach you how to chase your wife. The atmosphere at the scene immediately became heated, with everyone talking so loudly that it hurt people's ears. The reporters' microphones were squeezed out, and the security guards had to surround the main stage to prevent Jiang Yanshu from getting hurt. Jiang Yanshu was touched by their enthusiasm and bowed with a smile. Thank you everyone, Xinguang Building will continue to train Beidou for you, their talents will not be inferior to mine. Lin Ren responded at the right time, everyone calm down, we will not withdraw completely, and Yanshu's Weibo will only be about his daily life. The fans' emotions gradually calmed down, but they still couldn't avoid crying and sadness. Jiang Yanshu walked down the stage and bowed to them again, thank you. A man in a baseball cap who was mixed in with the fans turned around and squeezed out. Lin Ren was quick-eyed and immediately asked the security guards around him to chase him out. After taking care of the basic things, both of them collapsed on the sofa and didn't want to talk. Jiang Yanshu looked at Ji Yushichen's WeChat, and after hesitating for a long time, he still didn't send a message. Lin Ren put down his phone and said, brother, there was a suspicious person at the press conference. I asked someone to follow him, but he was lost. You have to be careful recently. Jiang Yanshu agreed, stared at his phone for a long time, and asked, are there any more novels? Lin Ren asked in confusion, are? He suddenly remembered the last time he teased Jiang Yanshu. No, did you really do it? Jiang Yanshu nodded, yes, it is quite useful. At least Ji Yushicheng has been paying a lot of attention to him recently. Lin Ren opened his mouth wide, really? Jiang Yanshu pointed at the last emoticon Ji Yushicheng sent, here, this is it. She never sent it before, she would just send me a word. Lin Ren was shocked. This emoticon package was too disrespectful to Shicheng. He quickly lowered his head and opened the novel software. I'll find it for you. Jiang Yanshu clicked on her circle of friends and found that there was an update. He immediately sat up straight and read it. A picture of the setting sun falling on the lake, with just 2 words accompanying it: waiting for someone. Jiang Yanshu flipped open the picture, took in every detail, determined the position, and sat down again before getting up. Lin Ren, take a look at my wife's circle of friends. Lin Ren's phone was blank. Friends only show the moments from the last 3 days. There's nothing there. What's wrong? Jiang Yanshu couldn't suppress his smile, and said with a smile in his heart, "It's okay, I'll go out for a while." Jiang Yanshu started the car and headed straight for Nanwen Lake. Ji Yushichen's back was level with the setting sun, looking extremely lonely, and Xie Zhao's words echoed in her ears. Jiang Yanshu is a very special person. He has never experienced suffering since his birth. I think he is a very good person who can help you. Give him your emotions. Shicheng, give it to him and you will feel relieved. He will not blame you, he will only feel that you love him. Ji Yushichen lowered her head and sneered softly. When Xie Zhao said this, she actually felt distressed. She was afraid that Jiang Yanshu would become a smooth talker and no longer innocent. She reached out to grab the railing. Why should she worry? They were divorced. She had almost paid off the Jiang family's kindness. She had not treated Jiang Yanshu badly over the years. Why should she worry? Jiang Yanshu stood behind her, his palms sweating with nervousness. After reading so many novels and TV dramas, he knew that when Ji Yushichen asked him to come here, there would only be 2 possibilities for what he was going to say, either good or bad. Jiang Yanshu opened his mouth several times and finally spoke, "Zhao Zhao." Ji Yushichen turned around, and the same gold wire half-frame glasses as Jiang Yanshu were reflected in the setting sun. Ji Yushichen opened the car door and took out the document. Sign. Divorce property transfer agreement. Jiang Yanshu's eyes suddenly turned red. Why? Why do you have to be so clear? You always use money to draw a line between you and others. Ji Yushichen avoided his gaze and said calmly, "Sign." Jiang Yanshu slapped the agreement on the front of the car and clasped her shoulders with both hands. Ji Yushichen, have you ever seen a divorced couple sleeping together? Have you ever seen a divorced couple thinking about each other in every possible way? Ji Yushichen looked at the agreement on the front of the car and said, "I don't know. So we need to make it clear. You have been taking care of the child for so many years, and it's hard." Shut up. It was the first time that Jiang Yanshu used such a harsh tone. Ji Yushichen was a little at a loss. After he came to his senses, he wanted to push him away, but Jiang Yanshu's eyes were glaringly red. Ji Yushichen considered his words carefully and said, "Listen to me first. I am an adult first. I know what my current behavior represents, and I also know what our previous behavior meant." Jiang Yanshu hugged her tentatively. "Yes, you know everything. You are not ignorant. You know what we are doing and you understand my purpose. So what about now? Why?" Ji Yushichen's mind flashed back to the bright red blood and the ruler in the study. "Jiang Yanshu, I'm done. Let's talk about other things, okay? I still have a lot of things to do." Chapter 10. If you call the police, I will accuse you of PUA me. The best way Ji Yushichen protects a person is, I know you are clean and pure, so I don't want you to be contaminated. Jiang Yanshu had a hunch that something was wrong, and that he shouldn't be involved in anything. Ji Yushichen, be honest and don't lie to me. What are you going to do? Ji Yushichen leaned on the railing and said, "Sign." Jiang Yanshu. Jiang Yanshu approached her and put his arms around her. "If you don't sign, I will follow you. Don't expect to call the police. If you do, I will accuse you of PUA. Ji Yushichen." Ji Yushichen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I promised Grandpa that I would find out everything about my mother, so I have to do that first. How does this conflict with my pursuit of you?" Jiang Yanshu reached out and took off her glasses. Without the glasses as a barrier, Ji Yushichen was stunned for a moment. I. Jiang Yanshu tilted his head and looked at her. "Have you watched idol dramas recently?" Ji Yushichen touched the watch strap on his wrist and said, "No, my doctor said, I seem to." Ji Yushichen found that she couldn't describe the feeling. When Jiang Yanshu was by her side, she never seemed to think about those deep past events. Jiang Yanshu lowered his head and touched his forehead with hers. "Zhao Zhao. Am I moving too fast? You can't accept it all at once. Tell me, I'll slow down." 5 years have passed. Now I'm not afraid. Time erodes him, and he fights against time. Ji Yusheng raised his hand and held his wrist. Let me think about it again. No one likes to show their scars to others. Ji Yusheng didn't quite understand her current situation. If Xie Zhao were here, he would definitely be able to explain it to her. Let me make a call. Ji Yusheng took out his cell phone and walked to the side. Jiang Yanshu watched her make a call and walked to the back of the car to listen. Xie Zhao, who was painting at home, pondered for a while after listening to her retelling, then put down his pen and said, Shicheng, what do you want to do in the future? Let's put aside the hatred that has been placed on you. Ji Yusheng was silent for a while, then she spoke with difficulty, I don't know. After saying that, she turned around and looked at Jiang Yanshu. She had no dreams, no future. Her life existed for revenge, and she would do it at any cost. Grandpa didn't consider her at all. He just wanted to avenge his beloved daughter, even at the cost of dying together. The revenge is over, but she is still alive. What will she do in the future? Jiang Ran is not close to her, and friends. Xie Zhaoxie listens. Jiang Yanshu, she seemed unable to accept fanatical love, because love means destruction in her world. She can pretend to be nice, but when it comes to true feelings, she wants to back off, even if that person is her husband. Jiang Yanshu kept looking at her. His gentle gaze made people nostalgic. Xie Zhao probably guessed the situation on her side. Shicheng, you and Xie Ting are both my sisters. I want you to live a good life. As for Jiang Yanshu, I have never considered him. I just want to use him. Ji Yusheng turned around and walked a little further away. Jiang Yanshu's eyes suddenly sank and he raised his hand to make a phone call. Ji Yusheng breathed a sigh of relief. Xie Zhao, I was dragged in by someone, and now you drag others in, isn't this, the victim becoming the perpetrator? I want to be redeemed that way, I want him to be clean, and when I have resolved those things, he can truly soothe my heart. If I love him. Xie Zhao on the other end of the phone fell silent. He could be straightforward when facing a patient, but this was his sister and there was a limit to what he could do. When a psychologist had personal feelings, his approach lost its direction. Xie Zhao hung up the phone in silence. Ji Yusheng took a deep breath. Being emotional was not a good thing. She needed to calm down. Jiang Yanshu just stood at the front of the car, as if he had never moved. Of course I miss you. Jiang Yanshu spoke first, and Ji Yusheng choked. The two of them fell silent at the same time, looking at the sparkling lake. After a long while, Ji Yusheng picked up the agreement again and said, sign it. Jiang Yanshu handed her the phone and said, I didn't hang up. Tell Ran that you don't want us anymore, and I'll sign. There were some rustling sounds around Jiang Ran, and he called Ji Yusheng in a baby voice, Mom, come home and eat. Ji Yusheng's heart ached, he snatched the phone and hung up. Jiang Yanshu, I think we have reached a consensus on not telling the child. At least before he has a basic understanding. Jiang Yanshu stared, as if the wind blowing like this could hold back his tears. He could no longer keep his composure, his thoughts were in a mess. He only knew one thing now, that Ji Yusheng wanted to draw a clear line between them. Jiang Yanshu pulled the corners of his mouth hard. He remembered that Ji Yusheng said that people who cried were not good looking. Ji Yusheng, let's talk about it again. Ji Yusheng did not continue to tangle with him, and refused coldly, no need, I'll leave the document to you, and send it to me after signing. Zhao. Jiang Yanshu tried to reach out and pull her, but he forgot that the thing that could make Ji Yusheng soften his heart was definitely not her current appearance. Ji Yusheng frowned and avoided her. Jiang Yanshu, it's you who wants a divorce, and it's you who's in this state now. I don't think you should be like this. Jiang Yang's emotions were surging, and Ji Yusheng couldn't bear to watch the beginning of the high-definition video. Jiang Yanshu felt like there was a hedgehog rolling in his heart, and blood was slowly flowing down. Ji Yusheng quickly got into the car and left. When she arrived downstairs of MS, she covered her head and sighed. When she was in control of Jiang Yanshu's emotions, her own emotions would also be affected. She had long realized that Jiang Yanshu was different from others, but recently she had been indulging him again and again. Just as he was about to get off the bus, his phone rang again. It was Ms. Cheng. Ji Yusheng took 2 seconds to answer the call. Ms. Cheng. Ms. Cheng's voice was a little cautious as she asked softly, "Shicheng, will you and Yangshu come back for dinner tonight?" If you ignore her weird tone, it's pretty normal. Ji Shicheng put his fingers on the steering wheel and said, "If you want to take it back, let Mrs. Zhang make a dish of shrimp." After Ms. Cheng hung up the phone, she hugged Jiang Ran and sighed. In the car, Ji Shicheng turned the key and suddenly felt something strange. Something was wrong. What did Jiang Yanshu's safety have to do with her? He came close to her more than once. Why did she insist on letting him go this time? Why? Her eyes fell on the phone. Xie Zhao. Xie Zhao actually gave her a psychological hint. She slowly put her forehead against the steering wheel and a bitter smile appeared on her face. If Xie Zhao could do this, then there was really no other way. She rolled down the car window and took out a pack of Suyen agarwood from the small cabinet. She lit it but did not smoke it. It was as if she was holding it for a social occasion, waiting for it to burn slowly. The car behind caught up and stopped behind her. Ji Shicheng glanced at the rearview mirror. "Sorry, I signed it." Jiang Yanshu bent down and looked at Ji Shicheng in the car. His eyes were sincere and the red at the corners of his eyes were connected into one. Ji Shicheng felt as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat, and he put out the cigarette. "Come up, I'll take you back." Jiang Yanshu's voice was damp, and he was almost suffocated by the stuffiness in the mask. He walked around to the other side, opened the car door and got in. "You're in a bad mood today. Did something happen?" The first sentence Jiang Yanshu said was not a question, but concern. Ji Shicheng's heart softened and he felt like a real jerk. She pursed her lips into a straight line and said nothing. The car had already arrived outside Shuangshu Huating, and Jiang Yanshu thought she would not speak again. Ji Shicheng spoke again. "I'm sorry, I lost my temper today, I will give you another." "What do you think I'm missing?" Jiang Yanshu took off his mask. His whole face was red, and the tears in the corners of his eyes had not yet dried. Ji Shicheng was speechless. "Sorry." Jiang Yanshu blinked his eyes, and lowered his head aggrievedly, imitating the description in the book. "Zhao Zhao, did I disturb you?" Ji Shicheng sighed and rubbed the back of his neck with his hand. There was an indescribable melancholy in his tone. "You really didn't even know you were bought by someone." Jiang Yanshu listened to her slightly softened tone and was secretly delighted. As expected, she is soft-hearted and does not respond to harshness. Very good. From now on, my personality will be a pure white lotus plus an innocent green tea. Jiang Yanshu pretended to be about to cry. "You want to sell me?" "Me? TSK, Mr. Jiu is rich, there's no need for you to sell your beauty." Jiu Shicheng relaxed a little after hearing his words and rubbed the back of his neck again. "Mr. Jiu is rich, so is Mr. Jiu willing to buy me?" Jiang Yanshu's words made the ambiguity grow wildly, but the purity in his eyes became stronger. The corners of Ji Shicheng's eyebrows moved unconsciously, and the corners of his eyes became hot. Jiang Yanshu slowly replied, "President Jiang will cook for you. You like the shrimp, lotus root, and corn I cook." His gaze slowly moved across Ji Shicheng's face and finally fell into her eyes. Ji Shicheng's inexplicable emotions were running wildly in her heart, climbing up her spine, and her fingertips were trembling slightly. Jiang Yanshu turned sideways and placed his fingertips on the small platform in front of the co-pilot. The touch and separation of his fingertips made people feel itchy. Ji Shicheng looked away, his voice a little hoarse. "I can't afford it." Jiang Yanshu took his hand back, twisted the paper of the agreement, and turned to the last page. "I voluntarily give Mr. Jiang Yanshu 30 million yuan every year as child support until Jiang Ran turns 18. Mr. Jiu, this money is not enough." Ji Shicheng glanced at him quickly and said softly, "Not enough. The Jiang family's treasure should be priceless. Pack it up and we'll go upstairs to eat." Jiang Yanshu silently repeated the 4 words, "priceless treasure," in his heart, and didn't know what to say for a moment. In his eyes, Ji Shicheng was rational, so rational that she was cold, but what she said always sounded provocative. Will she, who is pure white with flying snow on the mountaintops of the northern frontier, be attached to the flowers in the south of the Yangtze River? Will their migratory birds, carrying sand in their mouths, circle under the eaves to the sound of the zither? Jiang Yanshu's hand, which was about to push the car door, fell without a trace, and the 3 words, "Yu Jinan," appeared on Ji Shicheng's mobile phone screen. Ji Shicheng frowned slightly. "Jinan, what's the matter?" Shicheng, I'm on Xianglin Road, I'm lost. Jiang Yanshu couldn't help but roll his eyes. If Yu Jinan had done this in the past, he would have been worried, but now he didn't take it to heart. What did you say? Ji Yushichen's fingers holding the phone were slightly bent, and his tone changed slightly, like dry soil. Jiang Yanshu's face changed slightly. What did Xianglin Road represent? Why did Ji Yushicheng speak in such a tone? I'm on Xianglin Road, I'm lost, Jiang Yanshu wanted to hang up the phone, but Ji Yushicheng hung up before him and said to the other party, "You'd better be busy." Without asking for his opinion, he started the car and rushed out. The sound of the engine stunned everyone in the villa. Xianglin Road sounds as gentle as the south of the Yangtze River, but in fact it is a shabby road with old houses and messy alleys. If you are not careful, you will be followed by stray cats. Ji Yushicheng unbuckled his seat belt and said something that left no room for debate: "Don't go in." Jiang Yanshu did not refute her. He just searched on Baidu and found that Xianglin Road was the scene of the 707 case and the place where Guam Shicheng's mother had the accident. Nothing he said now would work. Not to mention the pure Bai Lian, even Deji couldn't stop her. Besides, he doesn't mean that much to Ji Yushicheng. But Ji Yushicheng took out a dagger from behind the driver's seat. Jiang Yanshu was so scared that she grabbed her and threw everything else out of her mind. Ji Yushicheng, what are you going to do? Ji Yushicheng stared at him, anger showing in the corners of his narrow eyes. It's obvious that he pissed me off. Chapter 11. Am I really circling him? Jiang Yanshu snatched the dagger and said, "No, Zhao Zhao, you can't do this. He is Yu Songnian's son. Yu Songnian values bloodline. If he does something, all your business with the Yu family will be ruined." "Okay, I won't take it. I'll just go meet him." Ji Yushichen's fake smile was not convincing. Jiang Yanshu followed her without further ado, pretending to be a gangster. "I'm following you because I'm afraid the 30 million I got will be gone." Ji Yushicheng walked forward, went around 7 or 8 intersections, and finally stopped in front of a dilapidated courtyard. Ji Yushicheng raised his hand to push the door open, and Yu Jinan's dejected look caught the eyes of both of them. The last ray of sunset fell on his hair, making him look just like the boy who sat here many years ago. "What do you want to say?" Ji Yushicheng stood outside the door and didn't want to go in. Jiang Yanshu didn't go up the stairs, but stood below and watched the people coming and going. Yu Jinan looked up. "Shicheng, when I was sitting here, I was thinking, if I hadn't left, then the person next to you would be me." Ji Yushicheng shook his head. "You can tell me what difficulties you have encountered, but it is not right for you to use our previous friendship to make a scene." Yu Jinan closed his eyes, feeling very uncomfortable. To him, Ji Yushicheng was just a sister. Which brother would have improper thoughts about his own sister? Not to mention others, he himself felt disgusted. But Yu Songnian's words still echoed in my ears. "Mother and Ji Yushicheng, who do you choose?" "Mother." Looking at Ji Yushicheng in front of him, he had thought about cooperating, but Yu Songnian's words cut off all his thoughts. Yu Jinan had goosebumps all over his body and said affectionately, "Shicheng, every time I come here, I will think of the first time we met. At that time, we..." "Yu Jinan." Ji Yushicheng interrupted him, "You are not suitable for sentimental dramas." Yu Jinan's slightly opened mouth slowly closed. I have no chance at all." Ji Yushicheng thought about the recording, and her eyes softened a little. "Yes, we have cooperated." Yu Jinan's eyelids twitched twice at the double meaning of the word. "Cooperation." Ji Yushicheng stepped over the threshold and looked down at him. "Cooperation, we can cooperate and get what you want." Yu Jinan's teeth chattered. His lovely sister had grown into a dangerous creature that could show its fangs at any time. It seems his seemingly harmless and cowardly brother is more than meets the eye. And what kind of problems will his masked father set for him? Yu Jinan moved his stiff tongue with difficulty. "What are you talking about?" "Shicheng." Ji Yushicheng clamped his chin, bent down, and some hair fell by his ears. "Brother, this is wrong. We should cooperate, just like I came here without getting angry today." Yu Jinan supported himself on the ground with both hands, and the fine sand and gravel scratched his palms. Yu Jinan's forehead was covered with sweat. "Shicheng, behind me is the morning hall. You have never taken action here." Ji Yushicheng let go of his chin and looked at the dilapidated wooden door. I came here today to tell you that I still owe you a favor. After I repay you, we will have severed our past relationship. What Yu Jinan can still hold on to now is that favor. If he loses this favor, doesn't he know what he will mean to Ji Yu Shicheng? What he did when he came back had already made her unhappy, so her next plan might have to be put on hold. Shicheng, you don't believe that I love you? Then I will prove it to you. Yu Jinan stood up and said confidently. But Ji Yu Shicheng was used to Jiang Yanshu's eyes, and now he found Shang Yu Jinan's eyes boring. In that case, I wish you good luck. Ji Yu Shicheng smiled with an ambiguous tone. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. Yu Songnian and Yu Sui are both tough to deal with. She brought out the topic directly, but it was not to clear up the confusion for him, but to add more fog. It was possible that these two people had contact with Ji Yu Shicheng, and he was a person whose sore spot was found, so his suspicion would only increase. Jiang Yanshu, stop reading and go. Ji Yu Shicheng walked down the stairs and woke the two people up with just one sentence. Oh, okay. Jiang Yanshu looked back at the high threshold and followed Ji Yu Shicheng. Yu Jinan's face turned pale. He was still with her even after the divorce. Could it be that they remarried? Then he was the mistress again. Zhao Zhao, you and Yu Jinan are not the same as the rumors say. Jiang Yanshu returned the dagger to her. Ji Yu Shicheng put the dagger back and said, I'm not blind. I understand what the Yu family wants to do. Jiang Yanshu was confused. What do they want to do? Ji Yu Shicheng. Did the Jiang family raise a naive kid? Yu Jinan seems to love her very much. Does Yu Songnian seem like someone who would approve of Yu Jinan's pursuit of love? Jiang Yanshu's face flushed slightly. He has ulterior motives. Jiang Yanshu's hand on the seat slowly tightened. He was unsure of his judgment. Ji Yu Shicheng's eyes were filled with gloom, and he said evasively, I have encountered difficulties over the years, and the Yu family would help me later, but these difficulties were very small. They just extended a hand, and then I owed them a favor. Jiang Yanshu slowly relaxed his waist. So you brought a knife today? I'm just checking on Yu Jinan's situation. Ji Yu Shicheng fastened his seat belt. What do you think of him? Jiang Yanshu said without hesitation, good acting. Ji Yu Shicheng sneered, I know. Don't stay with me recently. I'm in a bit of danger recently. Jiang Yanshu's heart tightened and he was about to speak, but Ji Yu Shicheng waved his hand. I won't commit any crime, I just want to scare them. Judging from the current situation, the contents of the recording are mostly true, and Deputy Lin's subsequent actions will be even greater evidence. Jiang Yanshu opened WeChat and then exited it. He hadn't typed a single word until he reached Shuangshu Huating. Ji Yu Shicheng stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Wake up, we're home. Jiang Yanshu's eyes followed her finger, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. I feel that I have been by your side for so many years, and I know you well enough, but I cannot enter your life. I am just accompanying you, not participating. Ji Yu Shicheng unbuckled her seat belt and didn't say anything, because no roses could grow in her barren life. Anyone who wanted to enter her life was isolated by an invisible film. She didn't know what to say and could only remain silent. Jiang Yanshu smiled bitterly. I don't mean to blame you. I just wanted to do it, so I have to admit defeat. But I'm not willing to accept it. Ji Yu Shicheng's breathing gradually became rapid. She was extremely resistant to these external emotions. Those stress reactions had been engraved into her bones by her grandfather. She existed to avenge her mother. It took Xie Zhao a lot of effort to change Ji Yu Shicheng's mindset and make her use legitimate means. Everyone wants to take a gamble on the future. Just like Xie Zhao said, be more romantic, love may be able to redeem those who are in the abyss. Jiang Yanshu knew that Ji Yu Shicheng was not someone who could be easily changed, so he just stopped at that point, went down, opened the car door, and helped her out in a gentlemanly manner. Frost preface Huerting has been much more lively recently. In order to create an atmosphere for Jiang Yanshu to pursue his wife, Ms. Cheng gathered the whole family together for dinner for several days in a row. Jiang Ran is the best reason. Fenyuan's face looked like a milk ball. She waved her arms around the house, calling out Mom and Dad from time to time. The more Miss Cheng listened, the sadder she felt. Poor child. The more she looked at him, the more she loved him, and she followed behind him to comfort him. Father Jiang shook his head and continued reading his newspaper. The door opened with a click, and Jiang ran over with his short legs. "Mom, Dad." Ji Yusheng bent down and hugged him. "Ran, be good." Jiang Yanshu took the child and said, "You go and have a rest, I'll do it." Jiang Ran opened his big, confused eyes and said, "Mom." Ji Yusheng sniffed the milky scent on him and said, "Forget it, I'll hold you for a while, you go and rest first." Jiang Yanshu lowered his hands and carefully observed the expression on her face. He found that the corners of her eyes were slightly raised. She liked Jiang Ran. Jiang Yanshu looked at his son again. He was cute, ignorant, and innocent. TSK. After more than 10 years, Ji Yusheng's taste was still the same. Ms. Cheng came over and elbowed him. "What did you think of? You're laughing so pervertedly." Jiang Yanshu gave Ms. Cheng an innocent smile. "Mom, look at me." "Ms. Cheng." Ms. Cheng slapped him on the shoulder. She was disgusted by her son's pretentious look and shouted through gritted teeth, "Take that expression away." Jiang Yanshu looked at Ji Yusheng and approached Ms. Cheng. "Mom, Zhao likes this." Ms. Cheng was silent and looked up again. She still felt it was an eyesore, but she really liked Ji Yusheng. She looked up at Jiang Yanshu's expression again, and still couldn't bear to look at it. Like a little girl who wants to speak but hesitates, pure, cute and naive. But Shicheng likes it. Forget it, just endure it. Jiang Yanshu walked up to Ji Yusheng, put his hands on Ji Yusheng's legs, circled Jiang Ran in the middle, and looked at Ji Yusheng with his most tender affection in his eyes. Ji Yusheng suddenly felt her throat a little dry. This man who looked up to her like a believer made her want to give him a kiss. Jiang Yanshu's phoenix eyes were slightly raised, with red at the ends, and his long eyelashes cast some shadows. He imitated the most popular bass nowadays. "Zhao, do you know how to play with him?" The bass exploded in her ears. She had never heard such a bewitching voice as Jiang Yanshu's. It was like a beautiful vixen hiding behind a tree in the forest, with her big tail exposed, tempting people. Jiang Yanshu watched her eyes drift away, then fall back, and finally lower his eyelids and stare at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran was playing with her fingers, but Ji Yusheng could clearly feel that there were ripples in her heart, and the resistance seemed to be less. Jiang Yanshu's hand on her side was like a burning iron, forcing her to step back. "You don't have to hold her, I'll watch her, Ran won't fall." Ji Yusheng spoke, feeling his breath was burning hot, and he dared not look Jiang Yanshu in the face. Jiang Yanshu almost lost the expression on his face. He glanced at Jiang Ran, who was not even as high as his chin, and continued to use his bass voice to seduce Ji Yusheng. "Zhao, am I really encircling him?" A fire suddenly started burning in Ji Yusheng's mind, making her a little confused and unable to tell where she was. She didn't even know that their relationship began to change at that moment, becoming what it is now, so detached and touching, with an inexplicable itch. Jiang Ran turned around, held Jiang Yanshu's face, and asked in a baby voice, "Dad, are you sick?" Jiang Yanshu. Jiang Yanshu was tired. One by one, they all came to ruin the atmosphere, but Jiang Ran's eyebrows and eyes were 70% similar to Ji Yusheng, and he didn't have a temper at all. He leaned over and rubbed his face against Ran's. "Dad is not sick. He is just saying that he likes Mom." Jiang Ran turned around and looked at Ji Yusheng with Jiang Yanshu. "I like you, Mom." One big and one small, their eyes were equally sincere and warm, and they looked at her with anticipation. Ji Yusheng bent down and hugged them. "Mom likes you too." Ji Yusheng suddenly understood why Jiang Ran still called her Mom every time she saw them, even though she didn't spend much time with her. This was all thanks to Jiang Yanshu. He always put her first, so she never felt excluded in the Jiang family. Chapter 12. Aren't you waiting for me to unbuckle you? It had been raining in Jiangcheng for several days, and the roads were slippery and congested. Ji Yusheng simply let his employees go home half an hour earlier and sat in the office watching the bustling streets. "Mr. Ji, Vice President Lin invites you to the Four Seasons Tea House." Nya came in from outside, her voice heavy, which did not match her beautiful appearance. Ji Yusheng turned back to his chair and crossed his fingers over his chest. "Does he have any dealings with the Yu family?" Nya looked embarrassed. It should be considered a business contact. The Yu family had some disputes with Chen Fei recently in business, and the police intervened. "I understand." Ji Yusheng took out a brooch from the drawer, pinned it on the collar of his suit, and adjusted the buttons of his shirt. Anya folded up her sleeves, revealing her fair wrists, and the watch of unknown brand reflected a faint light. The two walked in silence all their way to the entrance of Four Seasons Tea House. Just as they reached the center of the yard, the WeChat in their pockets rang. Ji Yusheng looked at the WeChat message that popped up with a slightly cold expression, but he did not look up to see it. Deputy Lin, room on the right-hand side of the second floor, don't let your assistant in. Ji Yusheng did not stop until he reached the door and told Anya to look at her straight, straightening her collar with his hand. Wait for me outside. Jiang Yanshu came down from upstairs wearing a mask. The moment he saw Ji Yusheng, his eyes lit up and he nodded restrainedly, Mr. Ji Yu. Ji Yusheng's heartbeat slowed down. Jiang Yanshu was wearing a well-tailored earth-tone suit with a tie of the same color. He looked casual yet intimidating. She seemed to have never seen him in a suit before. Ji Yusheng swallowed his saliva gently. Jiang Yanshu was a bit disturbing. Boss Jiang. A woman came down the stairs behind Jiang Yanshu and walked naturally to Jiang Yanshu's side. Ji Yusheng's eyes dropped in an instant. Shen Yuntang stood on the left side of Jiang Yanshu, acting like Mrs. Jiang. She glanced at Ji Yusheng and asked Jiang Yanshu softly, Brother Yanshu, why don't you leave? Jiang Yanshu turned sideways as if to avoid suspicion. Boss Ji Yu, this is Miss Shen Yuntang, one of the Jiang family's partners. Ji Yusheng glanced at Shen Yuntang without leaving a trace. The Shen family had no business dealings with her, and she was too lazy to attend social events. She just nodded to Jiang Yanshu and said, I have something else to do. Let's talk another day. Jiang Yanshu's face instantly fell when he saw her walk into the room. He walked out with a sullen face. Shen Yuntang hurriedly caught up with him. Jiang Yanshu stopped in the corridor on the first floor and turned sideways to avoid Shen Yuntang from bumping into his back. Shen Yuntang was confused. Brother Yanshu, what's wrong with you? Jiang Yanshu circled his tongue around his teeth and tried hard to hold back his anger. He couldn't hurt others for no reason just because of his sensitivity. Jiang Yanshu took a deep breath and asked, Miss Shen, what was the posture you were holding just now? Shen Yuntang's face changed slightly, and he turned pale. Brother Yanshu, I don't understand. After hearing this, Jiang Yanshu had nothing to understand. They were just the same kind. He himself was a green tea. He could smell the slightest hint of tea from others. Jiang Yanshu put away the last bit of smile on his face and said, Miss Shen, the cooperation between the Shen and Jiang families does not rely on marriage. I am a married man. You may not have known this before, but now that you know, don't act like that and cause misunderstandings. Shen Yuntang almost lost her balance. She had never seen such a straightforward person before. Shouldn't he just take the benefits? Why is he still so determined? After being surprised, Shen Yuntang came back to his senses, his face flushed, his fingers tightly grasping the handle of his small handbag. Boss Jiang, you should be tactful when doing things. It is me, Shen Yuntang, who is cooperating with you, not that Boss Ji Yu. Ji Yusheng has never revealed the relationship between the two families to anyone else, and he will not go against Ji Yusheng's wishes, but that doesn't mean he won't protect Ji Yusheng. Jiang Yanshu heard her voice getting smaller and smaller, and his face flushed, so he tried to speak calmly. Ms. Shen, the Jiang family does not need a marriage alliance. My loyalty to my wife will not diminish just because she is not by my side. Shen Yuntang spoke in a low voice not because she lacked confidence, but because she remembered the hot search on Weibo that she had seen before. Jiang Yanshu divorced. You're already divorced. Shen Yuntang smiled slightly. These words were like a needle that pierced Jiang Yanshu's eyes. Jiang Yanshu gritted his teeth and said, I love my lover. I love her. Loyalty is the basis of courtship. Shen Yuntang lowered her head. She had never heard such firm and powerful words, such a resounding declaration. All these people were after her family background. They were all people trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful. Shen Yuntang looked up. The more he looked at Jiang Yanshu, the better he thought he was. He was handsome but not feminine, with the literary air of a scholarly family. He was gentle and charming, but he already had a wife. Jiang Yanshu did not stay after he finished speaking. He knew very well that if he continued to speak, it would mean that the other party was giving him a chance. Shen Yuntang looked at his back, slowly exhaled, took out his phone and dialed a number. Go check the video of Jiang Yanshu taking care of the child. I want to know who that woman is. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Second floor. Ji Yusheng pushed open the door. In the dim room, there was only a dim yellow lamp hanging on the wall, which looked a bit like the kerosene lamps from the 1980s. Deputy Lin held a cigarette between his fingers and blew smoke rings from his mouth. In the narrow room, the stuffy and choking smell rushed straight into Ji Yusheng's lungs. Ji Yusheng pulled out a chair and sat down. Are there any results? Deputy Lin. Her gaze was deliberately weakened, without any sharpness. Deputy Lin seemed to have something to hide. After she asked the question, he didn't respond for a long time until the cigarette was finished. Deputy Lin took another deep puff, threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out. When Deputy Lin spoke, there was a heavy smell of cigarette smoke in his voice, and every word he spoke was like a drumbeat, falling on Ji Yusheng's heart. The audio is the voice of Yu Songnian and his son, there is no synthesis. Ji Yusheng slowly exerted force on his waist and sat up straighter unconsciously. Anything else? Deputy Lin leaned forward and placed his hands on the table. Nan, this doesn't prove that the Yu family was involved in the 707 case. Ji Yusheng raised his hand and loosened his tie. Swallowing the Ji Yu family, is this also a sudden idea? Deputy Lin shook his head, with wrinkles on his forehead. There is no evidence to prove that he was involved in the 707 case. He wants to swallow up the Ji Yu family. Your mother is not the heir, so he has no reason to attack your mother. After he finished speaking, he felt that it was not convincing enough, so he added again, the Ji Yu family was at its peak at that time, and he had no chance. Moreover, he helped you when you were at your lowest point. Ji Yusheng didn't say anything. His gaze behind the lenses became deep, and the reflection of the gold wire frame was unpredictable. The two of them just became strangely quiet. The lamp hanging on the wall was still flickering, and the smell of smoke sank and landed on the sleeves of the two men. Deputy Lin reached for the enamel cup on the table and gulped down a mouthful of tea, moistening his dry throat. He patiently persuaded her, Nan, don't be so extreme. He has both merits and faults. Ji Yusheng took off his glasses and slowly wiped the lenses on his sleeves. Deputy Lin, isn't the content of this audio worth digging deeper? All the arguments that Deputy Lin had prepared were blocked. Nan, I am worried about you. These things should be handled by the police. Don't worry, I have already started investigating the activities of the Yu family when the 707 case occurred. Ji Yusheng put on her glasses. In the dim room, her eyes were particularly bright. Deputy Lin, I'm in trouble. Deputy Lin looked at her expression and guessed that she didn't believe him, so he could only sigh, Nan, I have been investigating for 20 years and I will not give up. The police will bring you the justice you want. Ji Yusheng looked at him and answered sincerely, Deputy Lin, I have also been waiting for 20 years. I believe in the police. Ding ding ding. Deputy Lin quickly swallowed back what he was about to say and took out his cell phone. Okay, I'll be there right away. As he left, Ji Yusheng whispered, Vice President Lin is always at the forefront. And YA came in and was about to open the window, but Ji Yusheng stopped her. I want to think about something, don't open the window. Anya responded, okay, I'll check if there are any cameras. Ji Yusheng's eyes were blank, fixed on the dark table. After checking their house, Anya stood quietly beside her, watching her tapping the table with her fingers. In the end, she had no method at all. The noise of her nails hitting the table was chaotic, indicating that she was in a state of confusion. Ji Yusheng leaned back and looked at the dark ceiling. I can't do it. Anya thought she was talking about Vice President Lin, and after a moment's thought, she answered, Vice President Lin was very concerned about the young lady's affairs before, it's not like. I'm talking about Jiang Yanshu. Ji Yusheng blurted out. After that, both people in the room fell silent, and Anya didn't know how to answer. From the time they got married to the time they divorced, she had only heard Ji Yusheng mention the name Jiang Yanshu 3 times. Apart from the time they got married, the last 2 times were recently. It seemed that every time she mentioned it, the relationship between them would change a little. Ji Yusheng didn't need her to answer. She seemed to be a little different when she encountered things related to Jiang Yanshu, and she couldn't help but soften her heart. Ji Yusheng tied his tie tightly, frowning, I want to tell Jiang Jinshan about this. He hates evil and will definitely be more wary of Deputy Lin. And YA continued smoothly, but this will definitely hurt Jiang Jinshan. If Deputy Lin is fine, Jiang Yanshu will definitely be affected, and Mr. Jiang has a good relationship with his brother. You can't bear to see him sad. Ji Yusheng nodded, yes. But there is no perfect solution in this world. I will think about it again. I have to use it if I need to. And Ya stepped aside to let her pass and followed behind. For the first time, Ji Yusheng was undecided about the matter of 707. And Ya suddenly understood what Xie Zhao meant by different. Zhao Zhao. Jiang Yanshu lowered the car window and waved at her. Anya looked at him out of habit. Even if only his eyes were exposed, she could tell that he was very handsome. Ji Yushichen's mouth corners slightly raised. What's wrong? Jiang Yanshu got out of the car and took her hand, opened the passenger door, and held the top of the car to prevent her from getting hit. Ji Yusheng was preoccupied with other things and didn't pay attention to these details. Jiang Yanshu said goodbye to Ya very politely. Ya, I'll take Mr. Ji back. You go back and ask Mr. Ji to reimburse you for the gas money later. Anya couldn't help laughing. Thank you very much, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Yanshu was in a very good mood, humming a little tune while driving. After humming the whole song, she didn't hear Ji Yusheng say anything. She felt a little nervous. Could it be that the song was not good? This was her favorite song. What should I do? That's right. Strike first and act strong. Act like a pitiful person first. Zhao Zhao, did I disturb you? Then I won't sing next time. Jiang Yanshu's voice lowered slightly, with a hazy sound. Ji Yusheng said absent-mindedly, pay attention to driving, and don't sing next time. These words were totally beyond his expectations and caught him off guard. Even the White Lotus trick doesn't work. Ji Yusheng changed his taste. Why is there an update function? Jiang Yanshu parked the car dejectedly and found that Ji Yusheng was still in a daze. An idea suddenly came to his mind and he went over to unfasten her seatbelt. Ji Yusheng suddenly came back to his senses. You. Jiang Yanshu's lips brushed her cheek intentionally or unintentionally. What's wrong? I see you're not moving, aren't you waiting for me to unbuckle you? Chapter 13. She was moved. A faint pink color climbed up from Ji Yusheng's neck to her cheek, and she didn't know where to look. Jiang Yanshu found it interesting and blew air on her neck. Zhao Zhao. Ji Yusheng put his hand on the small ridge beside the car window, thought of the girl next to him, and lowered his eyebrows. Mr. Jiang is worthy of being the movie emperor. Jiang Yanshu was completely confused by what she said. What? Ji Yusheng suddenly wanted to pull him into the darkness. She didn't want any damn redemption. She reached out and grabbed his tie and pulled him in front of her, thinking viciously, come with me, Mr. Jiang. She kissed his eyes tentatively. Jiang Yanshu's eyes widened, his pupils dilated, and he held his breath, but the feeling in the corner of his eyes told him that this was not fake. Ji Yusheng was kissing him. He clearly saw the restrained desire on Ji Yusheng's face. She wanted him. He didn't dare to move. He knew very well that Ji Yusheng liked to take the initiative. If he teased him now, Ji Yusheng would only lose interest. He obediently gave up the initiative and let her kiss him from the corner of his eyes to the corner of his mouth. His heart was pounding and his body slowly softened in coordination with her. Ji Yusheng pushed him back to the driver's seat, half knelt down to put the chair down, and reached out to lower the window curtain. Jiang Yanshu tightened his grip on the edge of the seat, his Adam's apple moved. He could already imagine what was going to happen next. Ji Yusheng's fingers were slightly cold, covering his Adam's apple. Jiang Yanshu trembled all over. His reaction unsurprisingly stimulated Ji Yusheng. Ji Yusheng bent down and finally kissed him. His tie hung loosely on his body, his shirt was wrinkled, and all the buttons on Jiang Yanshu's shirt were unbuttoned by her. She lowered her head and kissed him, leaving red marks one after another, which was ambiguous and charming. Ji Yusheng thought, she was really sick, she clearly didn't like him, but she still had a strange possessive desire. Her fingers stopped on his well-defined abdominal muscles, and she forced herself to pull away. What an ex-wife should do is to bless him instead of being ambiguous with him here. She has so many things on her plate right now that she can't possibly be distracted by romance. The prerequisite for saving herself is to pull out her past self, or bury her. Tell me if you encounter any difficulties in taking over the business. Ji Yusheng suddenly stopped when his desire was growing. Jiang Yanshu was confused for a moment. What was going on? Wasn't this the key moment for them to get closer? Jiang Yanshu felt a little aggrieved. Was he so immersed in it that he forgot his expression? But there was no disappointment on Ji Yushichen's face, and he still had that attractive restraint. Why was that? Did you hear that? Ji Yushichen's lips were only millimeters away from his. Yes. Jiang Yanshu felt like a saint. He could actually speak at this time instead of approaching her to ask for favor and then tempt her to fall. Ji Yushicheng let go of his hand, adjusted his position, and sat back. Jiang Yanshu was full of resentment. Zhao Zhao, do you know what you look like now? Ji Yushicheng sorted out the description, with a smile on his face. What does it look like? You're a jerk. Jiang Yanshu leaned over and gently kissed her earlobe. You're still the kind of jerk who only cares about your own comfort, flirting with others at will and not taking responsibility after that. Mr. Jiang is a magnanimous person. Don't bother with me. Ji Yushicheng grabbed his hand, preventing him from moving his waist. Jiang Yanshu knew that she was in a good mood, so he took advantage of her and said, Okay, Mr. Jiang is very generous. Mr. Ji, you can support me. It doesn't matter what you support me, and I will only flirt with you. Ji Yushichen's voice was hoarse. Mr. Jiang is very expensive. I can pay for you. Jiang Yanshu leaned close to her ear and blew slowly, causing her body to tremble slightly. Will she, who is pure white with flying snow on the mountaintops of the northern frontier, be attached to the flowers in the south of the Yangtze River? Will the migratory birds, carrying sand in their mouths, circle under the eaves to the sound of the zither? Ji Yushichen's cell phone rang at an inopportune moment. Jiang Yanshu's resentment seemed to be real. He had never found this song so irritating. Ji Yushicheng smiled and touched the back of his neck soothingly, as if he was touching a puppy. The phone was turned over, and they both fell silent at the same time. It was Yu Jinan again. Jiang Yanshu looked at his phone and then at Ji Yushicheng, and brought out his signature skill, speaking in a tea-filled voice. He may have something important to talk to you about. I'm fine. When Ji Yushicheng heard this, he felt guilty and felt sorry for him. He even answered the phone with a bit of impatience. What's the matter? Shicheng, today is my birthday. These words were full of melancholy. When Jiang Yanshu heard them, his heart sank. There was no hatred between them, and Ji Yushicheng would definitely go to the birthday party. As expected, Ji Yushicheng asked for the address. Where is it? Why didn't you give me an invitation? Jiang Yanshu lowered his head sadly, turned his face away in embarrassment, and slowly buttoned his clothes. Ji Yushicheng had said long ago that Yu Jinan was a little different from her, and she would not blame Yu Jinan for what Yu Songnian did. Emperor Pavilion. As expected, no one remembered my birthday. Yu Jinan said self-deprecatingly and hung up the phone with a click. His words made Ji Yushicheng feel uncomfortable. Jiang Yanshu drew back the curtain, and dim light came in, which was so similar to the mood of the two people. Ji Yushicheng was undecided whether she should take Jiang Yanshu with her. Logically, they had no relationship now. The most they had was ex-husband and wife with a son together. But their relationship now is much better than before the divorce. It is so ambiguous that she is like a traveler who has lost his compass in the desert. No matter what Yu Jinan said, he would choose a place that would attract attention. She took him there, which meant that he would become her temporary male companion. But if she doesn't take him with her, the relationship between the two of them might reach a freezing point. Jiang Yanshu likes her, but he is not completely without self. After all, he is the prince of the Jiang family. Her silence was like the crushing of a millstone, reassembling Jiang Yanshu's internal organs. Drive to the Imperial Pavilion. After much hesitation, she decided to take him with her. Jiang Yanshu raised his head suddenly. Take me with you. His eyes were full of surprise, which made her heart soften. In the past 5 years, she always thought that she had given him enough respect, but in fact, she did not give him enough sense of security. Well, let's go together and save the taxi fare. Ji Yushicheng said half-jokingly. Jiang Yanshu's fingers trembled with excitement. Boss Ji Yu called, and the driver didn't come. Ji Yushicheng just made a phone call, and arrange for a driver to come over. I'm still at the Four Seasons tea house. Jiang Yanshu wished he could sew his mouth shut. Why did he like to talk nonsense? Ji Yushicheng smiled and said, Mr. Jiang's mouth has been blessed. Jiang Yanshu became more and more demanding and looked at her pitifully. Zhao Zhao, I want to be with you. Ji Yusheng opened the car door and said, "Mr. Jiang, you want to go with me as a driver?" Jiang Yanshu woke up as if from a dream, blushed, and quietly moved to the back row. Jiang Yanshu felt swollen in his heart. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. He was afraid that he would say the wrong thing. He knew what Ji Yusheng's action meant, but he didn't dare to ask or confirm it. He was afraid to go back to hometown. Ji Yusheng looked at his phone and repeated what he had said before, "You have just taken over the business, so it is inevitable that someone will trip you up. If you have any problems, come to me." Jiang Yanshu looked at her from the side, and suddenly an idea occurred to him. She cared about Shenyantan's matter. He moved to her side and held her in the small space with his hands. "Zhao Zhao, something's wrong with you." Ji Yusheng was different from usual because someone appeared next to him. Whether she felt a sense of crisis or was simply uncomfortable, she lost her composure, which meant that she was moved. Even if only a little. "No." Ji Yusheng pushed him. Jiang Yanshu nuzzled her nose and said, "Shen Yuntang and I are just business partners. I never see anyone else in my eyes. You are my glass, and everyone else is just dust." Mr. Jiang's sweet words don't cost money. Ji Yusheng leaned back in his chair with relaxation. "Exclusively for Zhao Zhao." Jiang Yanshu kissed her white earlobe. Jiang Yanshu stroked her ring finger. She had not taken off the ring even after the divorce. He felt better every time he saw it. It's also his own fault. Why is he so pretentious? Novels really mislead people. What a crappy novel, what white moonlight. It's clear that the heroine wins over the white moonlight in the end. What's more, he is not a white moonlight at all. He is just a childhood sweetheart. Since the novel also helped him, he didn't care about it. "Sit tight, the driver is coming soon." Ji Yusheng had returned to normal and could no longer find any lust on her face. Jiang Yanshu boldly hugged her and said, "Then give me a kiss as payment for Mr. Jiang's appearance fee." Ji Yusheng looked at him and teased him intentionally, "No." Jiang Yanshu stared at her intently, with a seductive look that seemed to be about to be said but not yet said, but his eyes were full of pure love. "Zhao Zhao, I want." This was said cleverly, and the atmosphere in the car suddenly became hot. Ji Yusheng turned his head away, hesitating whether to kiss him. Thump. There was a knock on the car window, and the driver got in. Ji Yusheng sat upright and said, "Next time." Jiang Yanshu said weakly, "Okay." The overall decoration of the Emperor Pavilion is mainly golden. Ji Yusheng couldn't help but close his eyes when he got off the car. It was too bright. This decoration was really as if he was afraid that others would not know that the people who came here were rich. Ji Yusheng dialed the number, and Yu Jinan picked up the phone in a few seconds. "What's the room number?" Yu Jinan's voice was filled with surprise. "You're here? You're really here?" Jiang Yanshu sneered. What a terrible acting. It sounded so fake. It was clearly you who called and asked them to come. Why are you pretending to be surprised now? Ji Yusheng was obviously speechless and was silent for 2 seconds. "Well, I'm here. Where are you? I'll pick you up." The sound of the door opening was heard from Yu Jinan, but the phone was not hung up. Ji Yusheng hung up the phone immediately. Jiang Yanshu complained softly, "It smells like tea." Ji Yusheng took out her gold-rimmed half-frame glasses from her pocket and asked, "Where is the tea smell?" Jiang Yanshu approached her stealthily. "I'm talking about Yu Jinan. The moment he opens his mouth, you can smell the scent of tea." Ji Yusheng. Ji Yusheng put on his glasses, looking more obstinate. "What do you mean? Am I old? I can't keep up with the trend of the times." Jiang Yanshu smiled and shook his head. His Zhao Zhao was too well behaved. He caught a glimpse of Yu Jinan's figure and immediately leaned over. He was sure that with this kind of angle, others would see them kissing. "Zhao Zhao, do you think I'm a good boy?" Jiang Yanshu's breath hit her nose. Ji Yusheng didn't know where he got so many weird questions from, but she felt good looking at Jiang Yanshu's face, so she replied, "Be good." Yu Jinan stood at the entrance of the aisle, looking at the two people embracing each other in the lobby. Alarm bells rang in his heart. He must capture Ji Yusheng so that he could save his mother. He took a deep breath and pretended to be hurt. The poem is done. Jiang Yanshu turned around and smiled fakely. "Mr. Xiao Yu, happy birthday. I came here in a hurry and didn't prepare any gifts." This is a little gift from Zhao Zhao and I. I hope Mr. Xiao you won't dislike it. Yu Jinan's face turned pale. Is this a declaration of sovereignty? He looked at Ji Yuxicheng, and Ji Yuxicheng took a step forward. Chapter 14, Remarriage. Yu Jinan was delighted. What Ji Yuxicheng liked most was respectability. She would never allow Jiang Yanshu to get unhappy. Ji Yuxicheng stepped forward and took Jiang Yanshu's arm. Jinan, happy birthday. We came here in a hurry, so we can only give you a small gift. Please don't be offended. Jiang Yanshu's whole body was stiff. Ji Yuxicheng would never hold her arm when attending any occasion, because it would make her look weaker. Fireworks exploded in Jiang Yanshu's heart one after another, and he turned into a groundhog, screaming crazily. Ji Yuxicheng took his arm. He took his arm. He was the first one. Oh. He wanted to be the only one. He had to be reserved and not let her down. Jiang Yanshu stood in a T-shaped stance, afraid that it was not formal enough, and tilted his head slightly to smile at Ji Yuxicheng. Yu Jinan narrowed his eyes slightly. The poem is finished. These two short words actually made Ji Yuxicheng hear the same aura as Yu Songnian. Unfortunately, she is not even afraid of Yu Songnian, and it is even more impossible for her to take Yu Jinan, who has no real power, seriously. She is willing to interact with him, one because of past friendship and kindness, and the other to find out the truth about Gu's mother's death. Ji Yuxicheng's eyes were pressed down, the tails of her eyes were long and thin, and when she pressed down, she brought layers of pressure. Jinan, you won't dislike it, will you? Yu Jinan was unwilling to take this step back, and the situation between the two sides was on the verge of collapse. Jiang Yanshu walked forward calmly and stood shoulder to shoulder with Ji Yuxicheng. He now understood Ji Yuxicheng more and more. She didn't like the people around her to lag behind her. Ji Yuxicheng's expression slowly turned cold. Jinan. Brother, you are such a fool. You are so happy to see Mr. Jiyu that you are already chatting in the lobby. Yu Sui trotted down the stairs with a smile, his fox eyes filled with smiles. Manager Yu, you're joking. Ji Yuxicheng walked around Yu Jinan and moved his lips slightly as he passed him. Yu Jinan, don't lose your mind. Jiang Yanshu felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this. Yu Jinan was different and he could not replace him. Yu Jinan took a deep breath. The sobbing sound of his mother in the video sounded like a monk chanting, constantly surrounding his ears. Ji Yuxicheng, why can't you help him? They clearly had so much friendship between them before. Even if they were not lovers, they could be considered friends. Why not? She clearly saw his embarrassment. Why? Yu Sui pulled his arm and walked up, still smiling and joking with Ji Yuxicheng. My brother refused to cut the cake no matter what, and insisted that you would come, and we laughed at him. Ji Yuxicheng saw that he was a completely different person from the one he saw at the villa that day, and sneered in his heart, Boss you and I have known each other since we were young, and we are friends. How can I not come to his birthday? And I heard that manager you recently negotiated a big order, Uncle Yu should be very happy. In fact, Yu Songnian was furious because of the limelight he brought to the public and even beat him with a belt. His shoulder blades and back were now covered with crisscrossing scars. But he smiled even more happily. Boss Yu is flattering me. Whatever big deals I can negotiate are all thanks to my elder brother. I just learned from him. Ji Yuxicheng looked at Yu Jinan's stiff face and couldn't help but sigh that this person was simply not suitable for the complicated business world. He was stubborn and rigid. On the contrary, Yu Suibian was like a fish in water, and his versatile mind was no less than Ji Yuxicheng's. Ji Yuxicheng didn't respond, but he didn't feel annoyed. He just smiled and led the way. It's all my fault. I didn't tell Mr. Jiyu in advance that this was a family gathering. Mr. Jiyu even brought a male companion. Look, my brother, har har. Jiang Yanshu looked at her profile and felt a pain in his heart when he saw that she did not refute him. Ji Yuxicheng's attitude towards him was always like this, hot and cold, and he couldn't figure it out. But if she likes it, then so be it. Ji Yuxicheng waited for a long time, but Jiang Yanshu didn't refute him. He didn't know why he was silent, so he pulled his hand away. Seeing that he still didn't respond, Ji Yuxicheng became even more annoyed. What was Jiang Yanshu made of? Cotton. The other party compared him to a young master, but he remained calm and composed. I don't know if this was because of his good upbringing or because he had no temper. Ji Yusheng lifted his eyelids slightly and glanced at Yu Sui. Manager Yu, this is the current person in charge of the Jiang family, Mr. Jiang Yanshu. If you say this, I'm afraid it will be bad for the Yu family's business. Jiang Yanshu's mind suddenly became clear. Ji Yusheng had no intention of leaving him alone. She just wanted to see his reaction. He shouldn't have remained silent just now, he should have been more ruthless. Even if something happened, he is still President Jiang now, what is there to be afraid of? You should show some grievance, so that Ji Yusheng will feel distressed. Jiang Yanshu turned around in his mind. He was so smart. Yu Sui apologized with a smile, but secretly exerted force on Yu Jinan's hand. So it's Mr. Jiang, I'm so disrespectful. Mr. Jiang is a generous man, I guess. Not generous. Jiang Yanshu suddenly said, Manager Yu, you usually do things flawlessly, and this is not the first time you have seen me. You can still say such things. What isn't thinking about looking at your innocent elder brother? The scene was awkward for a while. Yu Jinan pushed away and stood by himself. Ji Yusheng lowered his eyes and smiled. He did not let her down. A weakling was not worthy of being her husband. No matter how different her feelings for Jiang Yanshu were, they would be worn away by mediocrity and weakness. A canary cannot express love to its master, and love must be equal. Yu Sui reacted quickly and apologized immediately. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I drank too much, and you don't often attend the Chamber of Commerce, so I didn't recognize you for a while. It seems that Manager Yu is usually busy signing big contracts and has not met these important leaders. Ji Yusheng responded casually. Jiang Yanshu lowered his head to hold back his laughter. It was when Mr. Ji Yu spoke that he really hit the pain point. But when he saw Ji Yusheng's smiling eyes, he suddenly realized that these words were not in line with Ji Yusheng's style. She doesn't seem like a decisive and ruthless leader, but more like a domineering president in a novel who protects her little husband. Yu Suilian was not angry at all and was still smiling. It was this smile that made Ji Yusheng even more creepy. It was too easy for such a person to stab the Yu family in the back. The Yu family was not even on guard. They looked down on the illegitimate child and felt that he was not presentable. However, Yu Sui had always behaved peacefully, not fighting or competing, and was gentle and well behaved. She could already imagine the disaster that the Yu family would face. Yu Sui pulled out the chair and cleverly placed Yu Jinan on the right-hand side of Ji Yusheng. When he was picking up food, others looked like he was lowering his head to hug her. Yu Sui pulled Jiang Yanshu to sit down. Boss Jiang, come, I'll toast you a glass to apologize for my rudeness just now. Jiang Yanshu could only accept the offer reluctantly. He was also worried about Ji Yusheng and the Yu family's business, so he still had to take care of Yu Songnian. Ji Yusheng reached out and pressed his wine glass, then took it naturally. You keep saying you feel sick, and yet you're still drinking. She raised her hand and smiled at Yu Songnian. Uncle Yu, I respect you and thank you for your kindness over the years. Yu Songnian pointed at Yu Jinan and said, drink it for me. Yu Jinan turned his head stiffly, seeing that everyone in the room was looking at him. He could only raise his glass and said with a wry smile, okay. Ji Yusheng raised his head and drank it all in one gulp, then took the initiative to say, Jinan, happy birthday, have another drink. Jiang Yanshu observed the expressions of the various gods at the table. Some were watching the show and some were laughing. He initially guessed that today was a hangmen banquet. The waiter came in with a large bouquet of gorgeous red roses and smiled as he handed the flowers to Yu Jinan. Mr. Yu, the person who delivered them said that your childhood sweetheart ordered them for you. Yu Sui, who was eating with his head down, raised his head and smiled evilly. I said that Mr. Ji Yu would not only send money and flowers, Mr. Ji Yu is a very romantic person. In this era, he can still communicate with me through letters. Leaving it half-finished gives rise to speculation. Although the others had their eyes downcast, the fire of gossip was already burning. According to Ji Yusheng's usual style, she accepted the flower directly and explained it later. She had earned the favor and accepted the gift. But since she brought Jiang Yanshu here today, this trick couldn't be used. What she had to do was to see where the Yu family's connections were and then she had to take action. Ji Yusheng reached out and fiddled with the card on the bouquet. He didn't make things difficult for the staff and said, put the flowers there. Go and get busy. The eyes of others lit up. This Mr. Ji Yu is really good at playing. He has a girl from the Jiang family in his arms, and he wants the girl from the Yu family too. Yu Sui looked at the lonely expression on Jiang Yanshu's face and sneered. He couldn't bear it anymore. The flowers in the greenhouse should not come out to experience the wind and rain. Yu Sui took in the satisfaction on his father's face and the surprise in Yu Jinan's eyes, and the madness in his heart coiled like a snake. He became more and more determined to destroy them all. All of them. Ji Yu Shicheng found the card among the flowers and read it softly. Happy birthday, Jinan, this is from that person, it's so romantic, why don't you invite him to meet us? Yu Songnian said as if to put pressure on him, Shicheng, isn't this a gift from you? Go back and play whatever you two are playing. There are so many bosses here, don't act willfully. Ji Yu Shicheng's lips curled up, Uncle Yu, you're joking. This is the first time someone has said that I'm willful since I was a child. Yu Jinan's hands and feet were cold. In front of these two people, he couldn't keep up with the pace at all. He was afraid. He wanted to please both sides, but he would offend both sides and get nothing from either side. Yu Songnian felt that he could no longer suppress Ji Yu Shicheng, and his face became extremely ugly. Shicheng, you and Jinan are also a young friendship. Before, your uncle was afraid that he would affect your taking over the Ji Yu family's business, so he threw him out. Now you are free, you can. Ji Yu Shicheng flicked his sleeves and said, Boss Yu, this is no joke. Jiang Yanshu was still uncertain. The care he had received in the past 2 days was more than what he had received in the previous 5 years combined. But he couldn't let Ji Yu Shicheng bear it alone, so he pulled Ji Yu Shicheng's chair closer and put his arm around her shoulders. Boss Yu, I'm the boss here, why are you still thinking of poaching me? Our two families are old friends. Others, wow. That's interesting. Ji Yu Shicheng didn't have the habit of being surrounded by others and in a weak position. She put her hands on the armrest, and the two of them were close without weakening her aura. Yu Sui did not say anything else. He had told Ji Yu Shicheng that they should cooperate and not go too far. It was enough to let her know his attitude towards the Yu family. The Yu family saw how much effort he had put into the marriage between Ji Yu Shicheng and the Yu family, so that was enough. There was no need to add unnecessary details. Ji Yu Shicheng patted Jiang Yanshu's hand and said, Let's go. We can't have dinner today. Others, he is worthy of being President Ji Yu. President Ji Yu, who has established himself in just 5 years, even dares to show disdain to Yu Songnian. Shicheng, what did you say? Yu Songnian had never been humiliated like this before. Ji Yu Shicheng buttoned up the first button of his suit and said, Mr. Yu, I'll treat you to dinner another day. Forget about today. With your family here, it's not appropriate to talk about business. She deliberately emphasized the word business. Everyone present was a smart person and knew that the two families were not far from a falling out. When they reached the corner, Jiang Yanshu suddenly hugged Ji Yu Shicheng and went into their house, holding her against the door. Zhao Zhao, I'm asking you this presumptuously. Were you defending me just now? Can we get remarried? His hot breath hit her brow, and Ji Yu Shicheng felt like a beast, using him to test the depth of the Yu family. Chapter 15 I am divorced, not widowed. Her silence made Jiang Yanshu feel uneasy. His hands around her were shaking. He lowered his head and kissed her devoutly. Zhao Zhao. Ji Yu Shicheng put his hand around his waist and rubbed it. Think about it again, I don't want to get the green book again. Jiang Yanshu groaned, I've made up my mind. Ji Yu Shicheng turned his face and kissed him. Don't worry, I'll wait for you to think it through. Ji Yu Shicheng has no plans to remarry now. Jiang Yanshu is not firm enough, so she can be ambiguous and help Jiang Yanshu control the company and bring him into the circle according to Jiang's father's request. But she didn't need a husband who was too sentimental, and she was afraid that her mother's disaster would happen again. Jiang Yanshu didn't dare to cling to her too much. He just hugged her and kissed the back of her neck. That part of Ji Yu Shicheng's body was the most sensitive, and she couldn't help but moan. Both of them were stunned. Ji Yu Shicheng's face turned red. She had never thought that she would make such a sound. Her eyes were evasive. Jiang Yanshu kept staring at that spot and covered that sensitive spot with his lips again. Ji Yu Shicheng indulged his behavior with the intention of compensation and enjoyment. Jiang Yanshu remembered the story of the green tea girl in the novel who left lipstick on the hero's cuffs. He suddenly had an idea and left a red mark on the back of Ji Yu Shicheng's neck. She herself couldn't see it, but others could see it at a glance and understand her thoughts. Zhao Zhao, are you going to tie your hair today? Jiang Yanshu lifted her slightly curly hair. Ji Yusheng calmed down and said, "There is a meeting, so we need to get the injection formally." Jiang Yanshu smiled triumphantly, "Okay." He kissed her neck gently, wanting to give her a kiss all over, but he knew the limits. This could be considered flirtatious, but if it was full of it, what was the difference between that and flirting in the street? Ji Yusheng was moved by his kiss. When Zhu Huai called, she hooked her arms around Jiang Yanshu's neck and gently kissed the corner of his mouth. "Come and get me." Zhu Huai was startled by her voice. With obvious desire, he hesitated. "Mr. Jiu, how about postponing the meeting?" Ji Yusheng frowned. "They are all here, it would be rude to postpone." Zhu Huai was speechless. "Yes." Zhu Huai looked at the red at the corners of Ji Yusheng's eyes and the lipstick on her lips, which had faded a lot. He remembered that Ji Yusheng had the habit of retouching her makeup after dinner. "So now." Zhu Huai handed over the lipstick that Nya had prepared. "Boss Ji, do you want to touch up your makeup?" Ji Yusheng opened the mirror and saw that there was an unfamiliar spring color on his face, which he could not suppress at the corners of his eyebrows and eyes. The peace that the Wen family had struggled to maintain was finally shattered by Chen Fei's arrival. Chen Fei walked as if he was enduring pain, and even raised his butt slightly when he sat on the leather sofa. Wen Sang handed over the cigarette with both hands. "Mr. Chen, hey, come on. Get lost." Chen Fei was annoyed when he saw his face. "I'm warning you, your daughter attacked me. If you don't give me an explanation, your company will not be able to operate anymore." Wen Sang's pupils widened. "No, no, no. This is not good, I still have a daughter." Xu Qing wanted to slap him twice. "That's your own daughter." Chen Fei got upset when he heard his daughter. "Get lost, I'm telling you, don't try this on me." He took out a cigarette and lit it, biting the cigarette, wrinkles piled on his eyebrows. The day after tomorrow at 10 o'clock, if you don't send Ji Yushichen's right hand and foot to me, your company will not want you anymore." Wen Sang was covered in cold sweat. Ji Yusheng is no longer the same as before. Old man Ji Yu once protected her, so at least there is still a chance for her to take action. But now, she herself is the CEO of MS, how can she afford to offend him, the boss of a low-end company that is about to go bankrupt? Chen Fei finished smoking a cigarette, patted his butt and left. Wen Sang's eyes were still dull. Xu Qing was afraid that he would send Wen Jinshu out, so he hurried over and bumped him with his elbow. "Hey, isn't the Yu family still involved in this matter? He still owes you a favor." Wen Sang pushed her away impatiently. "Yu family? You dare to approach them now? I tell you, Chen Feichu, there is still room for maneuver, but once it has anything to do with the Yu family." "Humph." Xu Qing looked upstairs and bit his lip. "What's wrong with the Yu family? Can the Yu family just owe a favor and not repay it? Besides, you may not be able to see Yu Songnian if you go there now. HMPH, just send that illegitimate child here." Wen Sang kicked the table. Xu Qing's heart skipped a beat. Illegitimate child is good, he might be able to help. People in the same situation always have something in common. When Xu Qing finished reading Yu Sui's information and life story, she became more certain that Yu Sui would lend a hand, but Wen Sang was a hopeless case and would not listen. After thinking it over for a while, she decided to go by herself. She only had this one daughter, and her daughter couldn't be like her, without a name or status. She wanted Wen Jinshu to live a smooth life. But this child is always stubborn and likes to get close to Ji Yusheng. It would be fine if Ji Yusheng was nice to her, but Ji Yusheng never pays any attention to her. I don't know why she wants to get close to him. It's so unlucky. Xu Qing squatted near Yu's company for a long time, and only saw Yu Sui come out in the evening. She walked straight over, bumped into him, and whispered, "Manager Yu, I have a great opportunity for you." After saying that, he left and hid in the corner waiting for Yu Sui. Yu Sui picked up the note stuck to his sleeve and said, "Ji Yusheng." He glanced at the corner. It was interesting. His life recently was inseparable from this person. Her relationship with the Yu family was really useful. "Bring it here," Yu Sui whispered to the assistant. Xu Qing was wearing a hooded sweatshirt, a baseball cap, and a black mask, covering himself tightly. Yu Sui held the paper ball between his fingertips. "Isn't it hot?" Xu Qing pulled down his mask a little, facing Yu Sui, and lowered the brim of his hat. "Manager Yu, Ji Yusheng is investigating the Chengnan casino recently. The South City casino was the beginning of the Yu family's fortune, but Yu Songnian didn't even let him touch it. He just gave it to Yu Jinan, and he was targeted by Ji Yu Shicheng. This is really interesting. Shu Qing's star is floating up and down. The true origin of the South City Casino is little known, but the Wen family and the Yu family had dealings more than 10 years ago, so she dared to take a gamble. Yu Sui had an idea in his mind. Regardless of whether Ji Yu Shicheng's investigation into the South City Casino was related to Yu Jinan or not, it must be news buried by Yu Jinan. He wanted to make Yu Songnian more disappointed in his good son, so that his plan would go more smoothly. Yu Sui handed the paper bowl to the assistant of the co-pilot. Keep it, and make a backup of the recording as well. Ms. Shu, do you mind? Shu Qing broke out in sweat on her forehead. Yu Sui's ability to adapt was better than she thought. She appeared so suddenly, but he was still able to record the video. Only recordings made with the knowledge and consent of both parties have the strongest legal effect. Ms. Shu, didn't you come here today voluntarily? Yu Sui's fox eyes are always smiling. Shu Qing gritted his teeth and said, of course it's voluntary. My husband, Mr. Wen Sang, said the same thing. Yu Sui sneered and waved his hand, motioning her to go down. Shu Qing got out of the car slowly, and when the wind blew, he realized that he was covered in cold sweat. Yu Sui's car quickly disappeared into the distance. Yu Sui glanced at Shu Qing standing on the curb and wiped his hands with a wet tissue. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest, but they fly away separately when disaster strikes. Moreover, she is just a mistress. Only his mother has been deceived by so-called love for a lifetime. He tapped the screen of his phone, and the assistant immediately raised the partition in the middle. Yu Sui called Yu Jinan's number and said, brother, you need to pay more attention to the security over there. I got news that the police are coming to sweep today. The dull voice from the other side carried an imperceptible trust. Yu Sui chuckled. For someone who has never been loved, a little bit of sugar is enough to make him fall. He hung up the phone and called Ji Yu Shicheng with sarcasm towards Yu Jinan. Trying to please both parties will lead to suspicion, but being inhumane to both parties will only bring benefits. This is the experience Yu Sui has summed up after living for more than 20 years. The next day at 6 in the evening, at a roadside cafe. Jiang Yanshu didn't touch the coffee in front of him. He said a few words and then looked at his pink cake. Ms. Shen, it's not working time now. If you have anything to say, please tell me as soon as possible. I have to go back to cook for the children. Shen Yuntang was ecstatic. There was a child. That was great. No need to have a child. Jiang Yanshu was truly a perfect man. Shen Yuntang cleared his throat and said, Mr. Jiang, you are divorced. I can pursue you. No. I have a lover. If you invited me here just to talk about things like this, then please shut up. Jiang Yanshu's lips moved up and down, afraid that he would be a second late. Shen Yuntang didn't care. Mr. Jiang, we have cooperation and there will be many opportunities for us to meet. You are divorced, and your child needs a mother, right? I'm divorced, not widowed. Jiang Yanshu asked the waiter to pay the bill and was unwilling to stay for even a second. Shen Yuntang paused. I mean, I will be good to Ran. His parents are still alive and he is loved by his elders. He doesn't need someone to destroy his family. Jiang Yanshu scanned the code to pay, then left with his cake. Jiang Yanshu looked down at the rabbit-shaped cake and felt very happy. This was bought for him by Ji Yu Shicheng. He was going to take it back, take a photo, and post it on WeChat Moments, Weibo, and show it to his good brothers. The man in black leather jacket on the opposite side caught his attention. Ji Yu Shicheng. He was wearing the same outfit again. If he hadn't followed him last time, he was sure that Ji Yu Shicheng would destroy the Wen family. So this time, he didn't have time to think about it. Ji Yu Shicheng simply raised his leg and stepped onto the motorcycle. The engine roared and he rushed out in a flash. He turned around, left the cake at the coffee shop, and waved his hand to stop 2 taxis. Master, catch up with the motorcycle in front. The master's eyes lit up. Okay, I understand, don't worry. Jiang Yanshu was confused and had no idea what he was talking about, but he was too lazy to refute. He just stared straight ahead and suddenly saw the sign of the South City Casino. His brain moved and he sent a message to his brother. Ji Yu Shicheng did not notice the green taxi behind him. After stopping the motorcycle, he looked up slightly at the name of Chengnan Casino, Chengnan, with no expression on his face. He entered the Chengnan casino holding his helmet in one hand. Yu Sui, who was holding a glass of red wine on the second floor opposite, smiled and said, Jiang Yanshu followed me. What a surprise! His phone suddenly lit up with a pink SpongeBob SquarePants avatar. Here's my report card, take a look. I want to eat your cooking tonight. Yu Sui fumbled for a profile picture with his fingers and replied with one word, okay. Chapter 16 You are only jealous. Jiang Yanshu saw the security guards near the casino and made a quick decision. He rushed over and grabbed Ji Yushichen's hand. Wife. Don't go gambling. We can't even make ends meet. I just sold the house, woo, wife. He suddenly appeared and Ji Yushicheng almost kicked him. Jiang Yanshu was crying so hard that she felt distressed. He must have injured his knee when he pounced on him just now. She pulled Jiang Yanshu up and said, let's go back. I'll bet one last time. When I come back, we'll have everything. Jiang Yanshu understood her hidden meaning and immediately stood up. Then let me follow you in, and I'll watch you gamble, just once. Ji Yushicheng followed the trend, with a cold face, dragging his arm inside. Behave yourself. The security guard's headset gave the command, let them in. Ji Yushicheng paused and her face changed. If she could bring someone in so easily, it would be the king of hell's palace. How could a delicate and tender young master like Jiang Yanshu go in there? She pushed Jiang Yanshu away and said, get out of here. Stop lying to me. You just want to steal my money. Jiang Yanshu hugged her tightly, leaned over to her ear and cried, which made Ji Yushicheng soften her heart, Zhao Zhao, I will go in with you. I can protect myself. I can protect myself. I am scared and I want to follow you. Ji Yushicheng put his hand on the back of his neck and said, be obedient. Jiang Yanshu's hands were shaking. I'll follow you. At least the two of us can look after each other. Ji Yushicheng glanced at her phone. It was almost time for the appointment. She stared at Jiang Yanshu and said, remember, put yourself first and protect yourself. Zhu Huai's voice came from the micro earphone, Boss Ji Yu, someone has already entered the garage. It's the man driving the car in the surveillance video on Xianglin Road in K707. Ji Yushichen's voice turned cold, okay, I'll go in right away. Jiang Yanshu followed her and said, don't worry, His voice stopped abruptly, and they both saw Yu Jinan sitting at the edge of the lobby, surrounded by tall and strong security guards. Ji Yushicheng raised his hand to his mouth, bit it with his teeth, and took off his black leather gloves. Jinan. Yu Jinan's eyelids felt like they were pricked by a needle. His cell phone lit up and his assistant immediately picked it up and handed it to him. He took it mechanically, and Yu Songnian's steady voice came into his ears, pulling his wandering soul back. Ji Yushicheng has been very rebellious recently. Today, someone is using our territory to teach her a lesson. Please help teach her a lesson and let her know her place. If she dies, it's okay. Yu Jinan pulled at his torn throat, his whole body felt like he was falling into an ice cellar, his teeth chattering, you are not. A disobedient dog should not live. The sound of Yu Songnian grinding walnuts came through their microphone. Yu Jinan always felt that someone was pinching his heart, forcing him to raise the butcher knife and then be doomed. Yu Jinan looked at Ji Yushicheng and felt that she was standing on the edge of hell, and the lights behind her were like the black and white impermanence. Did you hear that? Yu Songnian urged impatiently, smashing walnuts on the desk. Got it. Yu Jinan hung up the phone and slowly walked to Ji Yushicheng. In just a few steps, he had thought things through. If Ji Yushicheng died, his influence on Yu Songnian would be reduced. What would happen to his mother? What about his sin? It was wrong for him to use Ji Yushicheng, and now he killed the only comfort of his youth with his own hands. He couldn't imagine how Ji Yushicheng would look like when he died in front of him. They had gone from being childhood sweethearts to becoming enemies, and their future lives were already bleak. He didn't want to add more bloodshed. Mr. Jiang, the people over there don't want to see you. Yu Jinan said, I want Shicheng to relax a little. The security guards surrounded them, and Jiang Yanshu understood what was said. Yu Jinan wanted to leave a way for Ji Yushicheng to survive, so he kept most of the people to deal with him. Zhu Huai said into Ji Yushicheng's headset, Boss Ji Yu, I've already made the arrangements. Ji Yushicheng glanced at them, turned around and straightened Jiang Yanshu's coat collar, fastened a black brooch on him, and patted him. Mr. Jiang, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Yanshu lowered his head and kissed her with tears in his eyes. Thank you, Mr. Jiu, for your cooperation. It was the first time that Jiang Yanshu overstepped the boundaries in public, but Jiu Shicheng did not blame him. He turned around and left with his helmet. Yu Jinan didn't know what to do next to be realistic, and just looked at Jiang Yanshu dryly. Jiang Yanshu sighed. How could this be possible? If someone told Yu Songnian about this scene, not only would Yu Jinan be finished, but Jiu Shicheng would also be affected. He quoted all the lines of the heroine in the novel he had just read, with full of sarcasm. Look at you, you abandoned her when she was having a hard time, and now you come back to pretend to be affectionate. Yu Jinan couldn't catch up with his acting. His lips seemed to be dry and curled. I love her. That green tea girl would talk like that. Pathetic. Is she pretending to be pathetic? Jiang Yanshu had no choice but to persuade them patiently. They both wanted to buy time for Jiu Shicheng. You love her? How do you love her? Are you destroying her family, or threatening her? Are you disrespecting her, or? I didn't. Yu Jinan seemed to have been hit on a sore spot. I didn't. I love her. She has always been the moon of my life since we were young. I just missed her for a period of time. Can my 15 years not compare to your 5 years? This is true. When he came back, he once regarded Jiu Shicheng as his salvation. He thought that they would cooperate, be redeemed together, and they would still be brother and sister. But it was not until Yu Songnian told him that his mother was also one of the participants in the Xianglin Road 707 case. He truly collapsed. He couldn't accept it, he was even resentful, but more of it was overwhelming fear. The fact that they were childhood sweethearts was also the most painful thing for Jiang Yanshu. The friendship between them would make Jiu Shicheng unconsciously lean towards Yu Jinan, and he didn't even have the right to be jealous. Why can't I compare? Jiang Yanshu's forehead was bulging with veins. I respect her, I love her, I understand her thoughts and feelings, and we have a child. What do you have? You are only suspicious and jealous. The two men seemed to have lost their composure and were wrestling with each other, punching each other in the face, venting their anger. The moon does not shine everywhere, she is partial. Yu Jinan couldn't find the light, and Jiang Yanshu was afraid that Jiu Shicheng would never come back. Jiu Shicheng arrived at the place where she had agreed to meet, but she did not see the person who was going to give her information about the 707 case. Only the killer, the man who had hit and killed her mother and the man who had caused her tragic life, was standing in front of her. The man had 2 scars on his dark face and black mud under his fingernails. He didn't give Jiu Shicheng a chance to speak, he just stood up and overturned the table. Jiu Shicheng kicked the table away and smashed the man's head with his helmet. The man grabbed her wrist, and Jiu Shicheng kicked him in the waist, knocking him to the ground. You are alone. Who asked you to come? Was it Wen Sang or Yu Songnian? The man spat out a mouthful of blood, cut the grass at its roots. In the small room, both of them attacked the victim's weak spot, and the empty basement was filled with the sound of bang bang bang. When the man's neck was strangled by her long legs, he finally knew what death was. Jiu Shicheng is not a weak president at all. What she is doing is clearly Brazilian jiu-jitsu. She was going to strangle him. Jiu Shicheng broke his hands neatly and said, "Tell me, who sent you here?" All the man could hear was the sound of his own breathing. He could only see Jiu Shicheng's lips opening and closing, and he kept shaking his head. Jiu Shicheng grabbed his head and was about to bang it against the wall when Zhu Huai's voice suddenly rang out, "Boss Jiu, the police car is coming this way." Jiu Shicheng relaxed his grip. Why did the police come? Who did Yu Songnian have contact with in the police station? What role did Deputy Lin play in the 707 case? The police arrived so promptly that she didn't have time to interrogate him. The man looked like he had tinnitus and probably couldn't answer anything. She adjusted her brooch. The video only proved that she was acting in self-defense, and other than that, it had no value. Jiu Shicheng was worried about Jiang Yanshu, so he wiped the blood off his hands, left the man and walked out. Jiang Yanshu stood in the middle of the lobby. The security guards who had disguised themselves as gamblers were now lying on the ground wailing, while Jiang Yanshu only had some minor wounds on his body. Jiu Shicheng was so surprised that she didn't know what to say. Jiang Yanshu was far from the gentle husband in her memory. Jiang Yanshu was not weak. A thought of inquiry rose from the bottom of her heart. She looked at the blood on Jiang Yanshu's Adam's apple and narrowed her eyes slightly. Jiang Yanshu was so attractive like this. Zhao Zhao, let's go to the hospital later. Jiang Yanshu felt distressed when he saw the large bloodstains and wounds on her elbow. Ji Yusheng did not answer him, but looked at Yu Jinan opposite him and nodded silently to thank him. Yu Jinan stood opposite her, his face covered with bruises, and he smiled silently. Ji Yusheng owed him a huge favor. These people lying on the ground were prepared for Ji Yusheng, and there were also countless knives, medicines, and kerosene prepared in the basement. Ji Yusheng understood what he had not said, and she owed him this favor. The weak sunlight came in through the skylight, just passing over Ji Yusheng's head and falling between them, creating an insurmountable gap between them. The youthful friendship between them turned into colorful bubbles at that moment, floated into the air and burst, and from then on, there was only fighting between them. The sirens rang throughout the South City casino, and Jiang Yanshu rushed in with a gun. Don't move. Police. Zhu Huaiyan and Ya followed closely behind. Ji Yusheng took off the brooch and said, "And Ya, you are responsible for cooperating with the police on this matter." Mr. Jiang's brooch. Jiang Yanshu immediately took it off and looked at his brother. "Will you return it to me later?" Jiang Yanshu was still in shock and kicked him. "Are you trying to kill yourself? You still dare to run around like that? I'll punish you when I get back." Jiang Yanshu wanted to stop Ji Yusheng, but Ya stepped forward to stop him. "Captain Jiang, I will be responsible for cooperating with you. According to the procedure, we need to interrogate her," Jiang Yanshu said bluntly. Ji Yusheng turned around and said, "Captain Jiang, I am the victim. Don't I even have the right to go to the hospital for bandaging?" Jiang Yanshu mocked her. "Don't CEOs have their own personal doctors? Why does CEO Ji still have to go to the hospital?" Ji Yusheng glanced at Jiang Yanshu but didn't say anything. She knew Jiang Yanshu's dilemma. He and Jiang Yanshu are family. It is already unsatisfactory that she is having an illusory love. If she makes things difficult for him, it would be too unkind. Chapter 17. Ji Yusheng is the suspect. "Zhao Zhao, go to the hospital first. I'll come to see you later." Jiang Yanshu put on her the relatively clean coat he had taken off earlier. Ji Yusheng glanced at Jiang Yanshu, who was still angry. "No need, you should explain to your brother and tell him that I asked you to come, so that he won't say anything about you again." Jiang Yanshu smiled and said, "Okay. Zhu Huai, take care of her." After all the trace inspectors had left, Jiang Yanshu stopped Jiang Yanshu and said, "Brother, you should be dissatisfied with me and angry at me, not at her. I didn't say anything just now because of your subordinates. What? I did something wrong and I should let you lose your life?" Jiang Yanshu threw the gun back and attacked him indiscriminately. Jiang Yanshu did not retreat. "Brother, we all know you are doing this for my own good, but I am an adult, I know what I am doing and understand what I have done, and I cannot let my lover be accused at will." Jiang Yanshu has always been arrogant and looks down on so-called love. He even sneers at Jiang Yanshu's devotion to love. Lover? Did she admit that you were her lover? Jiang Yanshu had endured for years and finally exploded. "When she was in the most difficult time, Mom and you both helped her, but what? What did she give you? How did she treat Jiang Ran? As soon as Yu Jinan came back, you divorced. She doesn't love you, how obvious is that?" Jiang Yanshu's face turned pale. All his pain points were clearly exposed by him. I really can't be considered her lover. It was my wishful thinking. I was trying to gain her love. But you are still wrong." Jiang Yanshu was furious. "You, tell me, what's wrong with me? Didn't I just speak to her in a bad tone? I can't be in a good mood towards someone who controls the minds of my family. I wanted to get married, and I forced her to do it. I also wanted to get a divorce, and I used the Jiang family's kindness to force her to do it. Me? I am the culprit. I am the one who did it, and you only know this today. I forced her to give birth to Ran Ran, but she doesn't like Ran Ran. Did she say bad things to us? What do you want her to do? Be respectful to me." After Jiang Yanshu finished speaking, silence filled the space between the two of them. The broken glass fragments on the ground reflected a dazzling light. Jiang Yanshu thought of their kiss in the car, and he choked up. "I love her, and sometimes, she loves me too." Jiang Yanshu turned his face away reluctantly. The heir of the Jiang family, what kind of girl can't be found? Why bother to stick to Ji Shicheng? Jiang Yanshu said, I won't tell you whether it's possible to find her or not, or whether it's worth it or not. I'll just tell you that you have to respect her, and then we will respect our sister-in-law even more in the future. Jiang Jinshan looked at his brother, who looked weak but was actually tough, and felt bitter. Seeing how miserable you are, I would rather be single for the rest of my life. Jiang Yanshu smiled and put his hand on his shoulder. Don't set a flag. Be careful or you will be completely subdued by your sister-in-law in the future. Jiang Jinshan hit his waist with his elbow and said, Get lost. The two brothers quarreled and then made up, just like they did when they were teenagers. Municipal Bureau Reception Room. Deputy Lin stood by the bed in the office holding an enamel cup. Ji Shicheng's back in the corridor caught his eye, and he looked exactly like his former mother Ji Yu. Hello, I am Ji Shicheng's family member, I am here to bail her out. Xie Zhao came hurriedly, wearing an apricot-colored pullover. After these words were spoken, Deputy Lin, who was about to turn around, stood there in a daze. Jiang Yanshu, who had hurried over, stood aside at a loss as to what to do. Jiang Jinshan, with a dark face, was about to step forward. Zhu Huai called out respectfully, Thank you, Mr. Jiang Yanshu grabbed Jiang Jinshan and said, Brother, don't. Jiang Jinshan was so disappointed that he put the tip of his tongue against his teeth and circled around, then shook off his hand. You're bewitched. Ji Shicheng was exhausted and dozed off on the armrest of the chair. When he heard Xie Zhao's voice, he nodded calmly, I want to sleep. Xie Zhao hugged her with heartache. The appearance of this man should have been a huge step forward in solving the 707 case, but there were too many people involved, so many that the police's vision was disrupted. The three factions of the Yu family are fighting each other, and those who were related to the 707 case have been traveling frequently between Jiangcheng and their current residence in the past half-month. In the eyes of the police, which one is more serious, a case from many years ago with little hope of being solved, or an attempted murder case in a casino with complete evidence now? This goes without saying, so Ji Shicheng was exhausted. She didn't know if there were any direct clues in the 707 case. The only direct murderer is now in the hospital, and the culprit who caused him to be admitted to the hospital is Ji Shicheng. This was a perfect revenge drama. Ji Shicheng got the news, rushed to the casino and killed his enemy. When Xie Zhao heard the news, he felt a chill down his spine. In such a perfect situation, everyone would suffer losses, so the biggest suspect became Ji Shicheng. Jiang Yanshu couldn't understand her current mood, but he knew that he was definitely not the one who could comfort Ji Shicheng. He just stood by the door, watching quietly, until he had a heart attack. Xie Zhao sadly kept patting Ji Shicheng's back, not knowing who he was comforting. Jiang Yanshu's heart-wrenching look suddenly met his eyes. He tilted his head and spoke to Zhu Huai, Zhu, is that Jiang Yanshu? Zhu Huai took a look and was startled. Yes, Mr. Xie, I'll go over there. God, he was always cautious, how could he not see Jiang Yanshu? This guy is now Mr. Gu's favorite. Mr. Jiang. Zhu Huai walked over and organized his words quickly. I'm here to cooperate with the investigation and won't go over to disturb her. Jiang Yanshu blurted out, fearing that Zhu Huai would say something embarrassing. All of Zhu Huai's words were stuck in his throat. Xie Zhao had sharp ears, and when he heard what he said, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ji Shicheng looked up at him. Xie Zhao wanted to change her mind. Shicheng, I don't smile very kindly, but you, my little sweetheart, are indeed a little cute. Ji Shicheng's confused thoughts were pulled back to reality. What is that? One of you is really stupid, and the other is really smart. You two are really interesting. Xie Zhao sighed, okay, leave this to me. You go and have a rest first. Who can stand being so tense? Ji Shicheng leaned back in his chair and said, I'll wait here for the result to see who set this up. Zhu Huai was tongue-tied and could not speak. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiu was thinking about you just now. Now only you can. Jiang Yanshu's eyes lit up, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. Really? Mr. Xie said so. Zhu Huai had no idea how shocking this sentence was to Jiang Yanshu. Who was he to say this to someone close to Ji Shicheng? And who was that man? Zhu Huai was still bringing him to Ji Shicheng. Jiang Jinshan was furious when he heard this. What did Ji Shicheng treat his brother as? She's still keeping someone else outside. That person openly provoked her, but Jiang Yanshu still approached him like a fool. Ji Yusheng looked at Jiang Yanshu squatting in front of him, his eyes so soft that he didn't even notice it. Did he say anything about you? Jiang Yanshu put his arms around her waist. He had discovered before that Ji Yusheng really liked being hugged around the waist, which seemed to make her feel more secure. He didn't. He has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. You don't know him yet. Jiang Yanshu held her cold fingers. I apologize to you. Boss Ji, I apologize to you. Jiang Jinshan gently kicked Jiang Yanshu from behind. Boss Ji, I had a bad attitude just now. I was impatient, and I didn't show the right working attitude towards the people. I'm sorry. Ji Yusheng wanted to stand up, but Jiang Jinshan waved his hand. Boss Ji, we don't play the game of businessmen. I really want to apologize to you. Okay. Ji Yusheng still took Jiang Yanshu's hand away and stood up. I understand. Yanshu is your relative, so he is naturally anxious. Yanshu is your relative. These words struck Jiang Yanshu and Xie Zhao's heart at the same time. Jiang Yanshu curled the corner of his mouth. For the past 5 years, are we not even considered family? Xie Zhao held his forehead with his hand. How could someone talk like that? It would be better to wait for Ji Yusheng to eat coriander than to wait for her to come to her senses before chasing someone. Jiang Jinshan smiled with an ambiguous tone. Okay, I'll go up. Deputy Lin covered the enamel cup and pulled down the curtains. Jiang Jinshan pushed the door open and walked in. Deputy Lin, I want to apply to investigate the Yu family. Deputy Lin put down the enamel cup heavily. Jiang Jinshan. Here. Jiang Jinshan stood straight at attention. Deputy Lin patted the table lightly. Jinshan, what is the evidence for investigating the Yu family? Jiang Jinshan frowned. Isn't the situation at the South City Casino enough? This is obviously. What is it? Deputy Lin interrupted him. Do you know that, from another perspective, this matter is a foregone conclusion? Ji Yusheng is the suspect. Jiang Jinshan pulled out a chair and sat down. Deputy Lin, it's obvious that someone is leading the police. We have been led by the rhythm. It started from the moment Ji Yusheng took out the audio. She refused to believe me anymore. The trust we built up with her collapsed directly. Deputy Lin's cheek hurt, and he chewed a handful of tea leaves. Jiang Jinshan clasped his hands together. Then what should we do next? Where should we start investigating? How many years have I been keeping an eye on the Yu family? Every time he gets involved in a major case that crosses provinces and cities, but what happened? In the end, nothing happened. Deputy Lin spat out the tea leaves that had been chewed into pieces. Jiang Jinshan, we have to wait. We can't be led by the nose. I feel that Ji Yusheng has been restless recently. She seems to be cooperating with someone. You should pay more attention. Jiang Jinshan agreed and walked out. When he opened the door, he turned around and saw Deputy Lin looking at him in confusion. Jiang Jinshan walked back with a smile. Deputy Lin, you're out of tea. I'll pour you some. Deputy Lin leaned back in his chair and raised his head. Yeah. An ambush from all sides, nothing more than that. Everyone had their own ulterior motives and were unwilling to trust their teammates. They were all testing each other. Ji Yusheng was just the more direct one, and she stepped into the circle. Deputy Lin walked to the window again. Ji Yusheng was talking to Jiang Yanshu, and the gloom on his face was less. Deputy Lin stuffed a handful of tea leaves into his mouth again. The Yu family was not simple and ruthless. Last time there was a dispute, this time they just gave up the fight. What on earth was there in the Ji Yu family that was worthy of his relentless pursuit? Downstairs, Ji Yusheng put his hand on Jiang Yanshu's head and said, I won't go home for the next 2 days. Ranran will be scared when she sees the wound. Jiang Yanshu gently rubbed her waist. No, Ranran is just like me. As long as I see you, I will be very happy. Ji Yusheng felt warm at heart when he heard this. Jiang Yanshu spoke in a soothing voice as he described their beautiful future. When he grows up a little, I will teach him how to cook. This way, when you go home, you can always enjoy meals cooked by your family. Mr. Ji, I'm here to see you on behalf of my father. Yu Sui came in with his fox eyes narrowed, holding a bunch of lilies in his hands. Chapter 18 Love you, not others. There was no change in Ji Yusheng's expression, he just stared at Yu Sui. Yu Sui felt the hairs on his back stand up. Ji Yuxicheng's gaze was so aggressive that for a moment he didn't dare to move forward. He didn't tell the truth to anyone, he just revealed a little bit of what this person said to another person. All his words were true, he just didn't finish them. He didn't think he was wrong. When the situation was settled, he laughed so hard that tears came out. He called home in a very good mood and told his adopted daughter to prepare dinner and wait for him when he came home. Although Yu Songnian, Yu Jinan, Ji Yuxicheng, Wen Sang, and Xu Qing might all feel that something was wrong, they might all blame it entirely on him. Ji Yuxicheng put his hand on Jiang Yanshu's shoulder and moved his lips slightly. Get up. Jiang Yanshu sat down beside her obediently, and they both looked at Yu Sui together. Yu Sui seemed to be unaware. Boss Ji Yu, I heard that you were injured, so I brought a bunch of flowers. I hope it won't be too noisy. Ji Yuxicheng did not respond, but tapped the handrail with his fingertips. Zhu Huai understood and stepped forward. Manager Yu, this is the police station, please cooperate. Yu Sui was about to speak, but Zhu Huai quickly stopped him. Manager Yu, we have already informed the police about the news you told us. Please cooperate with the police in their investigation. Jiang Jinshan, Uncle Policeman. What uncle? Do you still think you haven't grown up? Yu Sui's face changed slightly. She said it. Ji Yuxicheng is so impatient. She said it. Then when the police ask him next, he has to think about how to deal with it. Jiang Jinshan took a few deep breaths, but couldn't help it. He walked up to Zhu Huai and patted his shoulder. Zhu, I have something to tell you. Next time, don't call the police uncle. Zhu Huai was stunned for a moment, then smiled awkwardly. Okay, I'll remember, police, comrade. Jiang Jinshan had never felt that the word comrade sounded so pleasant. Jiang Jinshan nodded. Yeah, okay. Yu Sui wanted to test his opinion. Captain Jiang, if you need our cooperation in the investigation of this case, just tell us. We are all legal citizens. Don't worry. Jiang Jinshan interrupted him. We won't let down anyone who wants to come in. Jiang Jinshan left after he finished speaking, not giving him a chance to speak. Yu Sui could only turn his gaze back to Ji Yuxicheng. Ji Yuxicheng raised his chin and said, Manager Yu, please sit down. Yu Sui glanced at the intimate posture of the two, handed the flowers to the assistant, and sat next to Ji Yuxicheng with a smile. Boss Ji Yu, this is my problem. I didn't find out more clearly, but it is indeed too urgent. Ji Yuxicheng sneered. How can you blame Manager Yu for this? You have good intentions. Yu Sui was increasingly unsure of her emotions, so he could only test her gradually. Mr. Ji Yu, let me tell you something. My dad was very angry about this. Oh. Ji Yuxicheng watched him acting. After all, the play had not ended yet. Let's see who would have the last laugh. Yu Sui took out a cigarette, but did not smoke it. He just held the cigarette box and turned it over. My brother, you know him, he is stubborn and loyal. This matter. Well, Dad said he would not interfere. After all, it was Mr. Ji Yu who wanted to deal with him. In the end, Ji Yuxicheng still didn't respond, but only gave him a look occasionally to guide him to continue speaking. Yu Sui stuffed the cigarette box back and said, Mr. Ji Yu, if you have time, you should go see my brother. He keeps talking about you all day long. He was beaten by my father and is still lying in bed. Yu Sui took Ji Yuxicheng's most obvious softness and stood up nonchalantly. Boss Ji Yu, my brother often said that what he missed most was the 15 years with you, like a dream. Ji Yuxicheng lowered her eyebrows, and an ambiguous emotion spread in her eyes. A bitter feeling spread in Jiang Yanshu's mouth, and his heart twitched. Ji Yuxicheng had said long ago that Yu Jinan was different in her heart, so why did he always forget? Jiang Yanshu's fingers suddenly became cold. He felt like something was gnawing at his heart. He couldn't catch it. It seemed that the little bug knew his weakness and attacked the weakest point. Ji Yuxicheng glanced at him sideways. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Yanshu pulled his hand away, his eyes misty. No. Ji Yuxicheng frowned, looked at his clenched fist, and said half angrily, Jiang Yanshu, you are quite brave. Jiang Yanshu's heart moved, as if a honey pot placed on the beam of the house was broken, and the honey splashed all over his arms, so sweet that he passed out. If you don't indulge me, I won't. Jiang Yanshu had a hook in his eyes, which went straight into Ji Yuxicheng's heart. Ji Shicheng naturally took his hand and said, "Well, it's my fault." Jiang Yanshu wanted to announce to the world right now that he also owned the rose. Yu Sui watched the two flirting and felt a little weird. How could Ji Shicheng not have any feelings for Yu Jinan? They had been together for 15 years. Was his passion not strong enough? Yu Sui calmly fiddled with the petals of the lily and said, "Boss Ji, if you have time, please persuade my brother. He is already 25 years old and still hasn't married. How many 15 years of his life can he waste?" Ji Shicheng pinched Jiang Yanshu's palm. Jiang Yanshu seemed to have received some kind of blessing. He spoke with a thorn in his voice, "Manager Yu, no one has an extra 15 years to spend on games. I advise you to open your eyes, otherwise you will be alone if you encounter any problems in the future." These words did not hurt Yu Sui at all. He was not a member of the Yu family and did not want to have anything to do with them. He only wanted to destroy the Yu family. "Yes, that's right. Mr. Jiang said it very well. 15 years, this is not just a few days or months, it's a full 15 years. Yu Sui kept emphasizing the 15 years. Jiang Yanshu understood very well that after 15 years, one would develop feelings for even an object, let alone a person. How many more 15 years will it take to train the pampered girl of Manager Yu? Ji Shicheng gently patted Jiang Yanshu's back, as if he was stroking the fur of his own cat. Yu Sui's emotions suddenly rose, and his back teeth made a clattering sound. His weak spot was that little-known adopted daughter. "Boss Yu." Yu Sui was already on the verge of a rage, "Don't let the disaster affect my family." Ji Shicheng nodded, "Manager Yu is indeed smart." Yu Sui felt like he was poured with cold water. He suddenly became afraid. Did that man really take the medicine? Did Ji Shicheng really enter the room alone? Did Yu Jinan believe him? Yu Songnian knew what Yu Jinan had done, but he didn't know a single thing he had done. Is this possible? Is Ji Shicheng too calm? Are the police moving too slowly? Why aren't they asking him? What's the problem? Why were Wensang and Shuqing not summoned by the police? Questions popped up in his mind one by one, and his heart gradually tightened. It seemed that he was the one who was in a disadvantageous position now. "Manager Yu." Ji Shicheng's cold voice was like a sharp blade that melted through his protective layer. Yu Sui didn't hear what she said. He now had only one thought: he wanted to go back to Yu's house first. No. The Wen family. He wants to go to the Wen family. And Chen Fei. Chen Fei. The person was only brought by Chen Fei. Looking at Yu Sui's hurriedly leaving back, Ji Shicheng slowly curled up the corners of his mouth to smile. "Mr. Jiang, be a good person to the end, accompany me to the Yu family." "What identity should I take with me?" Jiang Yanshu probed her. Ji Shicheng said, "Who wanted a divorce in the first place? You said you wanted to give me freedom, so why don't you want to give it to me now?" Jiang Yanshu looked at her with his head down. "Zhao Zhao. I was wrong." Ji Shicheng tapped his ring finger and said, "Mr. Jiang is very good at playing." Jiang Yanshu was surprised to find that his ring finger was bald, and he hurriedly reached into Ji Shicheng's coat pocket to feel it. Ji Shicheng shook his head and smiled helplessly. The look in Jiang Yanshu's eyes as if he had found a treasure was so touching that it looked like she had bullied him. "I was wrong." Jiang Yanshu lowered his head and slowly put it on his fingers. Ji Shicheng took the ring and slowly put it on him. As Jiang Yanshu expected, she saw a faint white circle on his finger. Ji Shicheng touched it lightly. 5 years. Jiang Yanshu admired his ring again and again. "Well, it's been 5 years. It's just that it's not in the right place now." Ji Shicheng felt a little pain in his heart. Why was he so obedient? "When everything is over, I will definitely learn how to love you." Ji Shicheng rested his forehead against him and promised softly. "Isn't it about learning how to love someone?" Jiang Yanshu could hardly suppress the joy on his face. "Love you, no one else." Just these one sentence made Jiang Yanshu cry. He stretched out his tentacles like an octopus. If Ji Shicheng didn't refuse, he would move forward a little. This was enough to make him happy for a long time. Ji Shicheng gently wiped away his tears and said, "I'm going to the Yu family later. You go home and accompany Ranran first. Just leave the door open for me." Jiang Yanshu said hurriedly, "I'll go with you." Just kidding. Ji Yusheng took off his coat. I'm going to see Yu Songnian. Should I take you with me? How should I take you? Oh. Jiang Yanshu lowered his head to fold his clothes. I forgot, I'm not Mr. Ji Yu now. Ji Yusheng, Mr. Ji Yu. Ji Yusheng rubbed his waist with amusement. What, Mr. Ji Yu? How can there be such a saying? Jiang Yanshu put his arm around her waist and whispered in her ear, Zhao Zhao, I want to be your husband. A tingling sound exploded in Ji Yusheng's ears and penetrated into his eyes. Ji Yusheng, stop tempting me. Jiang Yanshu laughed softly, okay. When Ji Yusheng walked out of the municipal bureau, he raised his hand and rubbed his ear. Zhu Huai casually said, I didn't realize that Mr. Jiang was so good at fighting. He could handle so many people by himself. The blush on Ji Yusheng's ears faded. Go check. Zhu Huai was shocked. Check. Check Mr. Jiang. Ji Yusheng finally remembered this question. How could Jiang Yanshu, this delicate young master, suddenly become so cold? He has no extra fat on his body. How could such a delicate young man have abdominal muscles? Zhu Huai laughed dryly. Boss Ji Yu, let's just say, is there a possibility that if you ask, Mr. Jiang will tell you everything? It will cost a lot of money for us to investigate. Ji Yusheng. Any reason is fine, Zhu Huai told her, it's a waste of money. Zhu Huai continued to add without knowing whether to live or die, I think Mr. Jiang will definitely say that you left him alone in the empty room for so many years, and he didn't complain at all. Chapter 19 He is the only fool. Ji Yusheng held his forehead with his hand. Assistant Zhu, you don't have to speak. I know you are not mute. Zhu Huai's grinning mouth closed immediately. Okay. Ji Yusheng opened WeChat and changed Jiang Yanshu's note to Mr. Jiang. He spent a long time organizing his words in the chat box, but felt that something was not right, so he finally closed the chat box. How should she ask? Would it be suspected of intruding into other people's privacy if she asked directly? Would he feel abrupt and offended? Zhu, do you have a girlfriend? Ji Yusheng looked at the review mirror. Zhu Huai choked up. Boss Ji Yu, I won't treat you as a mute even if you can't speak. Ji Yusheng decided to talk about it at night. Everything would be easy when they met in person. As long as she created an atmosphere of love for Jiang Yanshu would fall for her. But she didn't notice that she would fall too, and both sides were unable to control their emotions, falling into a vicious circle. The Yu family's villa is located in the city center, which means it is quiet in the midst of noise. The simple red door shows the owner's style. Zhu Huai parked the car steadily. Mr. Ji Yu, we're here. Give me the Buddhist beads that Yu Songnian gave me before. Ji Yusheng tilted her head and looked at the Yu family, where she had been countless times. For the first time, she felt a tangible coldness. The master of this place wanted her to die. Before, she thought that they just wanted benefits and wanted to use the Ji Yu family as a stepping stone to help the Yu family move to the next level, but the South City Casino incident made her truly realize that. Beneath Yu Songnian's gentle appearance, he is a bloodthirsty demon who will wait for an opportunity to bare his fangs. But she still had to come to the Yu family today. If she wanted to continue pretending in front of Yu Songnian, she needed an opportunity. Yu Songnian was too powerful, and she had to pull out his minions first. Yu Sui, this madman, plays both sides, but she can also be smooth talker. Ji Yusheng took the Buddhist beads Zhu Huai handed over and put them on his wrist directly. Let's go and apply some eye drops. Zhu Huai shuddered. Ji Yusheng was a reserved person, so whenever she showed a sharp look, it would make people shudder. The servants of the Yu family were used to seeing Ji Yusheng. When they saw her, they greeted her with a smile, and Ji Yusheng also smiled and nodded in response. The housekeeper was stunned when he saw her coming, then stepped forward and asked, Miss Ji Yu, how come you have time to come here today? The master is making tea in the backyard, and the young master is also here. Ji Yusheng touched the beads hanging in his palm and said, I heard that Jinan was punished by the family. I came to see him. The perfect expression on the butler's face cracked. Who said that? The master hasn't been angry for a long time. This is simply outrageous. Ji Yusheng lowered his eyes and smiled sarcastically. The butler wanted to say something else, but was afraid of adding unnecessary details, so he kept silent. The backyard, with curling tea smoke and surrounded by potted green plants, looks like a paradise. Yu Songnian sat and watched the tea boiling, while Yu Jinan sat with his back to her, looking extremely stiff. Ji Yu Shicheng naturally sat next to Yu Jinan and asked caringly, "Jinan, are you feeling better?" Yu Jinan's straight back froze. He turned his head and forced a dry laugh, "No. I'm fine." Ji Yu Shicheng gently rolled up the beads, "Really? Uncle Yu, Jinan is so old now, you don't have to be so strict. Look at you, why are you still angry?" Yu Songnian lowered his head and blew away the tea foam, as if he didn't know she was coming. Ji Yu Shicheng didn't need his answer, her purpose was not here. "I now understand what happened today. I was young and was set up by someone." Yu Songnian poured the tea indifferently, but Yu Jinan straightened his back nervously. "I've said it before, you are young and you should think more about everything." For the first time, Yu Songnian's contempt was so obvious. Ji Yu Shicheng took off his Buddhist beads and held them in his hand. "Uncle Yu, please save me again because I am young and ignorant." "How can I save you?" Yu Songnian poured out the tea. "This tea has been stored for more than 10 years, and now it has changed its taste." This was the only sentence Yu Jinan understood today. It was not about tea, but a roundabout way of scolding Ji Yu Shicheng. "If you don't like the tea, that's easy. I'll bring it to you when I get back." Ji Yu Shicheng was calm. She had come here to seek asylum, but ended up being indifferent to fame or disgrace, which made Yu Songnian feel uncomfortable. "What I lost today was the South City Casino, Mr. Ji Yu, this is not a small place." Yu Songnian made up his mind not to help her and just spoke in a roundabout way. "It's my fault, Uncle Yu. I am still too young. When others said that, I got impulsive and just like that. I offended my own family." Ji Yu Shicheng put the beads on the table and leaned forward slightly to pour tea for Yu Songnian. "No, I can't afford Mr. Gu's tea." Yu Songnian remembered the disgrace she had shown him last time and took the teacup away directly. Ji Yu Shicheng turned to Yu Jinan and said, "Jinan, we have all been tricked, do you know that?" Yu Jinan's back was covered in cold sweat. In the battle between gods, he was the only real mortal. Ji Yu Shicheng might not know nothing, and Yu Sui might not be reminding him out of kindness, and Yu Songnian had already calculated that he would betray Ji Yu Shicheng, so now. What on earth do these two want to do together? Why can't they be more direct? Can't they just yell at each other? Isn't it better to just question each other directly? They went back and forth, slowly testing each other's knowledge, where their bottom line was, and what they wanted to do. He was the only fool. Yu Jinan thought for a long time, then looked at the two of them awkwardly. "Shicheng, I don't know." Yu Songnian rolled his eyes in anger. Ji Yu Shicheng curved his eyebrows and smiled. "Jinan is still so naive." Yu Jinan's face turned red, these words didn't sound like good things. Ji Yu Shicheng pulled up the surveillance video on his phone and put it on the table. "Uncle Yu, I just found out that my good father used my mother's death to lure me to your territory. This is simply sinister." Yu Songnian watched Wen Sang leaving through the back door in the surveillance video and suddenly clenched his teacup. "It's Wen Sang. Not Chen Fei." Yu Songnian narrowed his eyes. Chen Fei was quite brave to use his territory to help others. Instead of killing anyone, the police were called. "Oh yeah, the police. Who called the police?" Ji Yu Shicheng didn't know how many people were participating, but judging from Yu Songnian's expression, this number should not be a good one. Yu Songnian's expression seemed like he didn't know when Sang would appear, so who should appear? Then, she doesn't have to take any action next, she just needs to wait for the Yu family to target the next one. Yu Jinan felt the atmosphere subtly changing. Yu Songnian didn't seem to be targeting Ji Yu Shicheng. He just breathed a sigh of relief, but then Ji Yu Shicheng's words hit him right in the heart. "A Sui said today that he would host a birthday party for me. I calculated the date and it's neither his birthday nor yours or Jinan's. So what?" Yu Jinan looked at Yu Songnian's slightly bulging cheeks, his heart pounding. Why did Yu Sui want to hold a birthday party for no reason? Whose birthday party? Yu Songnian thought of Yu Sui's adopted daughter who was hiding well, and ordered him to leave directly. "I'm tired today, you can see Mr. Ji Yu off." Ji Yu Shicheng stood up with satisfaction. People who have a strong desire for control will feel uncomfortable if they are even a little bit out of control. "I don't know if Yu Sui she doesn't like this gift." Yu Jinan thought about it and stopped Ji Shicheng from speaking. Shicheng, you know he did it, why did you come? Ji Shicheng sighed, Jinan, you are not suitable to get involved in these things. If you have any difficulties, tell me and I will help you. Yu Jinan dodged his gaze and said, no. Ji Shicheng shook his head, Jinan, you can't play it. Your thoughts are all on your face. Jiang Yanshu can see through it at a glance, not to mention Yu Songnian and Yu Sui. What kind of person is Yu Sui? Yu Jinan asked with some hope. Yu Sui was the only one who showed him warmth without reservation after he returned to China. Even Ji Shicheng had tested him before. Ji Shicheng thought of Yu Sui, who was arrogant in the villa before, and sneered, he is not a good person, just don't trust him. Yu Jinan felt a resistance in his heart, oh. Ji Shicheng looked at Yu Jinan, who was completely different from before, and felt a little pain in his heart. Yu Jinan, Chengnan Casino is sarcastically owing you. If you need anything in the future, I will help you. You know my phone number. If you change your mind, call me. Yu Jinan knew clearly what his mother had done, and it was impossible for him to use Ji Shicheng's apology to him and use her to help himself. Go back. No one refused, but everyone knew what he meant. Ji Shicheng closed his eyes tiredly after getting in the car. Check who Wensang has seen recently. Zhu Huai replied softly. Ji Shicheng added, investigate Xu Qing and Wen Jinshu together. Yes, will Mr. Jian continue to investigate? Zhu Huai maintained a serious and responsible work attitude. No need, I'll ask myself so as not to make your work more difficult. Ji Shicheng seemed to be teasing himself. Zhu Huai answered Nya's call. Nya, what's the matter? Is Mr. Ji here? Nya seemed to be lowering her voice, afraid of being heard. Zhu Huai drove faster, and Ji Shicheng continued, I'm here, go ahead. Boss Ji, Mr. Jiang is here. He won't leave no matter what I say. He only wants to see you. Nya's voice was full of anxiety. Mr. Jiang said that if you are afraid that others will know about him, you can lock him up in your lounge. Zhu Huai raised his eyebrows and thought, you're just kidding. There are important information in the lounge, who would dare to let him in? Let him wait for me, I'll be there soon. Ji Shicheng pinched his eyebrows. Nya figured out Jiang Yanshu's position in Ji Shicheng's heart, hung up the phone, and turned back politely. Jiang Yanshu sat on the sofa reading a magazine. What did she say? Anya put on her professional fake smile. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Ji will be here in a while, please sit down and I'll make you a cup of coffee. Jiang Yanshu looked at the lit phone and curled his lips. Boss Ji is so busy, but he is also checking his phone. Am I disturbing Boss Gu's work? Ji Shicheng smiled helplessly, Mr. Jiang. Just these three words made Jiang Yanshu's heart blossom. While he was spitting on himself, he happily replied, yes, I'm here. A place in Ji Shicheng's heart slowly softened. Does your wound still hurt? Jiang Yanshu's brain was working rapidly. Ji Shicheng asked him about his injuries several times, so he had to pretend. He pinched his throat slightly, pretending to be a pitiful green tea. It hurts. I thought it didn't hurt anymore, but as soon as you said it, it started to hurt again. Chapter 20, Mr. Jiang, will you chase me? Ask Anya to take you to the hospital. Be good. Ji Shicheng didn't notice the worry in her tone at all. Zhu Huai, who was driving in front, silently raised the tailgate. He didn't want to listen. It is said that love is most touching during the ambiguous moments. It turned out to be true. Mr. Ji could actually be so gentle at times. Her words lit a fire in Jiang Yanshu's heart. He slowly clenched his hands hanging at his sides, with imperceptible forbearance and restraint. Zhao Zhao, I'm in pain, I want to see you. I'm here. Ji Shicheng reached out and knocked on the fender. Drive faster. Zhu Huai smacked his lips. The beauty was acting coquettishly, and lighting beacons to trick the princes was just a joke. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward. The traffic police chased his car all their way. Just pay the ticket and be nice to it, and I'll reimburse you. Ji Shicheng pushed the door and got out of the car in one go. The traffic police stepped forward to stop Zhu Huai, and Zhu Huai got off the car politely. Comrade traffic police, I'm sorry, we have something urgent. Is your boss sick again? It doesn't look like the case this time. The traffic police gave him a ticket, half-jokingly. Zhu Huai smiled awkwardly. Seeing that it was him, he lowered his head and touched his nose. Last time it was indeed an emergency, but this time is different. This time it concerns my boss's lifelong event. Brother, we accept this ticket. The traffic police joked, take the civil service exam, so you don't have to be exploited by the hateful capitalists. Zhu Huai smiled and closed the door. Forget it. My boss pays me more overtime than a civil servant's monthly salary. Traffic police. I also want to be exploited by the evil capitalists. The traffic police patted him on the shoulder with a smile, got in the car and left. Zhu Huai let out a sigh. If he continued like this, he would become a frequent visitor to the traffic police team. He should just find a driver. It would be unbearable. Ji Yusheng was a little out of breath when he pushed open the door of MS President's office. Why don't you go to the hospital? Jiang Yanshu immediately rushed over and hugged her tightly. He had been married to her for 5 years, but he didn't even know what she was thinking. He had no right to say he loved her. I'm sorry, I wasn't good and I didn't listen. Jiang Yanshu held back his words, fearing that bringing up the past would make her sad. Be good, of course you would be good, just like Ranran. Ji Yusheng could never guess what her little husband was thinking, so she could only go along with what he said. Jiang Yanshu kissed her cheek tenderly. Would you find me annoying? Ji Yusheng put his arm around him and sat down. No, I find Mr. Jiang very interesting. Jiang Yanshu sniffed the tea scent on her body. Zhao Zhao, how did I behave before? Can I stay by your side? His words woke up Ji Yusheng. After hesitating for a long time, Ji Yusheng took the initiative to ask, I want to ask you. It was still inappropriate. Why did she ask? Everyone had their own privacy. She was asking too presumptuously. Jiang Yanshu loved her, but he was not her property. Huh? What do you want to ask me? Jiang Yanshu let go of his hand. Ji Yusheng deliberately avoided his gaze. Where are we having dinner? Jiang Yanshu was a little disappointed. He had laid so much groundwork, but Ji Yusheng still didn't want to understand his past thoughts. Go home and eat. Jiang Yanshu avoided her injured left hand and pressed gently on her. Zhao Zhao, how come you are so powerful? You knocked down a whole pile by yourself. Ji Yusheng was dizzy from the strong hormones in his body. Well, I practiced it when I was a child. Grandpa said that Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is the best. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Jiang Yanshu lowered his head and bit her ear bone. Red belt. Ji Yusheng tilted his head back. It's not that powerful, it can just protect itself. What is that? Jiang Yanshu approached. Just a black belt. Ji Yusheng took the initiative, pressed him down on the sofa and kissed his neck. Zhao Zhao is awesome. Unlike me, I'm just a sonder. Jiang Yanshu was unwilling to finish what he said, and still wanted to cast a hook and let her ask. This way, it would seem like Ji Yusheng cared about him very much. Ji Yusheng kissed his wet eyes. What do you want to say? Jiang Yanshu tugged at her tie. Boss Ji Yu, are you not interested at all? I'm very interested. Tell me about it. Ji Yusheng raised his hand to loosen his tie. There was already a little pink on his collarbone. Jiang Yanshu stared at him with his eyes wide open. Okay? Jiang Yanshu suddenly hesitated. He was afraid that his actions would be too explicit and make Ji Yusheng dislike him. Go ahead. Ji Yusheng wrapped the tie around his wrist and slowly tightened it. Jiang Yanshu raised his chin. Well, Zhao Zhao, stop teasing me. Ji Yusheng stopped what he was doing and said, okay, go ahead. Jiang Yanshu had tears in his eyes. My brother was afraid that I would suffer, so he sent me to practice sonder. Then I was noticed by someone and was accepted into an organization. Zhao Zhao, will you dislike me? What kind of organization is it? Are there any missions that may cause harm to you? Ji Yusheng lowered his head and kissed his forehead. Jiang Yanshu put his hand on her waist. He could feel Ji Yusheng's hot body through the fabric of his suit. He is directly under the state. Don't worry, I will always be here. Ji Yusheng said, softly. The atmosphere was gone and she didn't plan to continue. Jiang Yanshu held her waist and refused to let go. Zhao Zhao, although we have no legal protection now. It's not good for you to just flirt with her and not do anything about it. Ji Yusheng leaned against his ear and asked, "What should we do then?" Jiang Yanshu looked at her aggrievedly. "Zhao Zhao, I'm in pain." Ji Yusheng quickly stood up and said, "Beauty can lead to deception. I even forgot that you were injured. Come on, let's go. I'll go to the hospital with you." Jiang Yanshu got up contentedly, but his cell phone lit up at an inopportune moment. Ji Yusheng took a look and suppressed his possessive desire. "Missions, can I pick it up for you?" "Okay." Jiang Yanshu has been acting for many years, and he could see the undisguised possessiveness in Ji Yusheng's eyes at a glance. After the call was connected, Shen Yuntang asked gently, "Mr. Jiang, your cake is still here with me. Can I deliver it to Shuangshu Huerting for you?" Jiang Yanshu almost jumped up and kept talking to Ji Yusheng silently. "Cake? My cake?" Ji Yusheng suppressed his laughter and said, "Thank you for your help. I'll ask my assistant to get it. Please tell me the address." Shen Yuntang was stuck, and all the lines he had prepared were gone. Isn't this Mr. Ji Yu? Oh, okay, now. Shen Yuntang's brain was in a state of shutdown. After hanging up the phone, Ji Yusheng picked up the tie that fell on the ground and put it on slowly. Mr. Jiang's charm is really seductive. Jiang Yanshu knelt on the sofa, put his arms around her waist, and rolled the tie into his own hand. He said in a very seductive voice, "Zhao Zhao, look at me." Ji Yusheng lowered his head and kissed the tip of his nose. "It's up to you." Jiang Yanshu was kissed so hard that he felt like he was floating in ecstasy. "Zhao Zhao." Ji Yusheng hooked his neck and said, "Mr. Jiang, will you chase me?" R. Jiang Yanshu was shocked, as if he was suddenly hit by a huge candy. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Ji Yusheng didn't give him a chance to think about it. "Let's go to the hospital." Jiang Yanshu used his hands and feet to walk several steps before coming back to his senses. "Zhao Zhao. Nya, ask someone to go to the coffee shop at number 68 Chunfeng Road to get Mr. Jiang's cake." Ji Yusheng shouted to Nya, who was in the assistant's office opposite. Nya nodded and stood up. Zhu Huai took the key and came out. "Mr. Ji Yu, where are we going now?" "Hospital." Ji Yusheng moved aside to let Jiang Yanshu come out. She didn't seem to have thought about supporting the patient. Jiang Yanshu's mind was blank and he couldn't think at all. After Jiang Yanshu entered the hospital, Zhu Huai said, "Mr. Ji Yu, how about we hire a driver?" Ji Yusheng looked at the closed door and said, "Let Nya make the arrangements." Zhu Huai nodded. It was estimated that Mr. Ji Yu only had that little husband in his mind now. The doctor in the white coat came out with a frown on his face. Ji Yusheng's heart tightened. "Doctor, is he okay?" The doctor snorted, "Of course he's fine. His scrapes will heal in a little while." Ji Yusheng. Ji Yusheng's face flushed. She had teased Jiang Yanshu before. "You are not unconscious due to fever. Why would your family doctor suffer in his lifetime to treat an illness that can be cured by taking medicine?" He was so lustful that he blinded his mind and rushed the person to the hospital in a panic, and as a result, the person's skin was broken. Ji Yusheng asked in a serious tone, "Well, are there any dietary taboos?" The doctor walked away with his hands behind his back. "Anything you don't like should be avoided." Ji Yusheng. Zhu Huai turned around, holding back his laughter. Ji Yusheng walked into Jiang Yanshu's ward and asked, "How is Mr. Jiang's injury?" Jiang Yanshu looked at her with tears in his eyes. "Zhao Zhao, it hurts." Zhu Huai got goosebumps all over his body and closed the door quietly. Ji Yusheng sighed. He was not the kind of person who would flinch at beauty, so how could he be defeated by Jiang Yanshu's eyes again and again? "Then stay here. I'll get you a single room." Ji Yusheng poured him a glass of water and placed it on the bedside table. "Jiang Yanshu, Zhao Zhao, my hand hurts." Ji Yusheng carefully raised the cup and fed him. "Jiang Zhao Zhao." Jiang Yanshu snorted softly and said, "If you didn't like this kind of delicate girl, I would definitely be manly." Ji Yusheng turned around and answered the phone. After listening to 2 sentences, his face became heavy. After hanging up, he was silent for a while. "I'm busy with something. You don't need to leave the door open for me tonight." Jiang Yanshu nodded obediently, and as soon as she left, he immediately took out his mobile phone and opened his Weibo editor. A photo of Ji Yusheng's blurry back and her tie was snapped, with the caption, I thought I was very clever, but I didn't expect she would also be tempted by this. He happily watched the exploding Weibo posts, and within half an hour, he received a call from his old friend Xu Jie. Jiang Yanshu. That's enough. I fixed the system when you were heartbroken, and I fixed it again when you chased after your wife. Fix. If you can't catch her, I'll fix you. Jiang Yanshu mocked him mercilessly. I got married and you were single. I took care of the kids and you were single. I got divorced and you were single. I chased after my wife and you were still single. Xu, you're not a child anymore. Xu Jie. Xu Jie was typing away on the keyboard, gritting his teeth and wishing he could beat up Jiang Yanshu. Jiang Yanshu. Jiang Yanshu hung up the phone in a very good mood and was happily preparing to check the comments section, but Lin Ren called again. Brother, give me a shot of prevention next time. Don't attack me by surprise. I'm about to have a heart attack. Lin Ren flipped through the documents with helplessness in his tone. Jiang Yanshu said, nonchalantly, flipped through his own comments, and suddenly sat up. This kind of woman is obviously very promiscuous. Forget about the unspoken rules in your circle, but why did you post it? Chapter 21 Jiu Shicheng confesses. Jiang Yanshu was so angry that his eyes felt dizzy, and he subconsciously wanted to type a reply. Lin Ren heard his rapid breathing and seemed to sense something. Brother. What's wrong with you? Jiang Yanshu pressed his fingers to the ground, making a clicking sound. Someone is slandering Jiu Shicheng. Lin Ren grabbed the computer mouse and frantically clicked on Weibo. Don't worry. Brother. It's useless to scold him, let's call the police. Jiang Yanshu suddenly laughed. A domineering CEO doesn't need the police. Why are you all calling the police? Lin Ren's expression was stiff. He had read too many novels. They were really harmful. Brother, read less novels. We live in a society ruled by law. Lin Ren wiped his face. Jiang Yanshu stared at the message and prepared to take a screenshot as evidence, but a large number of equally disgusting comments poured in below. That's right. They are all bitches. Why are they pretending to be chaste and heroic women? Isn't this the traffic password? I'm begging you to save my life. Don't you know about the entertainment industry? It's all about character settings. Good men with unwavering expressions can attract fans and make money through endorsements. I thought he was such a good man before, but what happened? It turns out that he has been out of business for half a year, and he has to be exposed. The truth is revealed. This is definitely for money. I heard he also took part in a variety show, but that variety show is not very famous yet. Har har. What a double award winner, it's all for the money. Jiang Yanshu laughed sarcastically. Lin Ren, what will happen if I scold them? Bad reputation. Have you ever seen a public figure quarreling with others online? Lin Ren slowed down his typing as he saw some disgusting comments. My reputation. Jiang Yanshu pointed his finger at the edge of the bed. Who is President Jiu? Who dares to touch her? She will never show her face. Only you will have your reputation ruined, and the company you are going to take over will definitely. Lin Ren became more and more frightened as he spoke. Jiang Yanshu calmed down his impulsive heart. The Jiang family was more important than himself. Call the police. I won't curse. Jiang Yanshu tilted his head to look at the scorching sunlight outside. Lin Ren felt that he was not qualified to be an assistant. I'll give you a nickname, go and scold me. A few new comments popped up. A man with this kind of expression will definitely ask why everyone treats him like this. He is just in love with someone. Ha 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 ha. Stop coming out and disgusting people. If he doesn't post, will anyone scold him? Forget it. If I hadn't posted this on Weibo, this wouldn't have happened. Jiang Yanshu put his phone on the cabinet. Lin Ren cursed, bullshit. Is this a stinky foot cloth from hundreds of years ago? In modern society. You're telling me that the victim is the culprit? Go ahead and curse. No need. Jiang Yanshu hung up the phone and flipped through the comments in a self-motivated manner. The Jiang family was in front of him, so he couldn't do anything reckless. He felt as if he was covered in a layer of grey. He rarely checked Weibo, and Lin Ren showed him only good comments, but this time, he saw the lethality of language. An account that looked like a small one popped up. The police have been called. Please wait for the court summons. Jiang Yanshu widened his eyes and clicked on it, and saw that only MS official followed her. His mind lit up. Ji Yushacheng. Ji Yushacheng. His Jiao Jiao. Ji Yushacheng's phone call just happened to come in. His Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he was about to speak when Ji Yushacheng's gentle voice came. Are you sad? Jiang Yanshu's eyes were suddenly filled with mist. No. Ji Yushacheng didn't like him being so weak and vulnerable. The person she liked must be strong. He could be coquettish and gentle in private, but he could not be weak. Mr. Jiang, you have the confidence to fight back. Ji Yushacheng tried to keep a steady tone, not wanting to put too much pressure on him. Jiao Jiao, you. Jiang Yanshu wanted to say something but couldn't. Ji Yushacheng said, Jiang Yanshu, I am 25 years old this year. Jiang Yanshu nodded woodenly, then suddenly realized that she couldn't see it, so he quickly said, I know. Ji Yushacheng walked to the window and looked down at the prosperity of Jiangcheng. I will teach you how to behave in society, how to get in front of people, and how to establish your authority. Do you understand what I am saying? I don't understand. Jiang Yanshu answered honestly. Ji Yushacheng laughed. Jiang Yanshu, I don't understand romance. Jiang Yanshu slowly sat up and walked to the window. The mirror reflected the tears in his eyes. Ji Yushacheng added slowly, but I know one thing, if you like someone, you will spend time and effort on him. This is called love. What you say is just cake. Jiang Yanshu held his breath, fearing that this was a dream. Ji Yushacheng is saying like. The thing he had been looking forward to for 5 years suddenly hit him hard through the phone. Ji Yushacheng waited for a long time, but there was no sound from the other side. She took out her phone and looked at it. It was still on the line. Jiang Yanshu. She suddenly shouted, and Jiang Yanshu came back to his senses abruptly, his forehead hitting the glass. Hiss. I'm. Ji Yushacheng held his forehead with his hand. Did you hear what I just said? Listen, I heard it. Jiang Yanshu's face was as red as the sun outside the window. My preference is that I teach you the ways of the world and let you stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Ji Yushacheng was a little nervous. She had not planned to say these words now, but the appearance of Shen Yuntang inevitably stimulated her. She always thought that she was very calm towards Jiang Yanshu and would not lose her composure. But it was not until they divorced that Jiang Yanshu revealed his unknown side, and she felt a heartbeat that she had never noticed before. She had seen this sentence in a novel that Jiang Yanshu had read before. When you are not sure whether a person belongs to you, give her freedom. If she loves you, she won't want you. As expected. She actually couldn't leave Jiang Yanshu. She tossed and turned at night, always feeling that something was missing around her. Where is Jiang Yanshu? He said he loved her. How much did he love her? Jiang Yanshu leaned his forehead against the glass, and tears rolled down his cheeks as he laughed. Jiao Jiao, one day my long-cherished wish will come true, Ji Yushacheng was a little embarrassed and coughed. Let's get back to the original topic. You should have the confidence to fight back. The Jiang family and I are your backers. Jiang Yanshu suddenly woke up. Wait a minute. You were talking on Weibo just now, your current identity. Ji Yushacheng turned around and looked at the computer screen behind him where new messages kept popping up. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for letting my MS get such attention. Jiang Yanshu ignored her joke and hurried to check Weibo. As expected, Ji Yushacheng's Weibo post had been flooded with all kinds of unpleasant words filling the screen. Jiang Yanshu's fingers trembled. Jiao Jiao, don't worry about it, I'll do it. He wanted to give Ji Yushacheng a perfect answer. He knew best what kind of person Ji Yushacheng liked. Ji Yushacheng said, and hung up the phone. She touched her burning ears and let out a breath. It was so embarrassing that she actually succumbed to Jiang Yanshu's beauty. She is a person who hates trouble very much, but now she is willing to spend time teaching others. She admires this so-called love. And YA came in holding a tablet. Shacheng, the police have intervened. Yeah. Ji Yushacheng's voice was a little muffled. And YA glanced at him casually, and just as he was about to lower his eyelids, he opened his eyes wide and looked again, and suddenly pounced on him. Shacheng. You're blushing. Ji Yushacheng pushed her hand away. Yeah. And YA rolled her eyes a few times. You, like Emperor Jiang. Yeah. Ji Yushacheng stared at the screen, unable to concentrate on anything. She suddenly found that it was not difficult to admit that she had feelings, and she seemed not to have thought about Gu's mother's blood. Anya grabbed her hand. You like it? Yeah. Ji Yushichen's face was already red, but he was still pretending to be calm. After calming down, she felt that she was too impulsive. Why was she so inexplicable? They just got divorced. Before that, he asked the other person to stay away from him and forced him to sign, but now he is chasing after him. No matter how you look at it, it looks like he's sick. Anya noticed her embarrassment, smiled, picked up the tablet, and tiptoed out. After listening to Anya's retelling, Xie Zhaotu did not feel much relieved. No one knew Ji Yuxicheng better than him. When it came to relationships, possessiveness was the most important factor for Ji Yuxicheng. How much do you like it? Ji Yuxicheng is a very versatile person. She knows people's hearts very well and can see what others lack. If she wants to conquer someone, it is very easy, especially someone who loves her. There are always some who are happy and some who are sad in this world. The Yu family has been shrouded in gloom for the past few days. Yu Songnian first beat Yu Sui up, then interrogated him about various issues and found all kinds of clues, but he had no actual evidence to prove that Yu Sui had betrayed him. This made him even more angry. Yu Sui was already flawless. On the surface, he was under his control, but in fact, he had already grown stronger. You are just like your lowly mother, vicious and scheming. Yu Songnian threw tea sets at him one after another. Yu Sui was scolded motionlessly. The tea set broke into pieces and left cuts all over his body. You are not presentable and only know how to use despicable means. Yu Songnian was not satisfied and stood up and kicked him. Yu Jinan knelt aside, his knees covered with broken pieces of porcelain, which pierced his tendons and caused him excruciating pain. Yu Sui was hunched over with a sneer in his eyes. Yu Songnian was only so kind and amiable when he was outside. The butler came in, bent over. Sir, Chen Fei is dead. After he said that, he wished he could curl himself up into a ball and squeeze into the gap. Yu Songnian was quiet for a second, and then he jumped up in the next second. What do you mean dead? How did he die? This is the evidence that Chen Fei wants to hand over to the police. Evidence that proves that he has nothing to do with Wen Sang and Ji Yushichen's revenge. Now that the evidence is dead, the police will come straight for him. He cast his eyes towards Yu Sui and slapped him. Bitch. The slap was so loud that Yu Jinan and the housekeeper couldn't help but tremble. Get lost. Go check it out for me. When the butler received the pardon, he wanted to crawl out as fast as he could. Yu Songnian grabbed Yu Sui by the collar and said, check it for me. If you can't find out, your adopted daughter is my mistress. Yu Sui raised his head suddenly, with so much force that Yu Jinan heard a crisp clicking sound. He sadly discovered that he could do nothing else towards Shang Yu Songnian except glaring at him. Don't touch her. A few words came out of Yu Sui's hoarse throat, pleadingly. Dad, don't touch her. I'll check. Chapter 22, Mr. Jiang is quite arrogant. Yu Sui dragged his tired body back to the apartment. He raised his hand to turn on the light and tried hard to smile. He broke his dinner appointment today, and Mingxia must be waiting for him. But the warm light that filled the living room and the broken pieces of teacup on the floor made him terrified. The blood in his body was rushing to his forehead, his legs were weak, and his daughter had been taken away. Mingxia. His voice was trembling. He felt all over his body and finally found the phone with a broken screen. He dialed the number with trembling fingers. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Please call again later. Sorry. Yu Sui hung up the phone stiffly, his face burning with pain. He touched it randomly, and the tears that had fallen on his face without him knowing when rolled over the wound. He didn't feel any pain, just a slight itch as if he was cut by a guitar string. His fingers slowly scrolled through the address book, finally stopping at the word father. He closed his eyes and dialed the number. The housekeeper's old voice came out of the microphone. Manager Yu, what can I do for you, sir? Yu Sui knelt on the ground, picked up a piece of debris, and held it in his palm. Sir, are you free now? The father is not a father, he is a teacher, and the son is not a son, he is a subordinate. Manager Yu, the gentleman is playing chess with the young master now and is temporarily unavailable. I can convey anything you want to say. The butler tapped the table lightly with his fingers, which was a secret signal between him and Yu Sui. Yu Sui got up, grabbed a pen, and quickly wrote down, when can I come over? The housekeeper glanced at the closed door and said, tonight, there is a distinguished guest coming to the old house today. The butler knocked 7 times, 2 short, 3 long, and then 1 short and 1 long. The calls to the old house's landline were recorded, so they couldn't say anything clear. Yu Sui-shin was suddenly in a state of panic. Ming Xie was in the old house. Yu Sui took a deep breath and tried to keep a steady tone. Okay, then you treat the distinguished guest well and tell the gentleman that I will give him a satisfactory answer. Okay. The housekeeper hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Sui had a splitting headache. Ming Xie was given to him by Yu Songnian to prove that he had no object to fight for the property. In the Yu family, he had no descendants and could not inherit the family business. Ming Xie was the only warmth and light in his long dark life. He was too attentive to Ming Xie, which made Yu Songnian dissatisfied, so this time, taking Ming Xie away was not only to warn him, but also to tell him. He is a member of the Yu family, and it is not okay for him to work for others. Whether he does it intentionally or unintentionally, it is not okay. Yu Sui opened his hand, with shards of glass deeply embedded in his palm. Bright red blood gushed out in streams, and flowed out again before the scab formed. Starlight Building. Jiang Yanshu drove straight to the garage, without any obstruction, and walked in with full aura. With Ji Yushichen's words, he was ready to do it with all his might. Seeing how high-spirited he was, the receptionist forgot to greet him for a moment, and only came to her senses after he entered the president's special elevator. Just now, was it Mr. Jiang? The companion nodded blankly, like a peacock spreading its feathers, showing off. Jiang Yanshu, who knew nothing about this, was full of fighting spirit. He had learned to be humble since he was a child, but he forgot that the Jiang family's honor had never been gained by giving in, and even without his giving in over the past 20 years, the Jiang family would not have gone bankrupt. If he wants to take over the Jiang family, he cannot be weak. A timid heir cannot convince the board of directors. Brother, the Ministry of Justice has been communicating with the police. Lin Ren came out of the office with a tablet in his hand. Jiang Yanshu imitated Ji Yushichen's usual behavior and nodded gently. Got it. Notify the Public Relations Department, we are going to sign a contract with Ms. Okay. Lin Ren took 2 steps and suddenly stopped. Brother, what did you say? MS. Well, is there a problem? Jiang Yanshu walked into the office without stopping and turned on the computer. Lin Ren swallowed his saliva. Brother, Mr. Ji, are you willing to sign a contract with us? What do you want to sign? Jiang Yanshu looked at the file that NYA sent over, opened it and showed it to Lin Ren. Artists, we are more successful in the entertainment industry than Ms. Lin Ren still didn't quite believe it until he saw Ji Yushichen's official seal. Then he nodded doubtfully. This is not like Mr. Gu's style. She just bought a few big IPs and is making money. This. Will she lose money if she signs a contract with us? Jiang Yanshu closed the webpage. Lin Ren shook his head uncertainly. This. I don't know. If we sign with the Jiang family, it won't happen. But if we sign with Xinguang Building, it's different. Our only artist and source of wealth is you, President Jiang. Jiang Yanshu stroked the mouse wheel. Taking over the Jiang family is an established fact. This cannot be changed. But we haven't completely retired from the entertainment industry. We can organize our artists to appear on variety shows. I will take them with me to increase their exposure. Lin Ren thought about the feasibility of the matter. The president of Jiang Group. Variety show. This is a bit ridiculous. Jiang Yanshu looked at Ji Yushichen's WeChat and said, it's feasible. Lin Ren, you go and arrange it. We will try to start recording at the end of July. By then. Lin Ren planned a feasible plan in his mind. Okay, don't worry, I will arrange it properly. Mr. Ji and the Jiang family, the exposure of this variety show will be maximized at the beginning, but how to stabilize the ratings in the later stage is the most important. I will call a meeting now. Jiang Yanshu looked at Ji Yushichen's documents, estimated his own gap, and after a long moment, he sighed. It's so difficult. Being a president requires working overtime. The bosses in novels don't have to work overtime and they make tens of billions in a minute. For someone like him, there is still a lot to learn. Ji Yushicheng is usually either in meetings or working overtime, but she seems to rarely let her employees work overtime, which is very different from the current 996 and 007 work styles. Moreover, Ji Yushichen's overtime pay and business trip expenses were very high, and he wanted to go to work. Ding ding ding. The sudden ringing of his cell phone startled him. He turned over and saw Shen Yuntang. Jiang Yanshu smiled a little. As long as they were cooperating and there was no falling out, they were still friends. Jiang Yanshu, Miss Shen, what's the matter? Shen Yuntang asked tentatively, Mr. Jiang, did you catch up with your lover? Yes, are you calling to congratulate me? Jiang Yanshu displayed the standard straight man way of speaking. Shen Yuntang. She didn't want to believe that there was real love in this world, and that this person was willing to give up everything to love, but she had to believe it. She wants it, but the prerequisite is that the other party is single. She can pursue him, but she can't be a mistress. She didn't mind if the other person had someone else in his heart. She felt safe keeping a man like this by her side. What a pity. Shen Yuntang cleared his throat and said, No, I just want to ask you, there are still some inconsistencies in the contract. Let's make an appointment to discuss it. Jiang Yanshu politely replied, okay, asked about the time and place, and hung up the phone neatly. Jiang Yanshu looked at the pile of documents on the table. His cell phone lit up again. This time, it displayed a string of garbled characters. Jiang Yanshu suppressed his facial expression and answered the phone seriously. X26 is listening. Jiang Yanshu's eyes were full of determination. If Ji Yusheng saw this side of him, he would definitely be very interested. Jiang Yanshu like this was a fatal temptation, strong and sexy. According to a notification from our superiors, a fugitive from another province has sneaked into Jiangcheng. His whereabouts are very secretive and he was last seen at Ying'an police station. I have assigned you a special mission to capture the fugitive. Their voice on the other end had an authentic broadcasting accent, with clear and loud pronunciation, as if he was about to say, welcome to the news broadcast, at any time. Jiang Yanshu said without hesitation, got it. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yanshu felt a little panic. He is different now. The burden on his shoulders is heavier than ever. If he is injured or sacrificed during the mission, what will happen to his family? He could imagine how Ji Yusheng and Jiang Ran would become unfamiliar with each other in the future. The documents on his desk also reminded him that he now had to support the livelihoods of countless families. There was a knock on the door, and Jiang Yanshu said in a muffled voice, come in. Mr. Jiang is quite arrogant. Ji Yusheng teased him with a smile and closed the document on the table. Zhao Zhao, I'm thinking about something. Jiang Yanshu pulled out a chair for her and poured her a cup of coffee. You tell me. Ji Yusheng sat down and looked at him without mentioning the purpose of his visit. Jiang Yanshu squatted down. Zhao Zhao, I told you before that I am a sonder, do you remember? Ji Yusheng tapped the tabletop lightly with his fingertips. Continue. Jiang Yanshu looked up into her light brown eyes. Zhao Zhao, I am, like my brother, we are both members of a national organization, but my missions are usually more covert. Have you received a new mission and are you going to disappear for a while? Ji Yusheng withdrew his hand from the table and gently placed it on the armrest. No, I didn't disappear. Jiang Yanshu held her hand. I wanted to say that I might be in danger and I need your help. Ji Yusheng frowned and said, speak. Jiang Yanshu felt that she was a little impatient, but if Xie Zhao was here, he would definitely notice that Ji Yusheng's expression was actually one of worry. The more flustered she was, the more concise her words became. The Jiang family doesn't belong to me. I know you won't take advantage of it, but Xinguang building is different. It's my hard work. Zhao Zhao, I hope you can help take care of it for me. Jiang Yanshu added softly, if I'm unlucky. Shut up. Ji Yusheng pinched his jaw. Jiang Yanshu, if you need help, just tell me, but don't say things like this. She closed her eyes tightly, and the miserable state of Gu's mother just now appeared in front of her again, but this time it was different from before. This time, Mother Ji Yu raised her head, which had fallen to the side, and her eyes stared at her motionlessly. Behind Gu's mother was the red door that was closed all year round. But this time, the red door opened, the branches inside swayed, and she saw her grandfather's rocking chair. Jiang Yanshu noticed that something was wrong with her, but a lot of her past had been intentionally erased by many parties, and Xie Zhao was not willing to tell him much. Xie Zhao was afraid. He was afraid that Jiang Yanshu was not a good man, so he wanted him to check it himself. But Jiang Yanshu had neither reputation nor power, so what he could find out was limited. Jiang Yanshu hugged her and called her name over and over again. Ji Yusheng lifted her chin, not with gentle movements, and kissed her fiercely. She didn't want to listen, not a single word. Jiang Yanshu was forced to accept her giving and taking and accept her emotions. Chapter 23 Jiang Yanshu, Kiss Me. Ji Yusheng raised his finger, pressed the corner of his mouth and rubbed it, his voice hoarse. Jiang Yanshu, I don't like you that much, I just want to possess you. The subtext is, you have to live and let me love you. Jiang Yanshu knelt on one knee, his slender 10 fingers tightly grasping the armrest, and the blue veins on his fair hand were clearly visible. Ji Yusheng leaned forward and kissed the red corners of his eyes. Jiang Yanshu, kiss me. Jiang Yanshu held her wrist, rubbed her waist, and gently sucked her lips. He slowly stood up, pressed Ji Yusheng down on the chair and kissed him hard. Ji Yusheng gently pushed him, and Jiang Yanshu leaned against the desk. His eyes were burning, and he lowered his head to kiss her red lips that were kissed so beautifully. The two of them were kissing each other passionately. After stumbling and kissing all their way, Jiang Yanshu used his elbow to push open the door of the lounge. Jiang Yanshu's hand was always protecting Ji Yusheng's elbow, for fear that it would be accidentally bumped. Ji Yusheng didn't care about that and pushed him onto the bed and pulled off his tie. Ji Yusheng unbuttoned the first button of his shirt, but thought it was too troublesome, so he simply grabbed the collar with both hands and tore open his shirt. The buttons fell off instantly and rolled onto the bed and the floor. Jiang Yanshu grabbed the button that was rolling beside him and opened his mouth in disbelief. Ji Yusheng, so good. Ji Yusheng bit his collarbone neither lightly nor heavily, leaving his mark on it. Jiang Yanshu grabbed the bed sheet with both hands, tilted his head back unconsciously, and pursed his lips in unbearable pain. There were beads of sweat on his forehead, and his Adam's apple rolled up and down, looking sexy and charming, seducing Ji Yusheng. Ji Yusheng leaned over and kissed her, and Jiang Yanshu grabbed the bed sheet fiercely with both hands. Jiao Jiao. Jiang Yanshu opened his blurry eyes wide, and he felt his Adam's apple being sucked gently. Ji Yusheng's fingers deftly moved down and fumbled to unbuckle his belt. Jiang Yanshu held her hand, resisting the burning desire that filled his body, and said in a hoarse voice, Jiao Jiao. What's wrong? Jiang Yanshu wanted to ask, what am I to you? I want a name, I want a clear beginning. But today, Ji Yusheng did not respond according to the routine, and did not even give him the chance to speak first. Can't I kiss my boyfriend? Ji Yusheng lowered his head and a kiss fell on the back of his tense hand. The strings in Jiang Yanshu's mind snapped cleanly, and lust surged like a surging ocean wave, rising from the bottom of his heart and pulling him straight into the sea of desire, turning him into a true mortal. They were all moved by love and willingly became captives of love. Jiang Yanshu covered his eyes with the back of his hand, his whole body was a faint pink, and he was naked. Apart from some wrinkles on the sleeves of his suit, Ji Yusheng was still quite well dressed. Ji Yusheng ran his fingers over his abdominal muscles and bit the edge of his palm. Mr. Jiang, don't you want to look at me? Look. Jiang Yanshu was teased to the point that he had no power to fight back. How could he not know how lustful Ji Yusheng was? Ji Yusheng grabbed his wrist and slowly pulled it apart. The lust on her face directly hit his eyes, regardless of how shocked Jiang Yanshu was. Ji Yusheng said, Mr. Jiang, look at me. Jiang Yanshu closed his eyes and opened them after a while. The corners of his eyes were burning hot and red like a piece of agate stuck there. Jiang Yanshu said in a low voice, okay. Ji Yusheng raised his hand to unbutton his suit and threw it off the bed. She had a narrow waist and thin shoulders, and the dim light through her shirt made people lose their minds. Jiang Yanshu's throat became dry as he watched. He suppressed the anger in his heart and turned his head away. Ji Yusheng smiled and turned his head over, Mr. Jiang. Let me see. Jiang Yanshu felt like he was almost speechless, and his whole body was abnormally hot. Ji Yusheng knelt on his waist and slowly unbuttoned his shirt. Her inner uneasiness took over. She seemed unable to feel at ease without Jiang Yanshu. Looking at Jiang Yanshu's shy eyes and his sacrificial posture, she became even more excited and even wanted to kiss his eyes. She unbuttoned his shirt one by one, which made Jiang Yanshu's breathing stutter. The direct visual impact caused him to tremble all over. Jiao Jiao, don't. Jiang Yanshu's fingers weakly grasped the buttons of his shirt, as if he was passively enduring the love bestowed by Ji Yushacheng. Ji Yushacheng noticed his movements and smiled. She wanted to see how long Jiang Yanshu could endure. She moved slightly and sat back a little. She didn't care about the half-undone button, but leaned over and kissed Jiang Yanshu intently. Jiang Yanshu was kissed so hard that he could only whimper, "Jiao Jiao." Ji Yushacheng kept testing his bottom line. She rubbed his nose and asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Yanshu felt very aggrieved. "Why do you just flirt with me?" When Ji Yushacheng bent down, her shirt hung loosely on her body, and the large area of white skin in front of her was exposed to Jiang Yanshu's sight. Jiang Yanshu was so thirsty from watching this, but Ji Yushacheng hadn't had enough fun yet. She was still kissing him, and he couldn't interrupt her at this time. Ji Yushacheng's fingers accidentally brushed across his chest, which stimulated Jiang Yanshu so much that he trembled. Ji Yushacheng seemed to have discovered something interesting and was about to try again, but Jiang Yanshu grabbed her waist and pressed her under him. He tied Ji Yushacheng's hands with a tie and raised them above his head. "Jiao Jiao, I am rude." His breath hit Ji Yushacheng's face and it was incredibly hot. Before Ji Yushacheng could say anything, he leaned over, covered her mouth, and kissed her deeply. Jiang Yanshu roughly tore off her shirt and hung it on her arm. Under Ji Yushacheng's misty gaze, he kissed her collarbone and moved all the way down. Ji Yushacheng hooked her arms around Jiang Yanshu's neck, and the tiny sound muffled in her throat was heart-stirring. Jiang Yanshu's scalp tingled. Ji Yushacheng must be the reincarnation of a demon. The two figures swayed gracefully on the curtain, and they were separated by a circle, with deep affection. Outside the office, Zhu Huai and Lin Ren stared at each other. Zhu Huai coughed dryly. "Has the issue with Mr. Jiang's Weibo been resolved?" Lin Ren poured him a cup of coffee, and the two of them squatted at the door and sipped it. "No, the haters and fans are fighting each other, and his image has collapsed a long time ago. He used to be a nobleman, but ended up being a lovesick man." Zhu Huai laughed dryly. He. "Yes, this matter needs to be properly resolved, otherwise it will just be pretending to be pitiful, selling the character setting, and marketing the new drama." Lin Ren sighed and took the opportunity to spy on the enemy. Zhu, I have a big question. Why does Mr. Jiu insist on getting a divorce?" Zhu Huai was shocked. Wasn't it Mr. Jiang who wanted to leave?" The two men looked at each other and could only laugh dryly. Both assistants didn't know the truth. Zhu Huai was just about to say something to ease the awkwardness when his cell phone rang. It was Anya calling. He picked up the phone directly, but Anya's first words stunned both of them. "Jiang Zhinshan and I will go crazy sooner or later." Zhu Huai turned around and Lin Ren also looked at him in shock. "Zhu Huai. Is it too late for me to knock him out now?" "Lin Ren. Is it too late for me to pretend I didn't hear it?" Anya was completely unaware of the situation here and continued to mutter to herself. Lin turned her face away in embarrassment. "Why did you let me hear it?" Zhu Huai covered the receiver, stood up and tried to take a few steps, but his legs went numb. Lin Ren tried to move his stiff body, but his legs also went numb from squatting, and he fell together with Zhu Huai. "Zhu Huai, are you listening?" And YA finally realized something was wrong. Zhu Huai didn't say a word. Was he in danger? I'm fine. Well, let's talk about it later. Mr. Jiu will be out soon. Zhu Huai just wanted to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. It was too chaotic. Lin Ren grabbed the door handle and consoled himself secretly. Fortunately, this is the top floor, no one saw it. The door was suddenly pulled open. Lin Ren had no time to let go, so he reached out with his other hand to grab Zhu Huai, and they both fell backwards to the ground. Jiang Yanshu's face appeared upside down in their sight. 3 people. Jiang Yanshu was casually wearing a suit, and the red marks on his neck and collarbone were extremely eye-catching. "You guys." Jiang Yanshu was surprised to find that his voice was a little hoarse. Lin Ren silently got up, Zhu Huai lowered his head, and they both kept wailing in their hearts. What should they do? They knew too much. Jiang Yanshu cleared his throat before continuing. "You guys go buy some shirts, suits, and..." I understand. The two assistants shouted at the same time. Jiang Yanshu was not as embarrassed as they were. He just nodded and closed the door again. Before the two of them could breathe a sigh of relief, the door opened again. We need to buy some food. Understood, please go in quickly. Lin Ren wanted to push him back in, his face was full of lustful emotions. Zhu Huai nodded in his heart. Jiang Yanshu picked up the clothes scattered on the ground and folded them one by one. He sat on the bed, looking at the sleeping Ji Yushacheng, and he thought a little hypocritically that this should be considered their first time. This time, it was no longer a one-man show, nor was it something he had to ask for by taking advantage of the Jiang family's kindness. So what if Ji Yushacheng doesn't love him now? She said she wanted to possess him, that's enough. Possessiveness is the first awkward appearance of love. He tiptoed onto the bed and embraced Ji Yushacheng in his arms. He kissed her eyes and whispered softly, if only time could stop like this. Ji Yushacheng didn't sleep for long. She woke up slowly and couldn't help laughing when she saw Jiang Yanshu, who was like a loyal big dog. Jiang Yanshu kissed her, what are you laughing at? Ji Yushacheng rubbed his sore waist and said, no. Jiang Yanshu put his arm around her and said, I'll do it. It's your responsibility. Ji Yushacheng scolded him. Jiang Yanshu smiled sweetly. He heard a sense of flirting and coquettishness in Ji Yusha's words. Will she, who is pure white with flying snow on the mountaintops of the northern frontier, be attached to the flowers in the south of the Yangtze River? Will their migratory birds, carrying sand in their mouths, circle under the eaves to the sound of the zither? Ji Yushacheng reached out and took the phone. Jiang Yanshu still felt uncomfortable when he saw the three words, Yu Jinan. He leaned close to Ji Yushacheng's ear and said, didn't Mr. Ji Yu say before that Mr. Jiang had the confidence to fight back? Will you give it to him now? Chapter 24 Ji Yushacheng will accompany Yu Jinan tonight. Ji Yushacheng touched the side of his face and said, be good, this is very important. Jiang Yanshu was speechless, his eyes gradually dimmed, oh. Ji Yushacheng swiped to answer the call, Jinan. There was a spring-like laziness in her voice, which was obviously a seductive expression after the fact. Yu Jinan didn't know what his mood was. The relationship between them was artificially messed up. She has someone she likes, and he should be happy, but now he can no longer make sense of it because of the things that come between them. By getting close to Ji Yushacheng to save his mother, he can act without restraint. Ji Yushacheng won't like him, his life won't be disrupted, and he will feel less guilty. After a long silence, Yu Jinan glanced at Yu Songnian, who was drinking tea next to him, and said in a very intimate tone, Shacheng, I'll pick you up at 8 o'clock tonight. Ji Yushacheng said without hesitation, okay. Jiang Yanshu's hot heart seemed to be thrown into a refrigerator. The marks on his body suddenly turned into needles, pricking him painfully, reminding him that he was not the only one in Ji Yushacheng's heart. He turned his back and casually put on his wrinkled clothes, but his fingers were shaking and he couldn't button them. Ji Yushacheng frowned, I'm not going home tonight, you go to bed early. Me. Jiang Yanshu took a deep breath and rubbed his eyes. Can you tell the difference between you and him? No. Ji Yushacheng leaned against the head of the bed, I have cooperation with the Yu family. And we live in the same city, so it's impossible for us not to meet. The cooperation she mentioned and Jiang Yanshu's understanding were two completely different things. She and the three people from the Yu family have cooperated to varying degrees and in different aspects. But what Jiang Yanshu saw was that she knew that the Yu family had bad intentions, but she still went to the tiger den, which was enough to show her different attitude towards Yu Jinan. You are too close to him. Jiang Yanshu didn't know how to organize his words. He had an instinctive hostility towards Yu Jinan. Ji Yushacheng put down his phone. There is no relationship between him and me that crosses the line. Later, I will use the excuse of teaching him how to work as an excuse to obtain information related to the Yu family. Ji Yushacheng thought he had made it clear enough. He had said that the purpose was to obtain information about the Yu family. This did not sound good. Jiang Yanshu turned around, unable to believe it. You want to teach Yu Jinan? Yeah. Ji Yushacheng didn't notice anything wrong. Jiang Yanshu felt a sudden pain in his heart, and his every breath felt like a knife cutting his throat, with blood dripping continuously. He lowered his head and opened his mouth slightly, as if he could spit the knife out of his mouth. Jiang Yanshu felt dizzy and had only one thought in his mind, this was not exclusive to me. While she was special to me, she also gave it to others. He had been carrying her on his back for too long. Ji Yusheng realized something was wrong and reached out to pull her. Jiang Yanshu dodged and said, "You still want to teach me, right?" "Of course. Didn't Nya send the document over?" Ji Yusheng looked at his empty hands, and his heart felt like it was bitten by ants. For the first time, Jiang Yanshu avoided her hand. Jiang Yanshu swallowed the needle in his mouth. The tip of the needle cut his heart and he bit the tender flesh in his mouth until it bled. He looked at the blurry floor in front of him and thought, "That's great, this way I won't be distracted or worried anymore." Ji Yusheng doesn't love him, and his possessiveness is only for the object. He said distantly, "It has been sent." "Thank you, Mr. Jiu." Ji Yusheng frowned, "There's no need for us to be so distant." Jiang Yanshu smiled helplessly. What else could he do to avoid being estranged? Share his lover with others. Ji Yusheng explained to him again, "He and I have a sense of propriety. I have not crossed the line, and I will not let him cross the line." But his eyes and actions already have that intention, which is crossing the line. You can guarantee yourself, but how can you guarantee others? If you divide something special into two, it is no longer special. And, after you said that, it only means two words, no. I know. He stretched his stiff fingers. Lin Ren and the others were about to come back, and they couldn't be seen. "I'll wash my face. I'll open the door if someone knocks." It's Lin Ren and Zhu Huai. Ji Yusheng didn't understand why. Why was she unhappy again? Jiang Yanshu used to be very sensible. Why would he ask her to cut off her relationship with Yu Jinan today? Jiang Yanshu's phone lit up. Looking at her own photo, she felt better. Seeing it was Ms. Cheng calling, she picked up the phone. "Ms. Cheng." Ji Yusheng called her with a smile. Ms. Cheng was stunned by the shouting, and after a long while she answered as if she was stuck, Shicheng. Mother. Jiang Ran's soft voice came out, easing Ms. Cheng's helplessness. She had never thought that Ji Yusheng would answer Jiang Yanshu's call and speak in such a gentle voice. "Hey, Mom is here, Ran, be good." Ji Yusheng felt so soft inside. "Where's Dad?" Jiang Ran held the phone, his little face pressed against the screen, his little mouth pouting. Ran, do you miss your daddy?" Ji Yusheng got up from the bed. Her legs went weak and she almost fell to the ground. Jiang Yanshu was really a tormentor. Ji Yusheng pushed open the half-closed door of the bathroom and said, "Mr. Jiang, Ran is looking for you." Jiang Yanshu immediately turned around, grabbed a face towel, and wiped it casually. "Give it to me." Ji Yusheng turned on the hands-free function, looked up at his red eyes, and couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Yanshu was good in every way, except that he was a little too sensitive. "Dad." Jiang Ran bit the edge of the phone and called out in a sticky voice. Jiang Yanshu held up his phone and said, "Hey, Dad is here." What did Ran find out today? Ji Yusheng leaned against the door, watching him chatting with Jiang Randong and mentioning her from time to time, and a feeling of happiness suddenly filled his heart. It seems like this is how a family should be. In the past few years, I have been immersed in my own emotions and missed too much. I want to have dinner with my mother. The warm atmosphere here suddenly dissipated. Jiang Yanshu coughed. He didn't like lying to children. Ji Yusheng caught his gaze, took 2 steps closer, and said softly, "But Mom can't come back today. Can I have dinner with you another day?" "Some other day, which day?" Jiang Ran asked. Jiang Yanshu usually taught him to set a fixed time, and he learned it very well, and he now has a regular schedule for doing things. Children have simple minds and just want their parents to have dinner with them. Ji Yusheng paused. Mom will tell you tomorrow, okay? Mom, are you going to give Ran a surprise?" Jiang Ran's voice was filled with joy. "Yes." Ji Yusheng followed his words. After hanging up the phone, there was a knock on the door. Lin Ren's adjusted mentality collapsed again the moment he saw Jiang Yanshu, and Zhu Huai also had a look of doubt on his face. Jiang Yanshu had a look of anger on his face, and his eyes were red and swollen. He didn't look like a man who was happy about a night of pleasure, and was very different from how he was just now. Lin Ren looked at the silent door. "What is this?" Zhu Huai shook his head. "I don't know, don't look at me." Ji Yusheng in the room also expressed some dissatisfaction. "Jiang Yanshu, If you encounter a problem, you should speak up. You are holding it in and giving me a cold look. What does this mean? Jiang Yanshu put down the bag and said, I didn't hold it in your face. I just went to get something. Tell me now. Ji Yushichen's face turned cold. Okay, go ahead. Will you really take the time to have dinner with Ran? Will you really prepare a surprise for him? Jiang Yanshu felt uncomfortable and just said it all at once. However, he felt like he was being unreasonable after he said it. How come you don't have time for dinner? How much thought would go into a gift? Should I not buy it? Ji Yusheng adjusted his tie in front of the mirror. You can do it, but you just don't put your heart into it. Jiang Yanshu felt very anxious. He didn't know if he would have the chance to have dinner with his family again. The mission had been given, so he had to be ready to rush forward at any time. But tonight, Ji Yusheng has to accompany Yu Jinan. Can we just have a meal tonight? Jiang Yanshu looked at her almost pleadingly. But what Yu Jinan wants to say tonight is too important. It is what has been obsessing Ji Yusheng for more than 10 years. If Yu Jinan changes sides, she will be much more useful than Yu Sui. She must go tonight. Be obedient, I'll accompany you another day. I have to go tonight. Ji Yusheng poured a glass of water and moistened his dry throat. Jiang Yanshu answered mechanically, okay. Ji Yusheng put on a suit and said, if I did something wrong, you can tell me, don't make me guess. Jiang Yanshu turned his face away and said, I was too serious. You are not wrong. There was something wrong with what she said. Ji Yusheng thought he was just throwing a tantrum and didn't respond. She didn't like Jiang Yanshu enough and she wouldn't spend the effort to coax him. She took a sip of water and thought of her purpose. I came here to tell you that you have to take over the Jiang family, but don't merge the Xinguang building into it. Jiang Yanshu nodded blankly, okay. Ji Yusheng doesn't like the dull Jiang Yanshu. She likes the colorful and lively him. Ji Yusheng lost interest, turned around and walked out, pausing before opening the door. Remember to read the document and give me a clear answer by 3 p.m. tomorrow at the latest. Okay. Jiang Yanshu nodded. The door shook slightly when it was slammed. Jiang Yanshu covered his chest sadly. His body was indestructible, but his heart was fragile. Ji Yusheng had been too good to him recently, so good that he had lost his sense of proportion. Jiang Yanshu touched the thin callus on his palm and said, when the poem is finished, I wash Yanshu, when the poem is finished, I celebrate Yanshu. It's just my wishful thinking. The unique ringtone of the cell phone rang again, and Jiang Yanshu immediately suppressed his emotions. X26 is listening. Tonight, the target will appear in Ying'anju again. We have organized and coordinated with the municipal bureau, and personnel from various units are in place. Please X26 go and wait. Please reply if you receive any. Receive. Jiang Yanshu didn't have time to continue feeling sad about the passing of time. He immediately changed his clothes, looked at a pile of watches shining with silver light, picked one out at random and put it on, then went downstairs and drove straight to Ying'an residence. Ying'anju is a place of decadence and luxury. Handsome men and beautiful women are walking around in the dim dance hall, loudly expressing their vague thoughts. Jiang Yanshu chose a corner and sat down, holding a cigarette between his fingers and occasionally taking a puff just to pretend. A voice suddenly came from the miniature headset, the target appears. Jiang Yanshu exerted force on his waist and abdomen, and leaned steadily against the wall. After the smoke ring dispersed, the person who came in shocked him so much that he forgot to shake off the ashes. It's Ji Yusheng and his group. Chapter 25 I'm looking for a man, not a housekeeper. Jiang Yanshu was burned by the cigarette for a moment before he came to his senses and watched Ji Yusheng and Yu Jinan walk in, talking and laughing. She was still wearing her black coat, with a rose brooch on her head, and walking elegantly in high heels. She quickly lowered her head and blew on her fingers. Ji Yusheng, how could you do this to me? He continued to guard the corner. There was no way he would leave his post. He took out his phone and sent a message to Ji Yusheng, I feel so bad that I forgot. Can you come back and see me? Ji Yusheng's phone was in silent mode and he didn't see any message at all. As she walked upstairs, she glanced at the corner where Jiang Yanshu was. The man looked like Jiang Yanshu. Yu Jinan's fingers in his pocket kept stirring. He was a little scared. Why did Yu Sui have to meet Ji Yusheng here? It was indeed good for them to reach a cooperation among the three parties, but what if it didn't? Ji Yusheng turned the ring habitually. Jinan, there is one dish in this restaurant that you will definitely like. Yu Jinan forced a smile and was still hesitating whether to tell her when they reached the door. Yu Jinan opened the door and said, "Shicheng, I don't want to see you tonight." Ji Yusheng paused as she was about to take a step forward, her eyes drooping. Yu Jinan looked at her and couldn't help but take a half step back. I think you need. Yu Jinan lowered his voice. Ji Yusheng looked at the silent door. The person inside didn't make any sound. Ji Yusheng couldn't hear any movement inside. The high heels on his feet suddenly became heavy. Yu Jinan mustered up his courage and reached out to push the door open. The poem is finished. Jinan, I just saw someone I liked and asked him to come and drink with me. Ji Yusheng interrupted him and quickly thought of the best plan to leave. Yu Jinan was stuck and recalled, who? Suddenly there was a slight noise inside, and Ji Yusheng became more certain that there was someone inside, and more than one. Ji Yusheng turned around naturally and pulled Yu Jinan's sleeve. The fair-skinned boy below, which one do I like? Yu Jinan looked back at the door with a strange look. Yu Sui wanted to see Ji Yusheng, so why didn't he come out after they talked so much at the door? Ji Yusheng didn't care whether he would answer or not, he just introduced him to him with interest. Boys like this are interesting. When she said this, the face that appeared before her eyes was Jiang Yanshu's face that was restrained and entangled in lust. When they reached the corner of the first floor, Ji Yusheng let him go and moved his lips gently. Yu Jinan, can you be smarter? Are you happy being used as a gun every day? There was a strong hint of gunpowder in her words, and Yu Jinan was startled. I think. Ji Yusheng suppressed his anger and said, Yu Jinan, don't make decisions for me without permission. If it weren't inconvenient here, Ji Yusheng would have already fallen out with him. She was not sure about the other party's purpose in bringing her here through Yu Jinan, but there was a strange feeling inside and out of Ying'an residence. The person in the corner, the eyes in the front desk, and the gaze behind, the silence inside the door. She walked steadily on her high heels, through the dark corridor, through the eerie lobby, and was about to go out. Brother, Dad is upstairs. I don't dare to open the door myself. Hurry and bring Mr. Jiu up. As soon as Yu Sui's news popped up, Yu Jinan panicked. Yu Jinan hurriedly came forward and pulled Ji Yusheng. Shicheng, something happened. Ji Yusheng held his wrist backwards. Yu Jinan, leave first if you have something to do. I warn you, this place is not safe. The two of them were whispering, and in Jiang Yanshu's eyes, they looked very intimate. Yu Jinan eagerly pulled her upstairs. Shicheng, my dad is here. Ji Yusheng pushed him away and said, Yu Jinan, don't be so shameless. Ji Yusheng could already imagine the situation he would face next. Yu Jinan, this idiot, had been caught and used by various gods less than a month after returning. She had to leave. Her high heels were inconvenient, and even if she took off her shoes it was still not possible. If she just smashed two high-heeled glasses, she would have no chance of getting her feet. Yu Jinan's forehead was covered with sweat. The tragic situation of Yu Sui last time was right in front of him. He didn't dare to be careless. He could be beaten, but his mother couldn't. Shicheng, I beg you, just see her, nothing will happen. Yu Jinan begged, but he was pulling with his hands. Ji Yusheng doesn't like taking risks. In this situation, if he just pulls someone over at random, it could be a long-planned trap. Yu Jinan was furious. In the struggle between reason and coercion, he had lost his normal thinking ability. Ji Yusheng's ears were keen enough to catch the footsteps on the stairs. Yu Jinan, I'm telling you, don't look for me anymore. She shook off Yu Jinan and walked towards the door. Jiang Yanshu was paying close attention to what was happening here, but unfortunately he was far away and could only hear some slight noises. Just when he was relieved, an urgent voice came from the headset. 236, the suspect appeared at the door of 236, and his accomplice was waiting at the stairs. Jiang Yanshu's eyes were cold. This fugitive suddenly showed up in Jiangcheng. Maybe someone had arranged this on purpose. What a coincidence. Ji Yusheng just happened to come here, and the fugitive showed up without any warning. A man in waiter clothes blocked Ji Yusheng's way. Mr. Jiu, there is a distinguished guest upstairs. When Yu Jinan saw the man's cloudy eyes and yellow teeth, he realized that this was not a meeting, but but a hangmen banquet. He turned around suddenly. Were those really Yu Sui and Yu Songnian upstairs? Jiang Yanshu's back was stiff. The fugitive hadn't appeared yet. If he rushed forward now, what would happen to the other comrades? What about the mission? What about the people who hadn't been evacuated yet? Ji Yusheng took a step back with a scornful smile on his face. At a time like this, saving her life was the most important thing, and she was not used to rushing around in such a dangerous situation. She tilted her head and reached out to take a goblet of white wine. I don't know who's up there. Who has such a big face? I want him to treat me today. You're just a waiter, so don't use chicken feathers as a token of authority. The waiter took off his greasy hat, spat, and rubbed it with the sole of his shoe. Mr. Gu is of course very honorable, but if I can't invite you up, then it means I'm incompetent. The yellow teeth made Yu Jinan feel sick. Get away from me. We can leave on our own. Ji Yusheng didn't know what he was talking about. If he hadn't pulled her back, she would have walked out by now. Just stop talking. Ji Yusheng interrupted him impatiently. She reached her hand into her pocket and pressed the button 5 times. When she felt a slight vibration, she smiled with relief, knowing that Zhu Huai would come right away. Jiang Yanshu looked at the message that popped up on his phone. I need help. His heart was trembling. Saving people was his instinct. The moment he stood up, the headset sounded again. There are 3 fugitives and their accomplices. Please pay attention to safety. Rescue will be here soon. Ensure the safety of the people at the door. Got it. Jiang Yanshu raised his hand and pressed the earphone, then walked over with the decanter beside him. Ji Yusheng. This is what you mean by trouble. Am I not good enough for you? You actually have a mistress. Ji Yusheng felt relieved the moment he saw him. The two of them should be able to hold on until Zhu Huai brought reinforcements. Ji Yusheng walked towards him and said, What's there to be angry about? I just don't know which one I like. I came out to try it out, and I found that it's not as interesting as you, right? The guy at the front desk lowered his head and continued to wipe the computer screen. The cleaning lady straightened her back and leaned back to relieve the pain. The man smoking in the booth glanced at the cigarette nonchalantly. Jiang Yanshu looked at the 2 people behind her. Har, they said they would be together forever in bed, but when they got out of bed, they turned against each other. Ji Yusheng walked a little faster, and responded to his words, Don't give me that. I support you, what else do you want? I worship you as my ancestor. I'm looking for a man, not a housekeeper. The 2 stood together under the puzzled gazes of Yu Jinan and the man. The fugitive and his accomplices looked at Jiang Yanshu and the others in the dark corridor. The voice-controlled lights flickered on and off, and the faces of the 2 men looked ridiculous and terrifying. The footsteps in the corridor were getting closer and closer. The voice in the headset was full of suppressed tension. Comrades in the corridor, prepare to arrest. Comrades in the hall. Before he finished speaking, Ji Yusheng had already thrown the goblet in his hand. The man raised his head to avoid the cup. Ji Yusheng quickly kicked off his shoes, sprinted over, and guillotined him. The arm went around the back of the man's neck, pressing his head down, and immediately went around his neck again, securing it in front of his chest, forcing the man's head to tilt forward. Oh, well, Meaningless syllables came out of the man's mouth. The cooperating police all showed up, and the front desk rushed to rescue the man. Little girl, don't kill him. The man in the booth stood up and stretched his neck. What a beautiful guillotine. Then he went to the corridor. The fugitive and his accomplices were still fighting hard. Jiang Yanshu took out handcuffs from his waist and handcuffed the man's hands behind his back. Zhao, you can let go now. Jiang Yanshu had never been on such a mission before, and the danger was resolved by the victim. Ji Yusheng stood up and looked at the debris on the ground with some annoyance. Bang. The door of Ying'anju was knocked open and slammed back and forth several times. Zhu Huai and a large group of people stood at the door, looking like a group of robbers. Mr. Jiu. Are you okay? Zhu Huai put away the smirk on his face. Bring me a pair of new shoes. Ji Yusheng glanced at him and stood there without moving. Yu Jinan couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. He couldn't figure out why Jiang Yanshu suddenly appeared. They had a quarrel for no apparent reason, and then tortured someone. This. Don't move. Police. The voice echoed throughout Ying'an residence. Yu Jinan did not see Yu Sui or Yu Songnian appear. Yu Sui did not really want to invite him here. Today's situation was another masterpiece of Yu Sui. Why did Yu Sui lie to him? I'm sorry, I was mean to you just now. Jiang Yanshu picked up Ji Yu Shicheng horizontally. Ji Yu Shicheng had never felt so uneasy before. He was held in someone's arms with strong arms behind him. Yeah, it's okay. Ji Yu Shicheng's fingers unconsciously grabbed his collar. Jiang Yanshu's nose was a little sour. Boss Ji Yu is so official, are you going to give me a banner later? Chapter 26. Mr. Jiang has the confidence, I give it to him. Wait a minute, I want to scold Yu Jinan. I can't bear this loss. Ji Yu Shicheng looked at the dazed Yu Jinan with a slightly gloomy look in his eyes. Jiang Yanshu paused. The reason why he wanted to take Ji Yu Shicheng away was to prevent her from staying with Yu Jinan. But now, what did he hear? Put me down. Ji Yu Shicheng grabbed his collar. Jiang Yanshu hugged her tighter. Just say it like this, okay? Ji Yu Shicheng's scalp tingled and his face turned red. Jiang Yanshu. Jiang Yanshu didn't dare to go too far. He wanted to proceed step by step so that when Ji Yu Shicheng thought of possession, he would only have him in his mind. He thought for a moment and said, Zhao Zhao, you don't have shoes, and the floor is dirty. Ji Yu Shicheng curled his toes, then, take him to the police station. Okay. Jiang Yanshu smiled helplessly. Ji Yu Shicheng didn't know what he was laughing at. She didn't have time to care about all this. She had to control Yu Jinan first. This guy was being used as a gun and still praising others. Secondly, he had to sell Yu Sui to Yu Songnian, and then compete with Yu Songnian. He also had to figure out today's situation. The matters of the Wen family and Chen Fei could be put aside for now. As for Deputy Lin, he could test him together with Yu Songnian. The lights on the 6th floor opposite Yingyan residence were suddenly turned off. Yu Sui angrily smashed the goblet in his hand. He could no longer pretend to be calm. The assistant's legs were shaking. He didn't expect that Yu Sui would even dare to play tricks on the police. Have you found Mingxia? Yu Sui walked back and forth a few times in annoyance. No, there is no trace of Miss Ming in the old house. The assistant answered fearfully. Yu Sui was filled with anger. Look for it. The assistant said tremblingly, Manager, I really can't find it. I have searched the old house thoroughly. Yu Sui exerted force with his hands and flipped the table over. What did the housekeeper say? Butler, he said that he had only met Miss Ming once in the old house. Later, the master had Miss Ming sent away. The assistant was afraid that he would drop something on his head. Yu Sui stared at Ying and Zhu, which was surrounded by the police, and couldn't figure out which step had gone wrong. It was obvious that the fugitive who had been on the run for many years could kill Yu Jinan, but he was disrupted by the police again. If Yu Jinan died, Yu Songnian would have no other choice. He would inherit the Yu family, Mingxia would be fine, and he could also destroy the Yu family as a matter of course. By the time Ji Yu Shicheng had sorted out his thoughts, they had already arrived at the municipal bureau. Deputy Lin was still holding his enamel cup by the window, looking down at everything in the hall. Ji Yu Shicheng snapped his fingers, and Zhu Huai bent down and lowered his head. Ji Yu Shicheng asked, Where is that girl Yu Sui? Zhu Huai thought for a moment and said, We didn't investigate her. You said before that the child was innocent. It's unnecessary. Ji Yu Shicheng looked up at the circular corridor on the 2nd floor. She's already in this situation. If I don't do anything to her, someone else will. It's better for me to do it, so she can suffer less. Zhu Huai felt a chill down his spine. He had followed Ji Yu Shicheng for 5 years and witnessed her change from being soft-hearted to watching from the sidelines. Yes, I'll do it right away. Yu Jinan came over hesitantly, the poem is finished. Ji Yu Shicheng snorted coldly, Have you figured it out? Yu Jinan lowered his head. There was no way he could cooperate with Ji Yu Shicheng. Ji Yu Shicheng would never let go of the crime committed by his mother. If they joined forces, he would have to send his mother to prison with his own hands. Ji Yu Shicheng was unable to get angry. Yu Jinan was not like this before. He was straightforward, firm and respectful. The Yu Jinan now was not the brother she once admired. Jiang Yanshu leaned against the wall from a distance, looking at them, his lighter flying between his fingers, and the air pressure in his body was extremely low. Ji Yusheng sneered, Yu Jinan, look at me and tell me, why did you take me to Ying'anju today? Yu Jinan was a little embarrassed to speak. If he told Ji Yusheng, would he believe it? Would Yu Sui testify for him? Ji Yusheng couldn't stand seeing people dilly-dallying like this, and his anger rose all of a sudden. His voice was still calm, but his aura was overwhelming. Yu Jinan, I almost died in there just now. You keep talking about our youthful love, but what do you mean now? Jiang Yanshu's eyes were sore, and the lighter between his fingers was not held firmly for a moment, and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. She once again acknowledged the love between them. Yu Jinan almost wanted to kill her, but she could still forgive him. This was special. Compared to him, what was he? Yu Jinan said in self-abandonment, will you believe me if I tell you? After I came back, have you ever thought about our love? Jiang Yanshu, an outsider, just made a phone call and you left. Hearing this, Jiang Yanshu felt pain in his temples. This was not enough, what else did Yu Jinan want? As expected, only those who are spoiled can act unreasonably. Ji Yusheng was about to lose control of her anger and wanted to beat him up. She kept telling herself, this is the police station, the police station. She pinched her fingers and made a click sound. Yu Jinan, it's not your turn to say whether Jiang Yanshu is an outsider or not. Jiang Yanshu's heartbeat stopped and he looked up at Ji Yusheng. Yu Jinan took a step forward and took out the self-righteous attitude he had just returned. Ji Yusheng, I have never forgotten the love between us. I always protect you. I also set up this situation for you. It's just that I was deceived. Ji Yusheng was so angry that he laughed. Yu Jinan, do you want to listen to what you are saying? What a bullshit. For me? How shameless do you have? Love? Love that will send me to hell. I really don't dare to accept it. Yu Jinan was so angry that his eyes were dizzy. I already said, I didn't mean it. You really didn't mean it, but you have no brains. Ji Yusheng patted the armrest and stood up. Yu Jinan, I tell you, you can't do what you are hiding by yourself. You can't see through that hypocritical fox Yu Sui, and instead he stares at me. Yu Jinan's mind kept flashing back to the scene where Yu Sui had been willing to make sacrifices and argued for him. He felt as if he was torn apart. Yu Songnian's threats and concerns also lingered in his mind. Now, apart from Yu Sui and Yu Songnian, he has no other team options. If you really care, why don't you marry me? Why don't you wait for me? Yu Jinan's eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out. Jiang Yanshu put away the lighter and walked straight towards Ji Yusheng. Ji Yusheng said that he was her boyfriend, so there should be no problem in clearing his name. Ji Yusheng was so angry that he tilted his head and was about to search for words to curse when Jiang Yanshu came over. Jiang Yanshu held her hand and put the rings on their ring fingers in front of Yu Jinan's eyes. Master Yu, please look carefully, our Zhao Zhao already has a family. After hearing his words, Ji Yusheng felt much better. Jiang Yanshu felt more confident when he saw that she did not refute him. He scolded Yu Jinan, Master Yu, don't use love to force someone to marry you. If this kind of plot was put in a TV series 10 years ago, people would have already complained about it. Yu Jinan rolled his eyes, who do you think you are? I'm no one. I'm Mr. Jiang of Ji Yusheng. Jiang Yanshu held Ji Yusheng's hand tighter. After saying this, he actually felt a little regretful. The last time he asked Ji Yusheng for the confidence that belonged to her boyfriend, Ji Yusheng refused. What about this time? Yu Jinan gritted his teeth. You? Who gave you the courage to say this? Are you not afraid of being? I gave it to him. Ji Yusheng continued to output steadily. He has the confidence, I gave it to him. Jiang Yanshu was immediately overwhelmed by her tenderness. His fingertips went numb and he felt like he was floating in mid-air. Yu Jinan's expression turned ugly. Ji Yusheng. I don't know what you wanted to do before, but I'm not blind. I can see that you wanted to get away with it. So, you must know what happened today. Ji Yusheng glanced at Yu Jinan. She was wearing 7-centimeter high heels, and she looked powerful and overwhelming. Yu Jinan was exposed and became angry and said, Ji Yusheng, you really don't care about our friendship at all. We have to give favors to each other. Ji Yusheng said slowly what he had done. Uncle Yu was wary of me, Yu Sui wanted to test me, Chen Fei and Wen Sang both dared to attack me. Tell me, how many of these things were caused by you? Yu Jinan took a step back, his face full of disbelief. You actually doubted me. I just came back, and I can do so many things. I'm the one being used as a gun. What did you lose? Ji Yushichen's question stumped him. He always seems to be the one who suffers the most, being deceived, used, and abandoned, but what is the reality? Yu Songnian still wanted him to be his heir and had never been disappointed in him. Yu Sui fell into trouble one after another. Every time he did something, he went through Yu Jinan, hoping to get rid of Yu Jinan, but what happened in the end? Yu Songnian looked down on him. Ji Yushicheng didn't trust him, and his adopted daughter was taken away by someone. Ji Yushicheng didn't even dare to think about it. How much did Yu Jinan know about today's incident? The casino incident was so weird everywhere, but the police had taken over and they couldn't interfere anymore. Jiang Yanshu followed Ji Yushichen's train of thought and suddenly felt a chill. If all of this was done by Yu Jinan, then he couldn't imagine what kind of person Yu Jinan was. Yu Jinan retreated again and again. So that's what you think of me? There's no way anything will happen to you today. You're testing me. Ji Yushichen's thoughts raced. Yu Jinan, you have violated the law by concealing the facts of the case. I'll only tell the police. Yu Jinan was losing ground. He couldn't stand Ji Yushichen's questioning. Okay, please come this way. Jiang Yanshu, who had been waiting for a long time, smiled and pushed open the door of the interrogation room. Yu Jinan turned around and rushed in, as if there was some ferocious beast outside staring at him. Jiang Yanshu stared at the two people holding hands, and a sweet feeling spread in his heart. Ji Yushicheng still cared about him a little. Ji Yushicheng pulled his hand away, frowning with obvious impatience on his face. Jiang Yanshu carefully put his coat on her, not daring to speak loudly. Don't take what he just said to heart. Ji Yushichen's words extinguished the spark in his heart. Why should he worry about it? What is her relationship with Yu Jinan that requires her to say this? Chapter 27. Should TA boyfriend have some privileges? Jiang Yanshu lowered his head helplessly. Boss Ji Yu, you said this. Ji Yushicheng came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. I said something wrong. I was afraid you would be angry. Jiang Yanshu held her hand and said, Zhao Zhao, you said I'm your boyfriend, so shouldn't a boyfriend have some privileges? Stay away from Yu Jinan. Ji Yushicheng lowered his eyes. Jiang Yanshu felt as if his heart was pinched. Is it not possible? Okay. Ji Yushicheng said. Jiang Yanshu's eyes lit up, and his voice trembled. Really? Ji Yushicheng lifted his chin with his slender fingers. I won't contact you again until I finish my work. Jiang Yanshu grasped at this little bit of hope. Really? Ji Yushicheng sighed. Of course. Jiang Yanshu couldn't help but glance at the tightly closed door of the interrogation room. Zhao Zhao, don't lie to me. Ji Yushichen's heart softened, and he wanted to hook him up and kiss him twice. I'm not lying to you. I met him today because I really had something to do. Jiang Yanshu responded sullenly. Yeah, got it. Ji Yushicheng looked at him like a little white flower and wanted to bully him. Mr. Jiang, you just said that you wanted special privileges. What special privileges are those? Jiang Yanshu's eyes dodged. Didn't you already agree? Ji Yushicheng let go of his hand. It was too white, and he couldn't think of anything else. Well, okay. Jiang Yanshu realized that he had said the wrong thing, but it was too late to make amends now. Ji Yushicheng stood up and walked upstairs. Zhu Wai stopped Jiang Yanshu and said, Mr. Jiang, Mr. Ji Yu has something important to tell you. Zhu Wai was very smart. Ji Yushicheng didn't look like she was holding Jiang Yanshu in her hands just now. She was just playing around at most. She must have gone there for the 707 case. How could Jiang Yanshu follow her? Jiang Yanshu nodded, turned and walked to the window, lit a cigarette, held it between his fingers, but did not smoke. Deputy Lin watched her approach, shook his head and turned away. Ji Yushicheng was about to knock on the door, but found it was ajar and Deputy Lin was looking at her. Deputy Lin. Ji Yushicheng walked in calmly and smiled naturally. Deputy Lin nodded. Nan, you have been impulsive recently. How can we fry fish without being impulsive? Ji Yushicheng pulled out a chair and sat down. Deputy Lin pinched the temples of his square-framed glasses and said, This incident has nothing to do with the Yu family. Ji Yushicheng asked back, What about last time? Why did you let them go in the casino incident? Deputy Lin put on his glasses. The heavy black color made him look more credible. The last incident is not over yet. We are just being relaxed on the outside but tight on the inside. Jiang Yanshu is in charge of this matter. You should rest assured. Ji Yusheng took off his coat and casually put it on the armrest. Deputy Lin, is there anything in the Yu family that cannot be touched? Deputy Lin shook his head. It's not that they can't be touched. It's that there is no evidence that the Yu family has committed a crime. This casino doesn't belong to the Yu family at all. Ji Yushichen's eyes shone. No? Then why is Yu Jinan going to collect the debt? What account? Yu Jinan was cheated. Deputy Lin took out his notebook and opened it to look carefully. Ji Yusheng was shocked. She suddenly realized that Yu Songnian was more powerful than she and her grandfather had expected. How did I get cheated? Ji Yusheng turned the watch on his wrist. Deputy Lin took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. An overseas number called and asked him to go to the South City Casino, otherwise they would kill his mother. Ji Yusheng pointed at the dial with his fingertips. Can you find it? We connected with the US police, but the number was from a telephone booth. It was actually in the old street and there was no surveillance at all. Deputy Lin carefully recalled the situation that day. After exchanging this information, Ji Yusheng and Deputy Lin had the same expression. The wolf from the Yu family was bigger and more vicious than they had imagined. And they have almost no weaknesses. Based on what we know about Yu Jinan and Yu Sui's weaknesses, it is impossible to attack their weaknesses. Firstly, it would violate the law and morality. Secondly, they are not suspects. Deputy Lin looked out the window at the grey sky with the half-broken branch hanging above it. Ji Yusheng calmly tested him. Deputy Lin, have you ever met Yu Sui? He is difficult to get along with and is two-faced. Deputy Lin said directly, and Ji Yusheng raised his eyebrows slightly. Ji Yusheng's eyebrows relaxed, and the ends of his long eyes turned up. Deputy Lin, can you confirm that Yu Songnian has anything to do with the 707 case? Deputy Lin shook his head. No, there is no direct evidence. Ji Yusheng lowered his head slightly. What's the recording? One is to apply for police force to protect you, and to monitor and collect physical evidence of the Yu family's crimes. Deputy Lin's words were so powerful that people could not help but believe them. Ji Yusheng considered his actions and words comprehensively and nodded slowly. Okay, it's already very good to be able to do this. Next, please ask Deputy Lin to protect me. Deputy Lin looked deep in his eyes. The duty of the police is to protect the people. Ji Yusheng looked at him deeply, then took his coat, got up and went out, looking down from the second floor, with a clear view of the scene below. Just in time, I saw Yu Jinan walking out of the interrogation room. Yu Jinan looked around for Ji Yusheng, but didn't see her. He slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Yusheng was really hard to deceive. If this continued, the little feelings he had left for Ji Yusheng would be gone. Ji Yusheng studied his expression and knocked on the stair railing playfully. Ding! The clear and piercing sound exploded in the quiet city bureau, and everyone's eyes were focused on the second floor. Deputy Lin, who was sitting inside, sighed helplessly. Ji Yusheng was telling the people of the Yu family that she had a long conversation with him, the deputy director of the municipal bureau, when no one was listening. It was simply a naked provocation and declaration. She used this method to test people's hearts. He was afraid that one day she would be deserted by her friends and relatives. Yu Jinan looked up and met her gaze, and Ji Yusheng gave a disdainful smile. They stab each other in the back. Who really trusts who? With a knife hanging over one's head, one is just trying to survive. Yu Jinan ignored her, waved goodbye to her, and mouthed, "Goodbye, sister." Nye passed him by, and Ji Yusheng walked down slowly in high heels. "Why are you here?" Nye followed her and laid out the notes. "Mr. Jiu, regarding the casino incident, we want to exchange Chen Fei for you." "Isn't Chen Fei dead?" "Yes, Captain Jiang is investigating." Nye turned to the character relationship chart and explained to her, "What happened one after another only proves one thing: someone is eager to get rid of you." Ji Yusheng smiled and pinched her earlobe. "Nonsense, what you said is the same as if you didn't say anything." Nye approached her intimately. "Boss Jiu, based on my observations over the past few days, I am more certain of one thing. Yu Jinan is not as weak and helpless as she appears to be. Sure, let's talk about it when we get back. Ji Yusheng raised his finger and gently touched Anyer's lips. Jiang Yanshu walked over to get her coat, and kept comforting herself that it was just a habit and she was not flirting. She had always been lustful and classy, and would never flirt with wild flowers when she saw them. Nya. Jiang Yanshu walked over and didn't know what to say after calling out. Nya took a step back and said, "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Ji Yusheng frowned, smoking again. Jiang Yanshu was shocked. "I didn't draw it, I just ordered it, but I didn't draw it." He couldn't touch cigarettes again. After 2 times, he had already left a bad habit of smoking in Ji Yusheng's heart. Ji Yusheng said, hummed softly and walked out. Jiang Yanshu put his clothes on the crook of his arm and followed her slowly, with the air of a husband. Nya's heart was moved when he saw this, and he immediately took out his mobile phone and took a photo. A waning moon hung in the dim sky, and moonlight filtered through the gaps between tree branches, hitting their heads and making their hair glow with a faint golden glow, reminding the weary birds to return home. Ji Yusheng randomly picked a topic and asked, "How did you handle the Weibo issue?" "It's almost over. I've already retired. No matter how big the storm is, it can't compare to being a popular star." Jiang Yanshu tried to cover it up with a few words. The incident on Weibo was still fermenting, and Jiang Yanshu was attacked to pieces. However, the public relations department of MS handled Ji Yusheng's speech quickly, and there was no disturbance at all. No one would risk their life to strip Ji Yusheng. Jiang Yanshu smiled self-deprecatingly. He ended the topic, and Ji Yusheng would not look for him again. Nya came here specifically to find Jiang Yanshan. After seeing Ji Yusheng off, she turned around and went to Jiang Yanshan's office. Jiang Yanshan got a headache just looking at her. "Miss Anyer, why are you here again?" Nya laid out her notes and said, "I can confirm that Mr. Jiyu has been targeted. Captain Jiang, Mr. Jiyu will never retaliate privately." Jiang Yanshan usually thinks he is well-mannered, but every time he sees Nya, he has to suppress his temper before he can speak. "Nya, now all the surface evidence points to your President Jiyu, and I didn't arrest her." "What does that mean?" "It means that it was definitely not her who did it." "You don't have to. How can it be unnecessary?" Nya slapped the notes in front of him. "Captain Jiang, Chen Fei is dead, the Yu family has emerged, and the incident of the vagrants in Ying'anju is enough to prove." Stop. Jiang Yanshan wanted to pack her up and send her back. The police must have a complete chain of evidence to investigate a case. Her guess was simply not valid. First of all, no one can guarantee that Ji Yusheng was completely unaware of the situation. If she knew about it, but still went there, then why did she go? Today was supposed to be a police arrest operation, but who designed this? Who was responsible for Chen Fei's death? Ming Xue disappeared. Was it really sent away by Yu Songnian? All the doubts surrounded Jiang Yanshan. If all these were related to the Yu family, he couldn't even imagine what kind of existence the Yu family was in Jiangcheng. The light in Shuangshu Huating was warm. Ji Yusheng felt much more comfortable as soon as he entered the room. Jiang Ran, who was eating, jumped down and ran towards them. "Mom, Dad." He stomped his feet in small steps, and waved his hands like lotus roots. Jiang Yanshu had just brushed up on his green tea and white lotus moves in the car, and was craving for some drama, but he had no place to perform. Ji Yusheng hugged him and patted his back gently. Ran, be good. Mommy will eat with you. Isn't that good?" Jiang Ran nodded and happily pulled her towards the dining table. Ji Yusheng asked, Ran, are you happy? Mom is back to accompany you." Jiang Ran nodded, "I'm happy, but Dad wants Mom to accompany me for dinner. Ran has grown up and doesn't need to accompany me anymore." Ji Yusheng looked at Jiang Yanshu jokingly. "Why is Mr. Jiang so popular?" Ms. Cheng coughed with a red face, and Jiang Yanshu felt like he was being scratched by a cat.